Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 101, The Miracle Reappeared, Yefeng's Probing. Under the leadership of the elder, everyone began to pray piously. All right, all of you, get up. Since it's a gift from the prophet, it should be decided by the prophet. Joseph saw that everyone had already knelt down, so it stood up from the ground and said to the elder beside it, "Now, please come and announce the prophet's order. Before that, we need to invite the Woohoo King personally to the scene." "I will arrange for someone to go right away," Joseph said as it called a subordinate over. The elder, who was highly respected, nodded and then walked to the center seat, waiting for Yefeng's arrival. After all, Yefeng was currently in a high position and was the king of the Murloc tribe. No matter what ceremony it was, as long as it was something important, they had to report it to Yefeng. Only after obtaining his consent could it be held. Yefeng had just walked over from the direction of the pond when he saw the large group of Murlocs. He was also dumbfounded. "We suddenly discovered a very rare miracle just now, so we plan to pray to the gods today and hold a ceremony." Joseph saw Yefeng walking over and opened its mouth to ask for instructions. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yefeng. It was as if Yefeng shook his head. Even if it was a huge matter, it could not be held. In their eyes, Yefeng's status was the Murloc King, the symbol of the highest authority. No one could go against the Murloc King's will. Miracle. When Yefeng heard these two words, his face could not help but be slightly startled. He was even more dumbfounded. The war had just ended in broad daylight. Where did the miracle come from? Today, our Murloc tribe is going to welcome the arrival of the miracle, and we hope that we can leave the miracle behind, the elder read out. It raised its hand as if it was worshipping something. In short, its appearance was very strange. Seeing the elder twisting its body on top, Yefeng did not know what had happened. He thought to himself, what does this mean? If he remembered correctly, he knew about the existence of the god's miracle in his previous life. In ancient times, there was also a god who descended to the mortal world, and the god's miracle was the symbol of this god. Yes, that's right. The god's miracle. Our ancestors once said that the Murloc tribe's god's miracle is a supreme existence. When the god descends, it will bring good news and hope to our Murloc tribe. Therefore, we must pray that the miracle can stay in the territory of our Murloc tribe and leave enough protection. In this way, the descendants of our Murloc tribe can obtain protection and protection here, the elder said. Then, it looked at Yefeng with burning eyes. As long as Yefeng nodded, it could immediately start its declaration ceremony. "I think all of you have made a mistake." Yefeng seemed to have suddenly understood something as he spoke with a bitter smile. "What mistake?" "We saw that water pillar soar into the sky with our own eyes." "If that isn't a miracle, then what is?" one of the elders said carefully. It did not dare to question Yefeng loudly due to his majesty. "That is actually my ability," Yefeng said indifferently, but it shocked all the elders. How is this possible? You are not a Murloc, how can you have the power of water element?" The elders all looked at Yefeng in shock. They could not believe it no matter what. Yefeng could actually use such an ability. He could control the flow of water at will, could instantly change shape, and could even transform into a pillar of water to soar into the sky? No wonder his strength had already surpassed the Murloc super expert, Fitz, at that time. No wonder he could always easily defeat his opponents in battle. It turned out that he was a hidden expert. Thinking of it this way, he was indeed a very outstanding genius. Thinking of this, these Murloc tribe elders all knelt on the ground one after another, expressing their respect to Yefeng. Looking at the Murloc tribe members below, Yefeng shook his head slightly. "You don't have to do this. Although I'm the king, I'm not a feudal king. I'm the king of the new era." The king of the new era. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yefeng. "Yes, I'm the king of the new era." Yefeng nodded slightly. "Good. The king of the new era. Good. The higher UPS of the Murloc tribe clapped one after another and showed excitement in their eyes. In that case, let me ask you something. Ye Feng said. Please tell us directly, King. The elders of the Murloc tribe hurriedly spoke. Do you Murloc tribe still have any secret weapons? Ye Feng asked directly. Hearing this, everyone immediately revealed a difficult expression. This, looking at the expressions of the Murloc tribe members, Ye Feng knew that he had guessed wrong. It seemed that the Murloc's secrets had basically been emptied out by him. The 3PC stone set was already the Murloc's most secret weapon. Other than that, Ye Feng really couldn't think of anything stronger than this thing. It was basically impossible for them to have it. The 3PC stone set was even better than the human weapons upstream. You guys can leave first. Ye Feng waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. Yes. The elders of the Murloc tribe left one after another. The Murloc people below also left one after another. Ye Feng also returned to his room and lay on his bed to rest. The events of the past few days surfaced in his mind. These past few days were really tiring. Although his skills had received a great improvement, if he wanted to further improve, he still needed to explore the map on a large scale. Only by obtaining more water resources could he obtain higher opportunities. Although the Murlocs had many resources, Ye Feng sometimes did not have the right to show them. Ye Feng's every move now had already become a live broadcast of the audience. If he used the Murloc's power to encompass the entire map, then he could immediately eliminate all his opponents. Even if it was the weakest warrior of the Murloc tribe, he could instantly kill any human contestant if he went out to fight one-on-one. The Murloc tribe was just that powerful. This was still their innate strength, the foundation of their physical body. If they added the Murloc tribe's special weapons, the human contestants would have even less of a chance of winning. Ye Feng also felt that this was the way it should be. If they were in danger, it would still make sense for them to come back and call for reinforcements. Ye Feng understood that the live broadcast was not only being watched by the ordinary audience in the audience seats. The elders of the Board of Education would also be staring at him. If they were to confirm that he had used the Murloc's forces as cheating, then he really would not be able to explain himself clearly. Ye Feng also knew the severity of the situation, so he did not use too much of the Murloc's forces. In the Murloc's territory, it was naturally safe. On the Murloc Island, Ye Feng was the king of the Murloc tribe, and he also believed that the Murloc tribe would definitely do their best to protect him and not let any enemies harm him. Moreover, he was still in the freshman assessment, so he did not have much time to waste. He planned to rest for a day and leave tomorrow at first light. After all, with Joseph helping him to represent the Murloc tribe, Ye Feng could leave with ease. Ye Feng also felt a little tired and prepared to recover his strength first. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands slowly resting on his knees. As the aura of cultivation rose, a weak spiritual energy gushed out from his palms and slowly poured into his inner legs. This was a very comfortable feeling, as if the blood vessels in his body had been ignited by the spiritual energy, or as if the entire muscle had come alive. It was a very wonderful feeling. In the territory of the Murloc tribe, Ye Feng felt that the Murloc tribe's strength was very abundant. This place was also very suitable for cultivation. Although it could not be compared to the outside world, it could already be considered the highest level of the Murloc tribe. This kind of feeling made Ye Feng enjoy it. However, the air here was filled with a fishy smell. Ye Feng frowned and sniffed. He realized that this was the reason. He also knew that the Murloc tribe relied on hunting for a living. These ingredients were also cultivated by themselves, but this smell was indeed a little unpleasant. However, this smell did not have much of an effect on him. His nose was very sharp. He really could not smell this smell. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the Murloc tribe's domain, Ye Feng could feel that his body was filled with rich energy. Moreover, At this moment, Ye Feng felt that the origin energy in his body had also become very abundant, which made Ye Feng somewhat surprised. This time, Ye Feng was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully felt the situation in his body. At this moment, Ye Feng felt that his body actually contained a huge amount of energy. It was as if the energy in his body was endless. Moreover, Ye Feng discovered that a portion of this energy seemed to be flowing out from his feet. It did not flow into the limbs and bones of his body. Instead, it flowed along his skin and slowly flowed into the depths of his body. Moreover, his skin also became smoother and more exquisite. This feeling was simply wonderful beyond words. Chapter 102, The Reason for the Tribal Wars, the Battle for Resources. Under the nourishment of this power, Ye Feng had gradually relaxed. Now, he almost did not need to do anything to recover. After an unknown period of time, Ye Feng was called to participate in the Murloc tribe's grand victory banquet. The banquet had long been prepared and everyone was waiting for Ye Feng to take his seat. Ye Feng arrived at the scene and walked to the perfect round table carved out of clam shells in the middle. He took a look at the dishes on it. It was still the original recipe. It was still the original taste. Sashimi, sashimi, sashimi. They were all raw. Moreover, they were not small. After experiencing the recovery of spiritual energy, even a creature the size of a flea could grow to the size of an elephant. One could imagine the countless plates of fish fillets in front of him. Ye Feng sat down and picked up a wine cup made of conch. Everyone, eat. Don't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Woohoo King. Haha. Come, everyone laughed and then raised their wine cups and drank it all in one go. As everyone started to eat and drink, Ye Feng secretly cursed in his heart. These DMNB stards. These things did not even have a bit of chili oil or pepper powder. How was he supposed to eat this? His appetite wasn't like those burly men who could directly chew and swallow these sashimi. This thing was too difficult to digest. He could only use his hands to tear off a piece and put it into his mouth to slowly chew. Woohoo King, this is fresh. It was just fished out. At this time, Joseph, who was beside him, noticed Ye Feng's strange behavior and respectfully reminded him. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Ye Feng simply took a small bite and put a piece of fish meat into his mouth. But at this moment, Ye Feng suddenly stopped chewing and his face turned pale. Forget it, Ye Feng spat it out and said that he was not hungry. Seeing this, everyone laughed, saying that Ye Feng not only had strong combat ability, but also saved food. He was really heaven-defying. Ye Feng was speechless. The events that happened in the past few days reverberated like an action movie. As for why these two tribes had been in conflict for so many years, Ye Feng could be considered to have understood. In fact, earlier on, in the murals of the Murloc Palace, Ye Feng had also seen some clues. But in the end, to fully understand the history of the two tribes, Ye Feng had to go back through the historical scenes in the Sea Stone Trident. Only then did Ye Feng completely understand the grudges between these two tribes. The Murlocs of these two tribes originally had the same ancestor. However, it was impossible to stop their descendants from turning against each other. It was mainly due to the competition for resources and the unfair distribution of resources. This was the root of the problem. Ye Feng understood it now. Although the water training hall was very large and the resources were widely distributed, the Murlocs only lived in the river region. The river area was actually not small, but that was only the case for Ye Feng. However, such a huge tribe of the Murlocs did not think so. It was precisely because of the lack of resources that the tribe was constantly in conflict until it split into two factions. One faction was a radical faction that advocated the survival of the fittest. They believed that the strong should be king and whoever was stronger should have more resources. The other faction was a moderate faction that advocated the distribution of resources according to work. Those who were capable would do more work, and everyone would enjoy equal treatment. Then, the two factions showed that they were constantly at odds with each other. Later on, it became more and more intense until the two factions formed their own troops. In the end, the war of words turned into a battle of cold weapons. As time passed, they split into two large tribes, the current Waterfall clan and the Swamp clan. Later on, the Gentle Waterfall clan continued to obtain great victories and occupied the original foundation of the Murloc tribe, which was the Murloc Palace. As a result, the Swamp clan was forced to move to the swamp to survive. The entire river region was occupied by the Waterfall clan. Only the previous king of the Waterfall clan was strong enough to directly expel the Swamp clan. As for the two large tribes, their development was evenly matched. After countless battles, they had already reached a certain balance. The two tribes used their own ideals to govern their tribes, and their respective development was prosperous. However, this was in the early stages, and time would always prove everything. In the middle and later stages, the Swamp clan discovered that their resources were always insufficient. The strong were stronger, and they would always take most of the resources for themselves, while the weak could only survive in the cracks. Basically, 80% of the resources were in the hands of the strong. This led to a one-sided situation. Compared to the flourishing scene of the Waterfall clan, they were very angry. Moreover, the two tribes each had their own divine weapons. The two components of the sea stone trident, the harpoon and long staff, were collected by the two tribes. This was also a turning point for everything, and it was also an opportunity that everyone was waiting for. If any tribe could find a candidate who could use a divine weapon first, then that tribe would definitely become the final victor. And the Swamp clan had produced a genius-like figure, Fitz. Not only could it use the long staff, its cultivation level was also extremely high. It was precisely because of its powerful ability that it was conferred the title of king by the Swamp clan. It enjoyed the highest treatment of resources, but its extravagance had also indirectly drained the vitality of the Swamp clan. However, Fitz was not satisfied with all of this. After power reached its peak, desire would also become extremely crazy. Therefore, the war between the two tribes was actually on the verge of breaking out, and the turning point of the whole matter was Ye Feng. If Ye Feng did not appear, the Waterfall clan would definitely be destroyed in the end. Whether in terms of combat strength or combat readiness, the Waterfall clan was weaker than the Swamp clan. The Swamp clan, where the strong ruled, was destined for the weak to be unable to survive. And those who could survive would only be the strong. Hence, a great battle broke out. Although the battle had ended and the Murloc tribe had been united once again, the problem they had to face in the ancient times had returned to the present. That was that the resources in the river region were simply unable to satisfy the survival of the Murloc tribe. After Ye Feng understood the situation, he stood up and looked at everyone. When the subordinates saw Ye Feng stand up, they immediately stopped swallowing. In these few years, the resources in the river region have already been completely exhausted. If we don't think of a way, I'm afraid our race will walk towards extinction. Ye Feng's words spread throughout the entire hall. Although he did not say much, it was very powerful and pierced through their hearts. They would definitely encounter a problem if they didn't have enough resources. Even if they had enough for now, it was only a matter of time before they ran out of resources. The king is right. The most important thing now is to find new resource points. I agree with the king's point of view. I heard that there are sea creatures appearing in the southeast direction. I heard it too, but I suspect that those sea creatures are not coming for us. Who cares what the reason is? Let's kill them first. The people below discussed animatedly. Ye Feng was a little surprised when he heard the new term. He thought to himself, there are actually sea creatures in this place. Chapter 103, Murloc Spirit Fruit, set out to explore. But after thinking about it, this was a water training hall, so it was normal to have sea creatures. The entire water training hall was vast, with a total of 5 regions, and the river was only a small part of it. The ocean region occupied 3 of the 5 regions, namely the shallow sea, the middle sea, and the deep sea. Ye Feng would naturally explore these regions, but as for when to set out, he was still hesitating. However, he would set off early the next morning. The region he was currently in was the river region, so naturally, there wouldn't be any sea creatures. There would be river creatures, and even if there were river creatures, the ones that looked the most like river creatures would be murlocs like them. It doesn't matter. I will help everyone find a suitable place to live. After Ye Feng said that, he looked around at everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement, but some of them still looked worried. The king is right. We have to solve this problem as soon as possible. I think we can target the Middle Sea. We can solve the Middle Sea. After all, there are many sea creatures there. Although they are not very strong, they are strong in groups. But how to lure all these sea creatures over, we need to think about it carefully. I believe that the king's strength is enough. I don't think we should provoke those sea creatures. After all, these sea creatures have extremely high intelligence, and their numbers are very large. If we really provoke them, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to survive. Everyone was talking at the same time, trying to find a better way to survive. Everyone, don't be too anxious. I believe that you can leave this matter to me. Everyone, rest assured. Ye Feng patted his chest with a smile and promised. Ye Feng's words made everyone quiet down, and also made them believe that Ye Feng could really handle this matter. After all, Ye Feng's strength was there, and they did not believe that Ye Feng did not have other methods. Following that, Ye Feng said a few more words to let everyone cultivate in peace, and then he turned around and left the hall. Everyone cheered and jumped up, and followed Ye Feng out. Woohoo, this time our Murloc clan is going to revive again. Long live the Woohoo King! My king is indeed the chosen one. Not only can he defeat Fitz, but he can also find resources for us to survive. Such a king, why don't we thank him? Woohoo King, you will be recorded in the annals of history. Our Murlocs will be grateful to you. As the Murloc King, you are not conceited and lustful. Instead, you pay attention to the livelihood of us Murlocs. Thank you so much. Woohoo King, if you have any questions, remember to summon us immediately. Our Murloc warriors and royal knights will be on standby at any time. Everyone was very grateful to Ye Feng. Joseph did not stay idle either. It asked someone to bring a basket of fruits to Ye Feng. This is the most famous spirit fruit of our Murloc tribe. Its name is Murloc spirit fruit, and it has many uses. As a source of energy recovery, you must take some with you. Joseph handed the basket of Murloc spirit fruits to Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at these strange fruits. They did not look like fruits, but at least they looked edible. Looking at the basket of twisted and extremely ugly spirit fruits in his hand, if it were not for the powerful spiritual energy emitted from them, Ye Feng would have thrown them away on the spot. Murloc spirit fruit. Ye Feng was a little surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of spirit fruit. It should be worth quite a lot. Ye Feng was extremely happy and kept it into his storage space. Yes, Murloc spirit fruit is our holy fruit. The environment and conditions for its growth are very harsh. Moreover, it only bears one spirit fruit every 10 years. Joseph saw that Ye Feng didn't understand and immediately explained. So it's really a fruit. Ye Feng nodded. Joseph continued, although the Murloc spirit fruit has a huge effect, the process is quite cumbersome. It must take a long time to achieve the best effect, and this process requires a large amount of blood to feed. Blood? Ye Feng could not help but be curious and asked, why is it blood? The juice of the Murloc spirit fruit is the essence of fish life. It is something that fish will never enjoy in their entire life. Ye Feng was deep in thought. No wonder it was so rare. Looking at the few spirit fruits in the basket, Ye Feng took all of them. These were all good things that could not be wasted. After taking the spirit fruits, Ye Feng turned around to say goodbye and set off. Under the escort of everyone, Ye Feng rowed the Murloc's small boat down the waterfall and drifted downstream. Ye Feng could leave without worry. After all, he had already instructed that all the affairs within the Murloc clan would be handled by Joseph. As the Murloc king, he did not need to ask too much. After all, he was not a Murloc, nor was he a full-time Murloc king. His current identity had once again reverted to being a member of Cloud Mist Academy undergoing the freshman assessment. Following the river, Ye Feng opened his wristband and took a look at the rankings. As expected, Ye Feng's points were still ranked first on the rankings. At this moment, his points had already reached an astonishing 360 points. As for the second place, Huang Hao, who was known as the Overlord of the Seas, his points had remained at 300 points, as if he had encountered some danger. Ye Feng could see the time when the rankings were refreshed. Every day at midnight, there would be a wave of refreshing. However, the last time Huang Hao's points were refreshed was last night. There was no synchronized updating of points, so there was only one problem. The wristband had lost its communication function. It was either in danger or had malfunctioned. However, with Cloud Mist Academy's technology, the probability of malfunctioning was not high. Ye Feng shook his head. Perhaps he had encountered some danger, but even with the updated data from last night, he still firmly sat in second place. One had to know that the competition for points was very intense. The audience's perception of Ye Feng's live broadcast might not be very strong. But when they looked at other live broadcast images, they would find that 80% of the students were still covered in blood. They were either killing creatures or on the way to killing creatures. Killing creatures was also one of the most direct ways to obtain points. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people to fight, but even so, the difference in points was still huge. Ye Feng's attention was more focused on the third place because the third place on the points ranking was Suifei. After all, they had agreed to form a team at the beginning, but the two of them landed at different locations, and they did not know their exact location. Therefore, they did not know each other's location. Ye Feng was not in a hurry. Suifei's combat strength was not weak. Although he did not know the exact location, she could still protect herself. It's a pity that the communication wristband does not have a chat function. Otherwise, I could ask her where she is, Ye Feng thought to himself. However, he had a plan in mind. His slime possessed an extremely high detection function. Previously, during the first practical combat assessment, he had used the slime to scatter around to scout. Moreover, his slime subsidiary bodies could also share his field of vision with him. Coupled with his perceptive ability, this way, he could quickly complete the map. Ye Feng planned to use the same trick again. With a thought, a pile of small slimes appeared around Ye Feng. These slimes were endowed with the water element attribute, allowing them to move quickly in the river, thus accelerating the completion of the map exploration mission. Go! Ye Feng said softly. A total of 20 small slimes jumped down from the small boat, quickly melted into the water, and soon disappeared. Chapter 104, Waterfall, Opening a New Dungeon. After who knows how long, Ye Feng saw a huge cut-off point in front of him, and even further ahead, there was an endless horizon. D**MN. This is a waterfall. Ye Feng's expression was filled with unspeakable bitterness, and when he looked over, he already had a regretful expression. He did not know why he came here, but he had been riding the boat down the river. He did not know how long it had been before he appeared here. Along the way, he had been paying attention to the updated points rankings on his bracelet. First place, Ye Feng, 360 points. Second place, Huang Hao, 344 points. Third place, Suifei, 328 points. Fourth place, Chen Hao, 290 points. Fifth place, Chen Qianming, 278 points. Ye Feng realized that everyone's points had increased, but Chen Hao's points had always stopped at 290 points. Ye Feng did not know the exact reason, but it did not matter now. What Ye Feng needed to think about now was that he was about to fall into this super waterfall. Ye Feng instantly released his perception, and a huge aura blasted out waves of ripples. The sound waves continued to probe forward. This place is so high. Ye Feng could not help but exclaim. The information brought back by his perception was undoubtedly the most accurate. This was an extremely huge super waterfall, as if it was a boundary drawn out from midair. On one side of the waterfall was the river region that Ye Feng was in, while on the other side was a brand new region. As for what region, Ye Feng was still unclear. His perception could not be released that far. The closer he was to the boundary of the waterfall, the more Ye Feng could see the scenery on that side. It was an extremely beautiful scene. The setting sun gradually set, emitting the golden sunset, decorating a large area around it with incomparable beauty. It's actually a lake. Ye Feng was alarmed. His current vision had finally captured the scenery over there. At first glance, it had attracted Ye Feng's entire soul. What a beautiful scene! But his intuition told him that on the other side of the waterfall was a new world, and it was also a place he had never been to before. Ye Feng was very looking forward to it, but he was also very worried about how he would go down. The small boat he was on was also traveling faster and faster. If he jumped down now, he would also be swept down by the torrent. Just as Ye Feng was thinking, his center of gravity suddenly became unstable. Shua! The entire small boat suddenly fell down, and he was swept up by the torrent. This super waterfall was hundreds of times bigger than the waterfall in front of the Murloc Palace. The height of such a huge waterfall was also very terrifying. Ye Feng, who was falling rapidly, was still very calm even though his vision was blurred due to the high speed of the fall and the impact of the current. If I don't stop the rapid descent, it will definitely hit the surface of the water. I'm afraid I won't be able to save my life at this height. Ye Feng's perception gave him very accurate information. At this moment, he also thought of a countermeasure. Without the system's deduction, Ye Feng was very confident. At this height, even if I freely fall, it will take me more than 10 minutes. I can completely use the skill of ultimate spiderweb to make a large parachute. Ye Feng thought to himself. Moreover, his spider silk was completely made of slime mucus. Its lightness was even lighter than real spider silk. Such an idea was obviously worth a try. Ultimate spider web. Ye Feng thought. Countless spider webs instantly shot out around his body, forming a huge encirclement net. Under Ye Feng's control, this encirclement net hung in front and behind the small boat, turning into a huge parachute. Thus, a very strange scene appeared. A small boat was slowly descending from this super waterfall. When the audience saw this scene, they were also amused. Haha, God, Ye Feng really knows how to amuse me. He actually thought of such a method. As expected of him. Fortunately, it's God Feng. If it were anyone else, they would have been crushed to pieces by this waterfall that is over 10,000 meters tall. God Feng is still amazing. He can even release spider silk. I really don't know what other skills he has that we don't know. Really awesome. Who still remembers what God Yi's symbiotic body is? Why haven't we seen him use his own symbiotic body's skills? At the same time, on one side of this huge lake, a few pairs of eyes were looking in a certain direction in puzzlement. Looking at their attire and equipment, some of them had very good equipment. Big bones were shaved into large machetes, and they were dressed in animal skin clothes. There were also some who had all their items made of metal. It was obvious that they had gone to search for treasure chests and obtained some equipment rewards. There were also some who were dressed the same as when they first landed and had nothing in their hands. This meant that this person had yet to participate in the assessment and had been struggling to survive. As a result, they had not obtained anything. With such uneven equipment, it was obvious that they had formed a temporary team. F*CK. Brothers, look! Isn't there something flying down from the waterfall? The person with tattered clothes saw that something was wrong and shouted on the spot. Everyone looked in the direction that person was pointing at. They saw a white object getting closer and closer. *CK, isn't this just a bird? Making a fuss over nothing, so it's troublesome to form a team with someone who hasn't seen the world. *CK, what's that? Where? *CK, that's a ship. A ship that fell from the sky. As he spoke, Ye Feng steered the ship and landed on the surface of the lake. The calm surface of the lake was suddenly stirred up. This was an extremely large lake. Ye Feng looked around. Other than silence, it was very quiet. There did not seem to be any creatures here. Although the surface of the lake was very large, the place where Ye Feng landed was not far from the land. Could this be the area of the lake? Ye Feng muttered. He glanced at the map on his wristband and confirmed that this was the area of the lake. The area of the lake was very large, but the surface of the lake was very quiet. This meant that the creatures in this area were basically all underwater creatures. Ye Feng looked at the calm surface of the lake and felt that there was an undercurrent surging underneath. At the place where Ye Feng descended, he found many small boats. Some of them had been broken and their wreckage floated on the surface of the water. Some of them were even charred, and some of them sank directly. These should be contestants who had already been to this place. Seeing the degree of damage, Ye Feng found it hard to imagine what had happened here. Could it be that they also came down from above? Ye Feng was a little surprised. No matter what, seeing such a tragic state, if nothing unexpected happened, those people would have already died. Ye Feng rowed the small boat forward, pushing aside the wreckage as he slowly left this area. The people in the distance were immediately shocked when they saw Ye Feng's sudden appearance. The woman with the bow and arrow was the first to speak. Let's hide first. I keep feeling that that guy is not someone to be trifled with. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although it was a very lucky thing to meet a human in the water training hall, the entire training hall was extremely grand. Moreover, the humans that appeared in it looked like students. As long as they were young. Basically, they could determine whether the other party was a participant or not. And the first thing they saw was the bracelet on Ye Feng's wrist. They were even more certain that Ye Feng was a participant. However, one of the rules of the assessment made them somewhat fearful. That was, they could cause harm to their companions. They were worried that if Ye Feng was a powerhouse and attacked them to snatch their points, then it would basically be a dead end. I think Feng Lan is right. It would be fine if he is an ordinary person, but if he is an expert, it would be tantamount to courting death if we go out without understanding the other party's intentions. The blonde-haired blue-eyed man in a suit glanced at the archer woman. His expression was grave as he spoke. He thought for a moment. Then, he continued to analyze. To be able to descend from a height of 10,000 meters without being injured at all, I don't think we need to judge how strong he is. However, since he is a contestant, judging from his momentum, his ranking will definitely not be low. Chapter 105, Harvesting Plan, Precious Sea Spirit Grass. His name was Carter, and he was a man from the western regions. As a heaven-sent genius, his IQ was extremely high. He had an imagination that no one else had. At the same time, he also had a very meticulous thinking ability. Regarding Ye Feng's sudden appearance, his analysis had a beginning and an end. In this team, he played the role of a military advisor. Although he did not have much combat strength, because his thinking was better, he naturally stayed in the team. Humph, so what if he is a high-level powerhouse? The surface of the lake seems to have no fluctuations, but in reality, there are undercurrents surging under the lake, and danger is everywhere. It's not like you guys don't know this. We almost died on the shore. The brawny man with a large bone knife on his back spoke disdainfully. He stared in Ye Feng's direction. And he's now on the surface of the lake, at least 1,000 meters away from the shore. This distance, in the eyes of those underwater creatures, is simply a delicacy served on the table. Hearing the muscular man's words, the man with ragged clothes on his body immediately replied, "Brother Gang, although what you said is right, I know him. He's from the same high school as me. His ability is not bad. It's still very troublesome. To be able to descend from 10,000 meters above the ground, even you wouldn't be able to do it." After saying that, a cold gaze stared at him, causing the ragged-clothed man to break out in cold sweat. As if he knew that he had said something wrong, he immediately covered his mouth. The brawny man who was called Brother Gang was called Liang Gang. He was a warrior and was very good at close combat. He also relied on fighting to gain points from creatures. Now, he was ranked 11th on the leaderboard. This group of people shared their points by killing large-scale creatures. Their points were almost the same, except for the ragged-clothed man. Actually, this man was called Li San. He was also a warrior, but because his weapons were too outdated and his physique was relatively weak, as a result, others were not willing to team up with him to hunt creatures. Only Liang Gang took him along because they were both Chinese. Carter suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "I do have a plan that can draw it out." The reason why their team was hiding here was mainly to hunt a creature in the lake. It was said that that creature could help them obtain a huge amount of points. Not only did it attract them, but it also attracted a lot of people. They came to the area of the lake to prepare to hunt. "Humph, why are you still bringing up a bullsh*t plan at this time?" Liang Gang's face slightly changed as he cursed. He turned to Li San and continued to ask, "By the way, didn't you say that you know that person? Why didn't you tell me the situation earlier?" Li San laughed bitterly when he heard that and explained in a low voice, "I wasn't sure before. After all, he came down from the sky. Then what kind of symbiote body does he have?" Liang Gang asked. This was something he was more concerned about. Moreover, the strength of a symbiote body was basically indirectly formed by a symbiote. Just like a giant dragon symbiote body, the symbiote would definitely be very fierce. For example, the 4th-ranked Chen Hao was a giant dragon symbiote. Even if he was badly injured, it could basically stabilize the top 5 on the list. It seems to be a slime. Li San tried hard to recall. In his mind, he could only see the image of Ye Feng directly dominating the first place on the list and then starting a massacre at the number 88 training hall. When Liang Gang heard that, he was stunned for a second and then laughed out loud. "What? It's actually a trash slime. Ha ha ha, don't tease me. If I knew earlier, I would have rushed up and grabbed him to ask what exactly happened just now. To be able to fall from such a high place and not die, I thought it was strength, but I didn't expect it to be luck. Haha, it's simply hilarious. But since that's the case, our mission will be easier to carry out. We'll wait for him to step into the center of the lake and lure that guy out. We'll be like a mantis stalking the cicada and an oriole following behind." Everyone nodded. As the team leader, Liang Gang was also the strongest, so everyone listened to him. "Wait, who did you say it was?" Carter interrupted everyone's laughter and looked at Li San with a very serious expression. "Ye Feng, he's in the same high school as me." "What the f***ck? Ye Feng? First place on the leaderboard." Li San also came back to his senses and suddenly realized something was wrong. "What? He's the first place on the leaderboard, Ye Feng?" Hearing this, Liang Gang's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly changed and his eyebrows were twisted. Although he is Ye Feng, it is not impossible to use him as bait. Most importantly, he does not know what is hidden in this lake area. Carter pondered for a long time before speaking. Moreover, his strength is not weak. If that fellow appears and he comes to restrain it, the success rate of our harvest will be even higher. It seemed that it was not impossible to do this. It was just a pity that with Ye Feng as bait, they would lose another student. But what was all this in order to obtain the qualification to enroll in Cloud Mist Academy? After swimming for a distance, Yefeng's perception also obtained some things, and they were not far away. There seems to be an extremely strong energy here. Yefeng was somewhat shocked. His gaze looked over. Other than the boundless lake, there were also a few flying birds that flew past. Could it be that it was emitted by some treasure? Yefeng guessed in his heart. Then let's see what's around here first. Yefeng pondered for a moment and decided to continue exploring. This energy to Yefeng was a kind of magic that he had never felt before. Moreover, it had a very close relationship with the water element. If he could obtain this energy, Yefeng's water element slime could obtain a new round of advancement. As Yefeng went deeper, he gradually saw the extremely mystical plants around him. These plants were very strange, exuding a faint misty blue color. At a glance, it was as if he was in a psychedelic dream filled with blue tones. Not only that, these plants were also flickering with faint fluorescent lights, displaying the aura of life. These plants seemed to possess life. What a beautiful world! Looking at such a magical scene, Yefeng could not help but sigh. If I remember correctly, this should be a plant called the sea soul grass. After learning the name of this plant, Yefeng could no longer remain calm. This was because this large area had so many of such plants growing. Most importantly, the sea soul grass was not just an ordinary plant. It had extremely high medicinal value. The root of the sea soul grass could be used to refine the sea soul star. This was an extremely rare refining crystal. It was usually used for extremely high-end medicine and was also a rare treasure. The stem and leaves of the sea soul grass could be eaten directly. Not only could it increase one's mental strength, but it could also greatly transform one's mental state. Regardless of whether it was the root or the stem and leaves, they were sold at an extremely high price in the heavenly bazaar. Usually, a single sea soul grass could be sold for an astronomical price. Furthermore, it was often sold out and was often priceless. Most importantly, the number of sea soul grass was extremely small. Even in the entire Zushan Mall, the number of sea soul grass sold did not exceed 100 stalks. And now, in front of Yefeng, there were actually all over the place. With a casual glance, there were at least 10,000 stalks. The more Yefeng walked forward, the more alarmed he became. Although he had heard many people mention the sea soul grass, he did not expect that there were actually piles of sea soul grass growing here. The quantity was simply too large, it illuminated the entire area like a dream. I've really struck it rich. Yefeng thought excitedly with a look of joy on his face. What he needed the most right now was a precious resource like the sea soul grass that could be used for cultivation, and there was actually a piece of it here. It was simply a heaven-sent resource. He was being chased by the heavens to the point of being fed to his mouth. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Chapter 106, Strengthening Body Resistance, the appearance of a B-grade behemoth. Brother Gang. That brat has already entered that fellow's territory. We're just waiting for the show to begin. Li San's eyes were fixed in front of him, staring in Yefeng's direction. After learning of Yefeng's actions, he immediately reported to Liang Gang. Yefeng's location was at the center of the lake. The entire lake region was incomparably large. Being able to see the target at the edge was already considered not bad. If one could see the center of the lake region from the shore, then it was probably not something that a normal person would be able to do. However, because Li San's symbiote was a fly, his vision was the best in the entire team. Hence, the team's reconnaissance mission was basically left to him. Moreover, he would never let anyone down. I got it. We are preparing to move. When you see that guy appear, we will act immediately. When that guy falls, I will have the opportunity to act. As long as we lure it to the shore, we will have a chance. Liang Gang nodded. Brother Gang, don't worry, Li San patted his chest and promised. Li San's confidence came from the symbiote, the fly. In the shared vision of the symbiote, everything was clear. Even the smallest creature could not escape the eyes of flies, let alone a human. Moreover, the sense of smell of the fly was very strong. In this area of the lake, the flies could be said to be everywhere. All right, let's start the operation. Then, Liang Gang, Carter, Feng Lan, and the others followed the original route back and left immediately. Inside the area at the center of the lake, Ye Feng was still intoxicated in the dreamlike fairyland. The colors emitted from this place were simply too pleasing to the eye. The environment here was extremely beautiful. The air was clear and moist, making people intoxicated. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with the rich aura emitted by the sea soul grass, making people unable to stop smelling it. This made Ye Feng feel very comfortable. There are so many sea soul grass. It's not too much for me to swallow some. Ye Feng beamed with joy. With a wave of his hand, dozens of slime subsidiary bodies were thrown out and pounced toward the sea soul grass in a wisp of smoke. As countless slimes fell into the lake like raindrops, a series of sounds were produced. Boom! 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 As the slimes collided, the lake water stirred up waves of ripples. For a moment, the entire surface of the lake began to boil. In the middle of the lake, there were even billowing waves of heat, like a pot that had been boiled. Haha! Awesome! This is really awesome! At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Ye Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring the sea soul grass. You have obtained a large amount of spiritual power enhancement. Ding! Due to the higher quality of the sea soul grass you obtained in this area, you have obtained the sea soul grass characteristic, strengthened body resistance. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked his own attributes. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 50%. Subsidiary bodies, 70. Attributes, Strength 380, Agility 430, Vitality 600, Spirit 760, Resistance 100. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequences, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Ultimate Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Ultimate Spiderweb, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Exploding Spirit Shark. Water Element Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Binding, Tidal Surge. Evolution Progress, 85%. Current level, C. As expected of the sea soul grass. Ye Feng's face was full of excitement. Although he did not know what resistance was, it was definitely not bad. Moreover, this was the first time Ye Feng had seen such an attribute. Ding! Resistance is the host's immunity to external damage. The system immediately replied. Oh! There's such a thing! Ye Feng was extremely excited. This was definitely good news. After all, Ye Feng now had an invulnerability and a strong constitution. As long as this resistance existed, then not to mention guns, even if a missile hit him, Ye Feng would still be safe and sound. Moreover, as the resistance increased, Ye Feng could also be immune to even more damage. This ability could be said to be excellent. Although this kind of resistance was not omnipotent, for Ye Feng, it was enough. This attribute was absolutely heaven-defying. Ye Feng tasted the sweetness and immediately summoned more slime subsidiary bodies. They crazily rushed toward the surrounding sea soul grass and began to devour it. Ye Feng stood at the side and quietly admired it. He did not intervene. He believed that this group of slimes could eat all of these sea soul grass. After all, their bodies were not small. Even if they ate all of the sea soul grass in the lake, it would be enough. However, there was so many sea soul grass that it would be impossible to devour all of them. Even if he could summon 100 slimes at the same time, it would still take him 10 days and 10 nights. Only then would it be possible to devour all of the sea soul grass in this area. Ye Feng did not have that much time to stay here. He still had more things to do. Moreover, he was not sure what kind of creatures were around here. If there was a water creature hiding at the bottom of the lake and suddenly attacked him, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. Now, Ye Feng was only doing his best to devour. Although the devouring process and actions didn't need Ye Feng to do, he wasn't idle either. He fully released his senses. He couldn't see the shore in all directions. Ye Feng kept feeling that something was wrong with this lake. Every region had its own dangers and opportunities. However, Ye Feng did not find any creatures when he came here. Logically speaking, it should not be like this. Even if there were fewer creatures, he would still see one or two. Ye Feng did not see anything. Moreover, his perception range was limited, so he could not find any traces of any creatures. There were also 20 water element slime subsidiary bodies that he had released previously. He used them to explore the map, but until now, he had not found anything. I keep feeling that there is some kind of great danger approaching. Ye Feng was a little uneasy, but he could not tell where he was feeling uneasy. This place was really too quiet. It was so quiet that it was too terrifying. Suddenly, Ye Feng was surprised to find that the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly stirred up waves. Just as Ye Feng was puzzled, his perception suddenly caught onto something. Roar! At this moment, a deafening beast roar was suddenly heard, and the sound wave directly attacked Ye Feng. This beast roar seemed to be the roar of a giant beast from ancient times. Hearing this voice, Ye Feng's face immediately became extremely serious. He could feel this terrifying energy and couldn't help but frown. Could there really be a great danger approaching me? Ye Feng's heart was somewhat uneasy. A huge sharp claw suddenly drilled out from the depths of the lake. In an instant, it grabbed a slime subsidiary body and directly crushed it. This sharp claw was thick, like a dinosaur beast. Ye Feng even suspected that this could only come from some kind of fish, or a monster that lived underwater. But Ye Feng immediately reacted. This was not the claw of a fish or an animal, but the claw of a real beast. F***ck. This, F***ck. Ye Feng was shocked. He did not expect that such a beast was hiding at the bottom of the lake. This claw was a few meters long and covered in scales. It looked very sturdy. Was this a dragon? This was the first time such a situation had occurred. After all, in this lake, other than the sea soul grass, no other large-scale creature had appeared. But Ye Feng also knew that this creature was definitely not simple. Ye Feng immediately dodged to the side. The fierce beast had yet to appear, so Ye Feng did not dare to make any rash movements. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rumbled. A huge figure that was more than 10 meters long suddenly jumped out of the lake, and the entire surface of the lake instantly became extremely turbulent. This scene was not inferior to the sudden storm on the surface of the sea. Ye Feng's perception instantly caught it, and he also clearly saw the other party's identity. In the heavy mist, Ye Feng saw a body that was more than 10 meters long, like a water snake, continuously twisting and twisting. Moreover, wings grew on its back, and it could freely fly in the air. 2 long antennae grew on the head of the giant beast. Its body was also very huge. Scales flickered all over its body, and its eyes were also very large, emitting a terrifying light. The aura of this giant beast was very fierce, and the aura it emitted was very terrifying. Its cultivation seemed to have reached B grade. What is this thing? Ye Feng was puzzled. Chapter 107, Subspecies of the Dragon Race, Aquatic Subspecies. Such a majestic aura and the spiritual energy contained within it were also sensed by Ye Feng. Its cultivation level was also at the level of a super expert of the human race. Generally speaking, creatures at this level already possessed the intelligence of humans and possessed the consciousness of humans. They could freely control their own bodies and were not afraid of any form of attack. In this way, the attack power of creatures was also very powerful, even reaching the level of human super experts. Divine beasts, this race was very rare. Humans had only seen this kind of creature in some ancient records, and now, they actually encountered it again. Could it be the legendary dragon race? Ye Feng guessed. His imagination was quite rich, but he also knew that this was absolutely impossible. After all, the dragon race had long been extinct, and even their bloodline had almost been cut off. However, under the background of the recovery of spiritual energy, anything was possible. Perhaps the big secret hidden in it was discovered by Ye Feng. It's actually a flood dragon. Ye Feng was shocked and immediately urged his spiritual energy, ready to attack at any time. Ye Feng did not expect that a flood dragon would appear at the bottom of this lake. After all, flood dragons were subspecies of dragons. Moreover, most flood dragons lived in the water, or they were also called aquatic subspecies. In China, flood dragons were one of the most ferocious wild divine beasts. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. This was a subspecies of dragons. Even if it was the most inferior subspecies, it was not a level that human symbiotes could compare to. Moreover, once one was targeted by the flood dragon, there was basically only death. In Ye Feng's knowledge, in human history, there was really no record of humans completely defeating the dragon race. Although Ye Feng's strength was not weak, compared to the flood dragon, he still did not have much difficulty. Therefore, Ye Feng had to prepare for the worst and be prepared to escape at any time. Roar! The flood dragon roared, bringing with it a monstrous wave. Whoosh! At this moment, the flood dragon turned into a white stream of light and charged directly at Ye Feng. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the flood dragon had already charged in front of Ye Feng. In the audience stands, seeing such a scene appear in Ye Feng's live broadcast, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not even scream out loud. After all, it was not the first time they saw such an exciting scene in Ye Feng's live stream. On the contrary, they were not surprised by these scenes at all. However, there were still quite a number of people who could not control themselves and directly shouted out loud. FCK, FCK, F***CK, why is God Feng's live stream so exciting? He just didn't look at it at all, how did he suddenly encounter a dragon? FCK, FCK, F***CK. Awesome, this is actually a flood dragon. God Feng this time is simply to die, but also in the center of the lake area, I'm afraid he is doomed. If he were on land, with God Feng's speed, he could at least run some distance, right? He might be able to survive if he met some companions, but he's on the surface of the lake. I'm afraid he's going to die here. Are you stupid? This is a flood dragon. It's the same on land. He'll die. Do you think a flood dragon is an ordinary creature? This is a subspecies of the dragon race. In the judges' seats, Teacher Andy was seriously watching Ye Feng's live broadcast. His expression also changed slightly. This was not a danger that an ordinary person could encounter. This was a dragon. To these old things, it was naturally nothing. After all, this was only a flood dragon and not a true dragon race. If it was a true dragon race, these old things, even Andy, one of the human sealings, would find it difficult to deal with a complete true dragon. But this was a flood dragon. It was more than simple enough for them. But to a newcomer like Ye Feng, that was not a simple matter. This was a great danger. After all, they were only freshmen. Logically speaking, such a difficulty should not appear in their freshman assessment. Such a sudden appearance also made their Board of Education somewhat surprised. Dean, how do we solve this? Professor Lei was the first to ask. Ye Feng was his precious student. If he were to fight here, he would suffer to death. Before setting up the training hall, didn't we confirm that the creatures B grade and above were already asleep? One of the old men was already stunned. The flood dragon that Ye Feng was facing had a cultivation level of B grade. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been suppressed to death by the pressure. However, Ye Feng's foundation was clearly good after all, so he actually did not suffer too much pressure. This was also what surprised these elders. That is indeed the case. Before the test began, I carried out the last inspection and still confirmed that these creatures are still in a sleeping state. The elder who was in charge of this inspection spoke with a solemn expression. When everyone heard what he said, they immediately frowned. Professor Lei's expression was solemn. He thought for a moment and then said, "Could it be that Ye Feng used an ability that absorbed too much of this sea soul grass and triggered the flood dragon underground guarding this place?" Normally, once a creature of this level entered a deep sleep state, very few things could forcefully wake it up. It was also precisely because of this that China's Symbiote organization could easily hunt down those sleeping divine beast-level beasts. However, Ye Feng's current encounter also indicated that Ye Feng had already alerted the flood dragon living in the lake. Fortunately, only this one was triggered. But no matter what, the difference in strength between Ye Feng and the flood dragon was still very huge. The appearance of such a creature has already threatened the safety of the students. Moreover, it does not match the level of their freshman assessment. I propose to shorten the time of the freshman assessment and end it now," Professor Lei said. The proposal he mentioned also met the requirements of the freshman assessment. After all, this was only the freshman assessment. A creature far stronger than them had appeared. If it was not suspended immediately, then the only outcome would be death. If we want to suspend it before the standard assessment time, we need the dean's approval. Andy heard this and pondered for a moment. He raised his head and said, "I'm more interested to see how Ye Feng's performance will be in such a dangerous situation." Andy's suggestion received the support of the elders. They also felt that suspending the freshman assessment was a little too child's play. Moreover, the appearance of this flood dragon was too strange. No one knew why it was awakened. One had to know that if a slumbering dragon was forcefully awakened, unless it triggered some magical event, it would be awakened by some kind of power that was even stronger than it. The elders naturally knew that Andy valued talent too. If Ye Feng was killed just like that, it would be a waste of the future decades of China's great genius. Therefore, even if Ye Feng's life was in danger, everyone felt that Teacher Andy would definitely make a move to save him. After all, the entire training hall was filled with Teacher Andy's air surveillance eyes. These were not something that could be formed simply by spiritual energy. These surveillance eyes had a small enchantment set up by Andy on top of each of them. Moreover, they carried the wind element ability. If anything happened to Ye Feng, these surveillance eyes would immediately cover Ye Feng. In Ye Feng's live broadcast, the flood dragon was swimming rapidly while Ye Feng clenched his fists and stared at it. Chapter 108, Evenly Matched, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. After all, at this time, he was enveloped by great danger. If he was distracted, he might die here for the rest of his life. At this time, the flood dragon also noticed Ye Feng and immediately increased its speed, flying towards Ye Feng. Its sharp claws fiercely slapped toward Ye Feng. A burst of violent force assaulted his face, causing Ye Feng to have no choice but to activate his spiritual energy to protect the surrounding environment. At the same time, he did not forget to condense a defensive barrier. It was to prevent it from being destroyed by this flood dragon's sharp claws. However, when this flood dragon's sharp claws slammed onto the defensive barrier that Ye Feng had condensed, the water barrier instantly shattered. A huge impact was produced, causing Ye Feng to be blasted dozens of meters away. And the surrounding slime subsidiary bodies were also completely disintegrated under this huge impact. So powerful! Ye Feng thought to himself as a warm current surged up from within his body. He had to use his spiritual energy as much as possible. Only sufficient spiritual energy could support him and the flood dragon fighting. As a result, the defensive barrier withstood over 80% of the power. Although there was still a huge explosion later on, Ye Feng was not harmed in the slightest. At the same time, an excited voice sounded from a corner of the lake. "Brother Gang! The target has appeared. Ye Feng is dealing with it." Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. They originally thought that the flood dragon would appear 1 or 2 days later, but they didn't expect it to appear just as they had made their plan. Hearing this, Liang Gang laughed loudly. "I didn't expect it to appear so soon. I really don't want to wait for a day. But don't you think it's too strange?" Carter said in a deep voice, his face a little solemn. "We spent a lot of effort to attract it to appear, and we did everything we could until that guy showed up 3 days later. I always thought that as long as we touched the sea soul grass, the flood dragon, as the guardian beast, would show up." Hearing this, everyone looked at Carter in confusion. "Actually, it's not like that. The appearance of a divine beast like the flood dragon is based on the strength of the spiritual energy fluctuations. If the spiritual energy fluctuations are stronger than the flood dragon itself, then it will feel that a strong person has appeared, and there is a need to fight for it." Carter frowned, looking at the shocked faces of the crowd. An unprecedented complex feeling rose in his heart. "So you're saying that that kid, which is Ye Feng, is as strong as a flood dragon?" Although Yang Gang didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but ask. Seeing Carter nod his head, the crowd was shocked. Carter's position as a strategist in the team was unshakable. His extremely meticulous thinking ability allowed him to make such a judgment, so there must be a reason for it. "How is this possible? This kid looks like he's only in his early 20s. Liang Gang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Carter laughed bitterly. He shook his head and said, "I don't know how he did it either. According to my calculations, this guy should have AD and grade cultivation ability before participating in the freshman assessment. Moreover, after entering the assessment, if he obtains resources, he might even break through to C grade. But as for the specific C grade, or even higher, I don't know." Hiss. When everyone heard Carter's words, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Liang Gang was already a top D and grade powerhouse. He was also an outstanding person among people of the same age. Moreover, he had also said that his strength was already equivalent to C grade. But even so, he still could not compare to Ye Feng. According to Carter's words, Ye Feng has the strength of a flood dragon. Doesn't that mean that our operation has failed? Feng Lan asked with a frown. That's impossible. When Liang Gang heard this, his eyes widened. That's a flood dragon. Even on the creature rankings, it's considered an existence within high-level creatures. How could it lose to Ye Feng? Could it be that that kid hid his strength? However, so what? The stronger Ye Feng is, the more generous the reward will be after killing this flood dragon. When that time comes, our reward will definitely increase by a lot. Hearing Liang Gang's words, everyone nodded and felt that it made sense. But if this kid really has the strength of a flood dragon, then it means that our plan has failed. Under such circumstances, what should we do? Feng Lan continued to ask. I think it's like this. Let's wait and see how the battle is from afar. We'll make plans in the future. I don't believe that this kid can really defeat such a level of creature alone. Liang Gang's face was gloomy as he spoke coldly. Yes, I agree. Carter nodded to show his agreement. Roar! The flood dragon roared and swept its huge tail at him. Ye Feng hurriedly dodged, but it still touched him slightly. A crack instantly appeared on the surface of his skin. This was under the condition that he activated his spiritual power in time and made a defense in time. If he didn't make any moves and couldn't react in time, he would probably be torn apart by this attack. Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this thing was definitely not an existence that humans could compete with. Regardless of its cultivation level, its strength was indeed without a doubt. The only thing Ye Feng could do now was to leave as soon as possible. Because this guy was really too terrifying. Ye Feng's footsteps slid backward. He wanted to use his speed to get rid of the other party. However, this flood dragon obviously wouldn't let Ye Feng escape so easily. Its body quickly changed and rushed toward Ye Feng at an extremely terrifying speed. At the same time that its tail swung over, its huge claws also ruthlessly clawed at the ground. The ground was immediately torn into a deep scar, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. If this move were to land on Ye Feng's body, even if he did not die, he would still be heavily injured. Ye Feng quickly retreated, but his speed was still far from the flood dragons. This attack failed, and the flood dragon once again gave chase. Its tail once again waved and fiercely smashed down. This scene caused the audience to be dumbstruck. This flood dragon was really too terrifying, right? God Feng, you have to hold on. Don't die here, you have to hold on. Holy sh*t, is this level of creature really something that should appear in their freshman assessment? This is a flood dragon. Holy sh*t, a B-grade flood dragon, even a human B-grade powerhouse might not be a match for it, not to mention that it's a divine beast. And it's a F***ing dragon. That's amazing, God Feng actually met a flood dragon. This is really exciting. He's really going to be cold this time. Chapter 109, The battle had begun, transforming into a shadow translation. Look, Ye Feng is fighting with the flood dragon. Li San was extremely shocked. This time, they did not need Li San's special reminder to see it. After all, it would be difficult to ignore such a large-scale commotion. The entire lake exploded with a rumble, creating a huge commotion. Even if Li San and the others were on the shore and were extremely far away, they could still sense a huge commotion. In the distance, a figure flashed out. This person's figure was extremely explosive. She looked like a white rabbit. Under her fair skin, she was dressed like a young girl. Knee-high stockings and a set of battle uniform gave her a hint of a young girl's aura. One look and one could tell that she was very likable. Her eyes were as alert as a startled little wild cat. This young girl was none other than Sui Fei. She held a sharp sword in her hand and her figure flashed rapidly. She frowned as she looked towards the center of the lake. There seems to be a show over there. Hee, I'm finally not bored anymore. After saying that, her figure flashed and disappeared from where she was. At the center of the lake, a fierce battle was still taking place over here. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's figure flashed and he instantly escaped from the flood dragon's attack range. This stunned the flood dragon and it immediately let out an angry roar. Roar! 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 This flood dragon roared non-stop. Its body turned and it was unknown what it wanted to do. It swam quickly to the other side as if it wanted to escape. However, how could Ye Feng give it a chance to escape? In Ye Feng's view, since it had been discovered by him, he must not let it go. Ye Feng stomped his feet and his figure quickly chased after the flood dragon. You bug, you actually dare to tease me. I must eat you today. The flood dragon roared angrily. Ye Feng was first shocked, then sneered. Eat me? I think I should be the one eating you. Haha. You're really funny. Ye Feng continued to follow it while mocking it. What surprised him was that this flood dragon could actually speak. He had never heard that a creature could speak human language, even though the flood dragon was considered a divine beast from the dragon race. But it was only a side branch. It might not even be qualified to be a subspecies. Logically speaking, flood dragons generally did not have high intelligence. Only high-level flood dragons truly had spiritual awareness. This was also the reason for the rapid advancement under the background of the recovery of spiritual energy. Perhaps this flood dragon is really not that easy to deal with. Ye Feng thought for a moment and felt that the possibility was very high. After all, this was its home ground, and its strength was very powerful. It possessed strength that far surpassed that of a human. Perhaps it had obtained the language of a human through some method, which was why it was like this. Roar! At this time, the flood dragon's roar sounded again. Its speed was extremely fast, and its body had even reached a certain point, producing numerous afterimages. Yefeng's legs widened. His body flew towards the flood dragon. Whoosh! Yefeng's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside the flood dragon. He waved his right hand, and the spider web immediately shot out. The ultimate spider web was supposed to be a long-range attack skill, but if it was used in close combat, taking into account the instantaneous nature of the skill, it would become a skill with an extremely high hit rate of 100%. Yefeng also took into account that the flood dragon's speed was extremely fast, and normal skills were really unable to do anything to it. Shoo! Countless spider webs suddenly appeared beside the flood dragon. The spider web was so tiny and fast that one could even see something like this appearing beside it. Yefeng saw that the spider web was about to wrap around the flood dragon's body. As long as it touched it, Yefeng could continue to use other skills to trap it within. Only by slowing down its speed would Yefeng's attack take effect. Just as the spider web was about to hit the flood dragon, it seemed to suddenly twitch. The countless spider web's waterfall-like momentum actually missed. At the same time, the flood dragon's body also suddenly moved, and an illusory image appeared. Yefeng's body immediately retreated explosively, pulling a safe distance away. Even so, if the flood dragon suddenly launched a fierce attack, even if the two of them pulled a safe distance of dozens of kilometers, with the flood dragon's speed, it would be able to rush in front of Yefeng almost instantly. But now that the distance was pulled away, Yefeng also had time to react. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. What's this situation? Seeing the flood dragon's entire body produce an illusory image, Yefeng didn't know what was going on. Brother Gang, look! The flood dragon is starting to show its true nature. Li San shrieked. His eyes widened when he saw the illusory flood dragon. When everyone in the team saw this, their jaws dropped in shock. They naturally knew what was going on. In order to hunt this flood dragon, they had done a lot of homework almost before they started the freshman assessment. The flood dragon had an attack power that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, as a subspecies of the dragon race, although its bloodline had been diluted a lot, there was still some dragon blood flowing in its body. It was precisely because of this dragon blood that the flood dragon's ability was super powerful. Moreover, it had a self-defense mechanism. After encountering a powerful opponent, in order to avoid being hurt, it would create an illusory thing that prevented the opponent from attacking it. This method could not be a passive ability that was released after encountering a powerful opponent. It was also one of the many super powerful instincts of the dragon race. This guy is really that powerful. Liang Gang stared straight at Yefeng. His heart had long been convinced. After all, to be able to fight a flood dragon alone was already considered extraordinary strength. Although he did not win now, there was no indication that Yefeng was going to lose. As expected of the number one existence on the points rankings. As expected, compared to us, the difference in strength is like the difference between heaven and earth. Carter sighed and looked ahead. Even if their team was well prepared and had clear battle tactics, including an archer, warrior, commander, and scout, a standard four-man team would still find it very difficult to deal with an existence like the flood dragon. They did not dare to face it head-on either. At the very least, they would have to spend a lot of energy on creating all kinds of traps to wear down the flood dragon's stamina. They won in terms of endurance. But Yefeng was different. Although he kept a low profile, when he saw the flood dragon, he actually rushed up and did it without a word of disagreement. This kind of behavior also made Li San dumbfounded. On the lake, two cold gazes met. The flood dragon glared at Yefeng, while Yefeng's side was very indifferent, as if he was not affected by the flood dragon too much. However, the flood dragon's anger value had already reached its peak. Fortunately, the lake area was very large. Even if Yefeng was fighting with this creature on the lake surface, it did not attract other creatures over. If it was a one-on-one, Yefeng could still barely deal with it. At this time, Yefeng had already thought of a plan to deal with it. It can transform into a phantom and make me unable to attack. Then as long as my firepower covers the area, there will definitely be a situation where I hit it once. As long as my spiritual energy is sufficient to maintain my large-scale output, the flood dragon will also be unable to do anything to me. Although Yefeng thought so, he was still a little worried. Although his attack power was already considered to be outstanding compared to the symbiotes of the same level, the opponent was a flood dragon. It was already able to crush humans of the same level, not to mention that the opponent was a B-grade divine beast. The opponent's scales were not something that ordinary attacks could penetrate. Its defense was almost like it was using cheats. Yefeng also did not dare to act rashly. Yefeng thought for a moment and decided to ask the system, help me deduce the possibility of defeating the opponent and the method. Chapter 110, The Power of the Small Slimes, a Trident Attack. The system's response speed was also very fast. Ding, deducing. The host intends to use firepower to suppress the strategy, but it obviously won't work. The defense of the flood dragon is extremely high, and the host's spiritual power can't sustain the output for long. Currently, the best method is to use the symbiote body's splitting ability to surround and attack the flood dragon. No matter how high the frequency of the illusory ability is, the subsidiary bodies that the slime splits out have a high probability of hitting the target. Hearing this, Yefeng's eyes instantly lit up. Oh right, this method is good. Using the slime subsidiary bodies, I don't need to spend too much spiritual power. At the same time, the slime subsidiary bodies also carry all sorts of attributes. As long as there are enough of them, I can always hit the target. Yefeng chuckled. Without waiting for the flood dragon to move, he waved his hand, and dark clouds covered the sky. Goddess scattering flowers! Yefeng shouted, and countless small slimes fell from the sky. These were all the slime subsidiary bodies that he had split. Although Yefeng could only release 70 slime subsidiary bodies at the moment, 20 of them had been sent out by Yefeng to explore the map. In other words, Yefeng could only use 50 slime subsidiary bodies at most at the moment. But it was enough. After all, these slime subsidiary bodies were not disposable. They were all independent individuals, and they even inherited part of the power of the slime matrix. If one looked at them individually, they were definitely not as powerful as the full body. But Yefeng's plan was to bombard all of these slime subsidiary bodies onto the flood dragon. Even if only one of the 50 slimes hit the flood dragon, as long as the frequency was strong enough, it would hit once every 50 times, twice every 100 times, and 20 times every 1000 times. As long as Yefeng could consume them, there was a very high probability that he would launch a large-scale attack on the flood dragon. Suddenly, countless slimes flew towards the flood dragon. Roar! The flood dragon roared and swung its huge tail fiercely. Countless slimes were sent flying and smashed into the distance, turning into pools of pale blue liquid. But soon, the liquid merged back into one again and surged towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It moved its body again and instantly, a super pressure came crashing down. Hoo hoo hoo! The huge body collided with the slime subsidiary bodies and burst out with explosions. At this moment, the entire space seemed to become distorted and Yefeng was also thrown out. Rumble! 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 The flood dragon continuously flapped its wings and attacked the surroundings. However, Yefeng was not affected by it. This was because the flood dragon did not know that its attacks were all recorded in Yefeng's eyes. Not only that, Yefeng's hands continuously changed directions. Whoosh! 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 Without knowing when, one slime after another rushed out from Yefeng's hands. Yefeng's hands kept changing directions. Those fast-moving slimes seemed to have their own intelligence. They kept attacking the flood dragon and constantly absorbing the energy around them. 1 second later, one slime after another was killed by the flood dragon. Yefeng's face was a little pale, and sweat was already dripping from his forehead. But his eyes were still fixed on the battle situation in front of him. That's right, he was gambling. The stakes were those slimes. Suddenly, one of the slimes successfully grabbed the skin on the flood dragon's neck, and then it felt like it was sharing with Yefeng. It was as if Yefeng was that little slime, and he pulled with force. Pucci! Blood gushed out. The flood dragon's skin was torn open, revealing its white muscles. The flood dragon roared in pain, but no matter how it struggled, it could not get rid of Yefeng. Roar! 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 This flood dragon was in extreme pain, but it still struggled desperately, trying to shake off that little slime. It worked. Yefeng saw that the flood dragon was finally in pain and was instantly happy. Boom! The flood dragon exploded with power and rapidly retreated. They, man and beast, continuously chased in the water while Yefeng's speed did not decrease at all. Although the flood dragon had powerful strength, its speed was not fast enough. Therefore, the longer it stayed in the water, the slower its reactions became, compared to Yefeng. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Yefeng continued to mock the other party, but his lips had already been bitten open. Bright red liquid continued to seep out. His body swayed and dodged the attack of the giant creature. Then, he summoned a slime to fly over and hit the other party's chest in an instant. The defense of the flood dragon was not bad, but it was unable to withstand Yefeng's attack. At this time, it felt a sharp pain in its body. Its body rolled out and fell heavily into the water, splashing a large amount of water. At this time, Yefeng took advantage of the situation and continued to attack the flood dragon. This flood dragon was very powerful. But it was not good at close combat, and Yefeng was best at close combat. Yefeng's attack was very sharp, but this flood dragon was not an ordinary creature. Its speed was also very fast. No matter how Yefeng attacked, it was always able to find Yefeng's weak point and dodge Yefeng's attack. Although this divine beast's speed was relatively fast, Yefeng's reaction speed was even faster. Whenever it attacked, Yefeng could always easily dodge it. However, this kind of battle made Yefeng very excited. Continuing to chase like this not only wasted time, but also consumed mental energy. Yefeng thought for a moment and simply unleashed all of his strength. Countless little slimes instantly appeared in front of the flood dragon and attacked with a bang. The little slimes charged in front of the flood dragon until they truly touched the flood dragon's skin and scales. During this process, they weren't obstructed and instead brushed past the flood dragon's body. A thick green poison instantly filled the air. What a powerful poison! The flood dragon's face revealed a look of shock. It didn't expect that Yefeng's wave of attack was releasing poison. Furthermore, it actually had such formidable power. In this way, even if it didn't die, it would still be injured. D***mn, just who is this guy? He actually has such strength. I'm afraid he's a human powerhouse. The flood dragon was shocked. It knew that some human powerhouses had forcefully recruited it as a training ground for newcomers. Before they came here, they had also eliminated many disobedient creatures. Moreover, it was sleeping at that time, so it naturally did not know what had happened. It was not until Yefeng arrived that the incomparably powerful spiritual energy continuously stimulated it, causing it to awaken in advance. And the first thing it did after waking up was to find out everything here. It was originally from the dragon race. Although it was a subspecies, it had the blood of the dragon race flowing through its body. This arrogance naturally would not make it yield. Therefore, the first thing it did when it saw Yefeng was to start killing. But now it regretted it, as it did not have the upper hand in the battle with Yefeng at all. Chapter 111, Killing a Flood Dragon, Divine Power Reappeared. Roar! The flood dragon roared angrily. A sharp claw slashed out, directly covering a large group of small slimes, instantly tearing them apart. However, these small slimes stuck to the sharp claws and did not stop. After rapidly transforming, they looked and continued to surge towards the flood dragon. "Don't waste your breath. You can't hurt me," Ye Feng said with a faint smile. He was indeed consciously controlling the small slimes to attack the weaknesses of the flood dragon. As long as the small slime hit, even if the flood dragon's defense was strong, it would eventually fall. Ho! The flood dragon roared, opening its mouth to bite over, but Ye Feng had already noticed. He disappeared in a flash. When it saw Ye Feng again, he was already holding an incomparably sharp trident in his hand, flickering with endless light. Seeing this scene, the flood dragon's heart was filled with terror. It knew that it had encountered an expert this time. But now, it was already too late. Boom! The flood dragon suddenly saw a figure flying over from afar. His speed was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of it. Ye Feng clenched his right hand tightly, and the trident shot out. The lightning parted the lake water and constantly whistled, bringing with it a series of air-piercing sounds. It was like a cannonball that ruthlessly bombarded the flood dragon's head. The flood dragon's head immediately exploded, and minced meat splattered out. This scene looked incomparably bloody. Ayo! Ayo! The flood dragon roared in pain, and its body also rapidly collapsed and shrunk. Humph, that's all. Ye Feng laughed. At the same time, he also felt how awesome the sea stone trident was. Moreover, during the period of time Ye Feng was continuously going deeper, the sea stone trident had also recovered some of its strength. That was why it was able to kill the flood dragon instantly. One had to know that the flood dragon was a B-grade creature. However, it was able to kill the flood dragon in one hit. He was a little in disbelief. Although Ye Feng had used up some of the energy in the early stages, the power of this trident the first time Ye Feng used it was indeed not bad. Looks like I have to keep this trident well in the future. I can't take it out unless it's necessary. Otherwise, it will always cause trouble. Ye Feng muttered to himself. He was afraid that others would see this trident in his hand through the live broadcast, and hence cause some people to covet it. In the world of symbiotes, the strong were always respected. Hence, it would also cause everyone to be troubled over how to advance to the transcendent level. If some factions discovered that Ye Feng had such a divine artifact in his hands, he would definitely be targeted. Even if Ye Feng successfully entered the academy, he would only be studying in the academy for a few years. After he came out, he would still be contacted by the various large factions. If a super expert came personally to inquire about Ye Feng's trident, then the development of the situation would not be what Ye Feng wanted to see. Therefore, to avoid many disputes in the future, Ye Feng still planned to keep a low profile. At the same time, the countless viewers who were staring at Ye Feng's live broadcast screen had their minds completely blank at this moment. What kind of situation was this? A flood dragon, that was a flood dragon, a B-grade creature. Moreover, it was a sea soul grass guardian beast. With such a powerful flood dragon, even if it was a symbiote of the same level, they would still be suppressed when fighting a flood dragon of the same level. After all, a flood dragon would always be one level higher than a human in the same level. This was the suppression of bloodline. But in the face of Ye Feng, unexpectedly so vulnerable. FKA, God Feng can actually defeat a dragon. That is a B-grade creature. God Feng killed it in an instant. 666. Unexpectedly, once God Feng came out from the Murloc tribe, his strength has become even more awesome. I thought the last move of God Feng was to summon his Murloc underlings, but I didn't expect it to be solved by one person. As expected of the top god, God Feng is really powerful. Now God Feng is really stable. Who among the batch of students participating in this freshman assessment can kill a flood dragon alone? No one. Ye Feng is the first. In the judges' seats, the eyes of the elders were no longer separated, but focused on Ye Feng's live broadcast because the content of Ye Feng's live broadcast was too exciting. It was to the extent that the judges, who were supposed to constantly scan the entire live broadcast, no longer paid attention to the performance of others. Instead, they were focused on watching Ye Feng's live broadcast. After all, this place was truly shocking. Who would have thought that this was the freshman assessment? The appearance of the flood dragon was already their fault. They had even thought that if they acted at any time, they could at least save Ye Feng's life. But under the circumstances that no one had thought of, Ye Feng actually succeeded in turning the tables. This was simply the most shocking thing that had happened in this year's Cloud Mist Academy's enrollment. And what made them even more shocked was that Ye Feng was actually able to use the Sea Stone Trident. What kind of divine weapon was this? No one could understand it better than this group of old geezers, especially Andy. He already felt that Ye Feng was an extremely outstanding candidate. He already had the impulse to give him the Dean's Scholarship, but now, this scholarship already belonged to Ye Feng. It had been many years since Cloud Mist Academy had produced an earth-shattering talent. Moreover, in the history of Cloud Mist Academy, almost two-thirds of China's powerhouses had come from Cloud Mist Academy. However, ever since Andy took over the academy and became the dean, there had never been a talent that could shake the world. It was not that Andy had a management problem. Moreover, Andy's requirements were too high. Almost no one could meet his strict requirements. Naturally, no one could obtain the Dean's Scholarship from him. Andy had not given out this scholarship for decades. But today, he finally met someone who could make him slightly satisfied. It was Ye Feng. Andy nodded slightly and revealed a trace of a smile. Under the circumstances where no one knew, he had almost doubled the number of air detection eyes around Ye Feng. After all, who would want such a genius student to die prematurely in the training hall for the freshman assessment? Moreover, since the flood dragon had awakened, then the other fierce beasts in the training hall would also awaken. This was also one of Andy's considerations, so he also held back for Ye Feng, just in case. I told you, this kid will definitely be able to do it. Professor Lei was extremely proud. He stared at the live broadcast screen, and the corners of his mouth kept on twitching. Who wouldn't love such a student? Being able to use the Sea Stone Trident also directly showed that Ye Feng's strength was extraordinary. If he successfully passed the freshman assessment, he would definitely become the freshman with the most potential this year. He's indeed not bad. Ye Feng, right? If he goes to my machine tool class in the future, I will definitely take good care of him. The old man by the side also revealed a knowing smile. This was the judge's seat. This was where all the core figures of the entire Cloud Mist Academy gathered. If any one of them were to be singled out, their reputation would be resounding throughout China. Many times, they would have different opinions when facing many things. However, after seeing Ye Feng's performance, they all looked over at the same time. Not only did they praise him, they were also very optimistic about him. Haha, I'll remember this name. If he comes to my actual combat simulation class later, I'll have to see his power up close. Chapter 112, Powerful Dragon Seed, Soaring Strength. Brother Gang. That guy, really killed the flood dragon. A trembling voice sounded, and the group's expressions were incomparably solemn. Originally, they had planned to take advantage of Ye Feng and the flood dragon's exhaustion and then reap the benefits. However, they did not expect that Ye Feng could actually single-handedly take on a flood dragon. Most importantly, he actually won. This was simply not something that an ordinary person could do. Even at their level, not to mention being instantly killed when they got close to the flood dragon, they could not even summon the flood dragon. They could only use the method of explosion to forcefully awaken the flood dragon, but they did not have the ability to fight with it. They still planned to fight on the shore, but they did not expect Ye Feng to actually be above the surface of the lake, in the flood dragon's territory, and completely kill it. That guy is worthy of being ranked number 1. His strength is actually so terrifying. Feng Lan's eyes widened, and her entire body could not help but tremble. The impact of today's incident was too great for her. Who would have thought that one person could take on the entire flood dragon alone? The difference in strength between people was too great. Fortunately, we did not act rashly. Otherwise, we would have definitely become the spirits of the dead. Liang Gang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire person was in a bad mood. Li San's face was very gloomy. He glanced at the crowd and said with a trembling voice, "Then what should we do next? I suggest that we continue to lurk. Such a large corpse, Ye Feng definitely can't take it all away. Dragon blood is a very precious thing. As long as there's one drop left, we'll be earning," Carter said at this time. He turned around and glanced at the incomparably large corpse. At this time, it was lying on the surface of the lake in an ice-cold manner. "That's right. Didn't we come all this way for the dragon's blood? With such a huge body, even if we hang Ye Feng out to dry, he won't be able to take all of it. We'll continue to crouch and wait for him to leave before we take action." Everyone in the bushes nodded their heads one after another. On this side, Ye Feng stood on the surface of the lake. The battle just now had already caused him to expend a large amount of spiritual energy. As expected, if he did not recover at this moment, it would be a big deal if he was ambushed by someone else. Ye Feng circulated his spiritual power to repair his body while releasing a large amount of small slime subsidiary bodies to devour. After all, it would be a pity if he did not devour a flood dragon of such size. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, spirit plus 10. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, vitality plus 10. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, strength plus 10. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, resistance plus 20. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, dragon seed obtained. Dragon seed, 0.1%. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, dragon seed obtained. Dragon seed, 0.2%. Ding! Devouring flood dragon, dragon seed obtained. Dragon seed, 1%. A series of notifications stunned Ye Feng. As the dragon seed was absorbed, Ye Feng's entire body seemed to become extremely hot. Wisps of water elemental energy continuously emerged from his body and were continuously absorbed before finally being refined. Moreover, his figure also underwent an earth-shaking transformation, becoming taller and stronger. His skin also turned a faint golden color, as if it was plated with a layer of gold powder. His figure was not inferior to the murlocs he had seen in the Murloc Palace. His current strength had increased by 4 times. With a thought, Ye Feng summoned his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 60%. Subsidiary bodies, 100. Attributes, strength 970, agility 670, vitality 700, spirit 860, resistance 400. Special attributes, poison immunity, venom, swift walk, viscosity, sharpness, water element, lord of the lake. Sequence, perception, split, devour, regeneration, mimicry, evolution, analysis. Skills, goddess scattering flowers, perfect possession, severed tail, stench, leader's oppression, ultimate spiderweb, sharp blade, starfire meditation, spirit exploding shark. Water elemental ability, water breaking arrow, water binding, tidal surge. Evolution progress, 90%. Dragon seed, 1%. Current level, C. Not bad. The change in power that the dragon seed has brought me is simply too great. Ye Feng was very happy. He also had some understanding of the dragon seed. After all, as a top student in his class in high school, the knowledge he had learned was simply too much. Now that he thought about it, it was simply too useful. Unfortunately, the flood dragon isn't a real dragon. If it was a real dragon, its blood would definitely be extremely pure dragon blood, and the dragon seed born from it would also be very pure. Ye Feng looked at the corpse of the flood dragon that was constantly being devoured. He still sighed. Even if it was a flood dragon of such a level, its strength was still far from the real thing. If a real dragon appeared, his ending would also be very miserable. After all, fighting this flood dragon had consumed almost all of his spiritual power, and he still couldn't gain the upper hand. If he hadn't used the sea stone trident, the ending of the story wouldn't have been so perfect. But fortunately, the final victor was still him, and he had received so many power buffs, especially the dragon seed. This was something that could only be encountered by chance but not sought after. This was something that only existed in the body of a dragon. Once it was absorbed, it would bring about an incomparably huge change to the host. Ye Feng could already feel it at this moment. The only flaw was that the purity of this dragon seed was still insufficient, so Ye Feng could only obtain 1% of the dragon seed. But just this little dragon seed could bring about an earth-shaking change to Ye Feng. If the flood dragon was a little stronger, then the energy of the dragon seed in its body would be even higher. Ye Feng said in a low voice, and the dragon seed is also the dragon gene. If there are more genes, then doesn't that mean that I can obtain the power of a dragon? Ye Feng was shocked by his own guess. Obtain the power of a dragon. Ye Feng looked at the number of dragon seed he had, 1%. Although it was only 1% now, the change it brought to Ye Feng was already so great. If he could completely collect 100% of the dragon seed, wouldn't he be even more invincible? Would it allow Ye Feng to evolve from the current Murloc mode to the giant dragon mode? If there was a giant dragon attribute added to the slime attribute, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Of course, these were just guesses. The most important thing now was how to obtain more dragon blood. And Ye Feng's dragon seed also needed to continuously devour the flood dragon in order to completely devour its blood and increase the dragon seed's attribute. Ye Feng stood on the spot at this moment. His body was emitting a golden radiance, as if he was a golden god of war, filled with a tyrannical and domineering aura. This was the aura of a dragon. Although there was only a trace of it, this power was enough to make him a terrifying god of war. No one could snatch the position of first place from Ye Feng's hands. Ye Feng took the opportunity to take a look at the bracelet while he was recovering. If the points were refreshed this time, it would have pushed him to an unprecedented height. Ranking 1, Ye Feng, 450 points. In comparison, Huang Hao, who was ranked second, only gained 10 points, 354 points. Ye Feng smiled and stopped looking at the wristband. These kinds of points had lost their meaning to him. I wonder if there is any special existence in this lake. Maybe I should give it a try and go to the depths of the lake to search. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, how could there only be one flood dragon in such a large lake? Moreover, according to Ye Feng's understanding, flood dragons also lived in groups. If one was discovered, there would definitely be other flood dragons nearby. If that was the case, Ye Feng also had to maintain extreme vigilance. Although he was able to kill a flood dragon, it was still a fluke. If he was faced with a group of flood dragons, then it would be a little difficult to deal with. However, the thirst for power forced Ye Feng to go and take a look. Quickly clean up the traces here. Ye Feng ordered a group of small slimes, and then swam into the distance. His speed was very fast, like a swimming fish, swimming in the lake. Although his speed was very fast, in this super lake, it seemed a little small. After all, the size of the lake was simply impossible to measure with the naked eye. Ye Feng searched in the vast sea for a period of time and suddenly discovered something. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Chapter 113, The Reincarnation of the Hungry Ghost, The Secret in the Depths of the Lake. At the same time, Liang Gang and the others saw Ye Feng leave and immediately rushed over. Did you guys see that just now? That fellow's entire body emitted a golden light. Li San screamed. Of course we saw it. That's the legendary dragon seed. It was actually absorbed by Ye Feng just like that. What a pity. I hope that when we go over, there will still be something left. Liang Gang's tone was like anticipation and also like begging. After all, this thing was a flood dragon. Dragon seeds were not something that could be obtained so easily. As an extremely rare thing, even some almighty experts could not see the legendary dragon seed even after spending their entire lives. But now, this opportunity was placed in front of them. If they did not go and take a look, it would be too much of a pity. Even if they were to try their luck, they had to go and touch it. Everyone hurriedly turned over a small boat. After all, they didn't have the ability to fight on water. If a creature suddenly appeared under the water, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A small boat quickly rowed to the place where the flood dragon died. But in the next second, their ecstatic expressions were instantly frozen. F***ck Ye Feng, how hungry are you? F***ck, this place is so clean that there's nothing left. Not even bones. This Ye Feng was reincarnated from a hungry ghost, right? No wonder he's so powerful. Not only did he eat the flood dragon, there's nothing left. The four of them came to this place and found that there was nothing there. Not to mention the bloodstains, there weren't even bones left. If Ye Feng was hungry and tore off a few pieces of meat to eat, it would still be acceptable. But this was a flood dragon. Just its huge body was more than 10 meters long, not to mention its tail and head. This was a creature that weighed more than a ton. Which normal human could swallow several tons in one go. Their faces were extremely cold. This was something that a human could do. If this were to be said, who would believe that? Others would only think of them as a fool. D**mn, this guy is really shocking. In the end, Liang Gang still sighed and waved his hand as he returned. I'm afraid that this guy's strength is not something that we can touch. Sometimes, it's like this. Looking at others, they may seem like nothing, but when they actually make a move, you will realize how terrifying they are. Ye Feng integrated the spiritual energy he had absorbed and continued to swim deeper into the lake. Because he had the water element slime attribute and had evolved into the Lord of the Lake, his ability to control the flow of water naturally had a greater improvement. Therefore, breathing in the water was also Ye Feng's routine operation. Suddenly, when Ye Feng gradually approached the depths of the lake, he felt a very violent fluctuation. Moreover, this fluctuation was very strange. Only when he got close to it could he feel the incomparable violence. So strange. What kind of creature is ahead? Ye Feng was somewhat surprised, but he did not dare to act rashly. He only continued to move stealthily, but his speed became much slower. Because moving in the water was not like moving on land. Walking on land could still suppress one's footsteps, but swimming in the water would inevitably produce waves. This kind of fluctuation would bring about water ripples and vibrations, and it was very easy to be caught by the aquatic creatures. Therefore, if Ye Feng didn't want to expose himself, then he had to slow down his speed to the maximum. Doing so was also to protect himself. After experiencing the flood dragon's sudden attack, Ye Feng also understood that fighting in the water was the aquatic creature's home ground. No matter how strong his control of the water was, his usual fighting habits could not be changed. It would greatly restrict Ye Feng's fighting in the water. Therefore, Ye Feng also had to be very careful. However, as he went deeper, Ye Feng felt that it was stranger and stranger. Because he felt more and more clearly that the surrounding water fluctuations were constantly intensifying. Although Ye Feng did not know what the source of this water was, he could clearly feel the degree of violence of this water. Moreover, the source of this water was getting closer and closer to Ye Feng's position, and the fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger, almost forming a whirlpool. Such a situation shocked even Ye Feng. As if the water was boiling. Could it be that the source of this water is some kind of life? This thought suddenly popped up in Ye Feng's mind, and then he shook his head. No, impossible. If there really was some kind of powerful life form nearby, Ye Feng should be able to sense it in time. After all, his perceptive ability also became unprecedentedly sensitive with the absorption of the dragon seed. Even if there was a slight error in the ripples in the water, he would be able to catch it in time. Moreover, if there was a life form here, it was impossible for him not to know. But this feeling was indeed very strange. However, as Ye Feng continued to go deeper, he finally saw the scene in front of him. In the water, a huge black shadow appeared. This black shadow had a huge head, but it was covered in scales, and its body was also somewhat huge. On the back of this huge black shadow, there was actually a pair of wings. This pair of wings was 60 to 70 meters long, extremely huge. Ye Feng could clearly see that on this pair of wings, there were two sharp teeth. They looked extremely sharp, as if they could tear apart everything in the world. And under this huge black shadow's abdomen, there was actually a mouth. The mouth was 3 to 4 square meters wide, and this mouth was an incomparably huge dragon's mouth. This black shadow was actually 20 meters tall. Moreover, this black shadow's body was also incomparably sturdy, and its entire body was filled with power. Every inch of its skin was as hard as steel, and every hair was like steel needles. It flickered with a cold light. Ye Feng could feel that this black shadow's strength should have surpassed B grade and reached another level. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. F***ck, such a big dragon. This is the first time I've encountered it. Ye Feng could not help but exclaim in surprise, his expression changing again and again. This guy is so powerful, and even bigger than a flood dragon. Ye Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ye Feng could clearly sense that this big guy in the distance was definitely several times stronger than the flood dragon just now. Moreover, this seemed to be a flood dragon as well, but there was a particularly powerful aura that Ye Feng could not fathom. This fellow, it can't be that it's about to break through, right? Ye Feng was shocked. Ever since he had awakened the Lord of the Lake, he had been especially sensitive to the aura in the water. Moreover, the aura that the big fellow emitted was obviously different from the flood dragon. It seemed to be even stronger. Above a flood dragon. That should be a dragon. Ye Feng thought for a moment and finally obtained this answer. However, that fellow's aura still did not reach the aura of a dragon. Although Ye Feng had never seen a real dragon before, he subconsciously thought so. It should be a flood dragon that is preparing to grow into a water-type giant dragon. Ye Feng affirmed in the end. This creature in front of him was still too powerful for Ye Feng. After all, it was an existence that was about to become a true dragon. Chapter 114, Blue Drake, Water Elemental Guards. Such a creature was already an overlord on land, and in the water, it was like a fish in water. Therefore, Ye Feng had to be careful. Once he discovered that this creature was about to break through, he had to leave. Otherwise, what awaited him was death. Awoo! Just as Ye Feng was thinking, a roar came from ahead. Following that, endless waves appeared in front of him. Ye Feng could clearly see that the enormous creature was emitting endless power. What's the situation? Ye Feng was shocked. He realized that the blue drake was not heading in his direction, so he ruled out the possibility of it discovering him. But something seemed to have attracted the attention of this blue drake. Ye Feng hurriedly activated his perception and hid his body very well to avoid being discovered. As his perception permeated, Ye Feng finally understood the reason for the berserk action of the blue drake. It turned out that several blue guards had appeared in front of the drake. There were a total of 5 of them. These guards were all made up of water elements, and they were very huge. The 5 guards added together were about the size of one blue drake. And these guards were all explosive in their battle strength, surging with monstrous and violent battle strength. Such a violent aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the blue drake. No wonder this blue drake would let out an angry roar. Not only that, Ye Feng also sensed danger from the aura of these blue guards. These guys are probably B grade. Or even higher. Ye Feng was shocked. One had to know that this blue drake was at least B and grade, and although the 5 guards were lower in rank than the blue drake, they had the numerical advantage. With 5 B grade strength, there was still a chance to encircle a B and grade powerhouse. At least, they were evenly matched. Good heavens, I can actually see such a scene! Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. When these two groups fought, it would definitely be an earth-shattering existence. Rumble. And just as Ye Feng was thinking, the blue drake had already rushed in front of the 5 guards. Bang! The blue drake struck out, and the terrifying force instantly shook the void, as if even this water region was about to churn, raising huge waves. Roar! At this moment, one of the guards roared angrily. His figure instantly disappeared from Ye Feng's sight, and he instantly leaped into the air. The incomparably violent water elemental energy instantly poured onto the blue drake's body. This kind of instantaneous attack directly stunned Ye Feng. Compared to his ultimate spider web, his was still a little immature. If only I could obtain his speed, then I would practically have no opponents. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, this kind of speed was not something that an ordinary person could achieve. Ye Feng returned to his senses and looked over. Incomparably boundless energy from the other side bombarded the blue drake's body. A guard was able to reach such strength. What exactly was there that could allow a guard of this level to guard it? For a moment, whether it was Ye Feng or the audience watching the live broadcast, they were all suspicious. They were all wondering if this represented some sort of mystery. However, no one spoke. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. This was because the battle in Ye Feng's live broadcast was too shocking. A blue drake fighting against 5 guards. If it were not for Ye Feng, most of them would not have seen such a scene in their entire lives. Even some of the elders in the judges' seats had never seen such a scene before. They were all deeply shocked. After one of the guards launched an attack, the other 4 guards followed suit and attacked the blue drake from 4 different angles. Roar! Such a brutal attack was hard for even the powerful blue drake to resist. The two collided and released a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave instantly swept out in all directions. Ye Feng was quite far away, so he was safe. However, the surrounding environment was a bit tragic. Under the influence of the strong shockwave, the nearby waters churned crazily. Whirlpools were formed one after another, and reefs were raised. Even the riverbed and the peaks on the side were directly shattered. That kind of destructive scene made people tremble in fear. So strong, Ye Feng frowned, his mind somewhat moved. He had never thought that a mere collision would produce such an effect. This kind of battle was too exciting. Who would have thought that a freshman assessment would actually be drawn into a battle between B-grade experts? Moreover, one of the sides was the blue drake that was about to break through. Although the 5 water elemental guards' attacks were very fierce, amidst the billowing dust, the other side flickered with an even more tyrannical power. It's actually unharmed. Ye Feng was shocked. That was the combined attack of 5 water elemental guards. Moreover, their cultivation was still B grade. The strength released from the combined attack was not the slightest bit inferior to a B and grade. It might even surpass the strength of a B and grade. However, how was it possible that there was no damage at all? Ye Feng felt that it was very strange. He also retreated some distance back. He could feel that an incomparably tyrannical aura was about to be released at any moment. If the blue drake attacks with its full strength, those guards probably won't be able to hold on for long. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, he also had the water elemental energy in his body. He could also clearly sense the current situation of the other 5 water element guards. This could also be considered a kind of innate connection between people of the same origin. He could know the situation between people with the same water element power. Most importantly, these guards were obviously on the defensive side. After all, they had no intention of taking the initiative to attack. On the contrary, when the blue drake saw these guards, it seemed to have gone mad. Perhaps I can get some useful information about this area through these water elemental guards. Moreover, they are of the same kind as me and possess intelligence. They should be quite easy to talk to. Just as Ye Feng was about to do something, the blue drake suddenly appeared, bringing with it rolling waves. An unprecedented aura suddenly attacked. This power was extremely violent and even had a vacuum effect. Ye Feng instantly felt a little suffocated. What's going on? Ye Feng was a little shocked. He summoned a slime subsidiary body and formed a jelly-like shape. Ye Feng hid inside. Because of the slime's special attributes, it also gave Ye Feng a very powerful defensive ability. Although he was not afraid of these attacks, he did not have any oxygen. This was something he did not expect. If he could not breathe without oxygen, wouldn't he be suffocated to death? A huge power was instantly generated and even tore through space, causing elements like air to be annihilated. How powerful! Ye Feng muttered in his heart, his gaze becoming incomparably complicated. Chapter 115, Boundless Terror, Great Challenge, Great Opportunity. In this level of confrontation, it was very easy to cause a huge explosion, and the entire valley could collapse because of it. Not only that, the power of these explosions was extremely great, even reaching the level of an A-grade powerhouse's attack. This power was enough to annihilate mountains and rivers. Ye Feng stood at his original spot and did not dare to move, watching these battles with his eyes wide open. Rumble! One huge rock after another was shaken off, and even the entire mountain peak began to shake, as if it was about to collapse. Ye Feng looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was somewhat aghast. The strength of this blue drake had exceeded his expectations. Ye Feng did not dare to take such an attack head-on because his physical body could not withstand such an attack at all. At this moment, Ye Feng realized that the 5 blue guards had also tangled with the blue drake. Although they were not weak, the blue drake was not to be trifled with either. In fact, its attacks were even sharper than theirs. The scene of the battle between the two sides was very chaotic. For a time, the entire water area was stirred up into changes. Endless huge waves whistled and swept over, as if the end of the world was coming. For a time, Ye Feng watched with his mouth agape. His heart was shocked, and he even felt a sense of suffocation. In this kind of battle, Ye Feng could only see that the 2 balls of blue were constantly entangled. Countless powers were tilting at each other. Explosions sounded one after another, as if the entire lake was shaking. In the middle of the lake, the water within a radius of a few kilometers was boiling. Further away, at the shore, Ye Feng did not know that the trees and plants near the edge of the lake had all been destroyed. Some curious contestants wanted to come over to watch the show, but they did not expect that the moment they got close, they would instantly turn into dust. This wave of power scared off countless people. Many people had noticed this side. After all, with such a huge commotion, even if you were at the edge of this water training hall, you would still be able to sense it. If you had not noticed it, then it was because you were not strong enough. In such a dangerous environment, those who were not strong enough had already been eliminated. Countless pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Their hearts were filled with doubt and a trace of trepidation. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a great danger. At the edge of the lake, a group of people with tattered clothes were huddled under a small hill in an extremely miserable manner. From their looks, they knew that they had just experienced an extremely dangerous encounter. It's all thanks to Carter. Otherwise, we would all die here today. Li San said resentfully. His clothes were already very tattered. After the violent impact just now, he was now completely naked. The expressions of the people around him were not very good. That power just now was really too strong. Liang Gang said in a deep voice. If we didn't dodge in time, we would really have become cold. But there's another good thing, that Ye Feng. Before we left, he headed toward the center of the lake. According to my perception, that power erupted from the center of the lake. Humph, let's see how he lives this time. So what if he has a dragon seed? It's all for nothing. After Liang Gang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the center of the lake. In that direction, countless steam was rising up. It was a sign that it had been burned by an intense force. Thus, even Liang Gang, who had been severely injured by the impact, could not help but smile. I think we should leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if that creature in the lake comes out, we'll all die here, Feng Lan suggested. As the only woman in the team, she seemed to be more rational than the other boys. No. We can't leave. In the face of great danger, it also means great opportunities. Think about it. We're participating in the freshman assessment now, so it's impossible for us to be in danger that is greater than our own strength. At least, it can't be much more than that. Liang Gang suddenly said. Looking around, he was full of vigor as he continued speaking. And even if there is, the academy will definitely have management and real-time monitoring. They won't sit idly by and do nothing. They will definitely take action. After you understand this point, will you still give up on the great opportunity? Liang Gang said. He smiled confidently. After all, he was convinced by his own guess. Hearing that, Carter nodded in agreement. I think it makes sense. Maybe this is the biggest level of creature in the entire assessment. Since Ye Feng has already entered, he must have encountered something. We can't just do nothing. Seeing that the military counselor was sure of his idea, Liang Gang felt that his idea was perfect and laughed even more arrogantly. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shocked. A battle of this scale was indeed rare. It was reasonable for the contestants who were participating in the freshman assessment to not be able to distinguish right from wrong. However, the audience who were watching the battle were all slightly famous symbiotes. Naturally, they knew of the danger involved. A blue drake actually appeared. Moreover, it's about to break through. This threat is too great. For the safety of the contestants, it's better to quickly stop the assessment. After a voice came out, there were many voices that echoed. That's right, the administrator is at the scene, right? Hurry up and make your move. The air detection eye predicted that the blue drake's level won't be lower than B grade, and this is a conservative estimate. If we were to go any higher, not to mention this bunch of little brats, even if all of us were to go up, we won't be able to withstand a single blow from it. The terrifying thing is that Ye Feng was actually able to remain unscathed in the center of the explosion. Although he is very powerful and has great potential, this is still too dangerous. I also suggest that the Academy temporarily suspend the assessment for the sake of the students' safety. Agreed. Administrator, quickly take action. In the judges' seats, all the elders looked at Teacher Andy in unison. Under such a major situation, they did not want to suspend the assessment. After all, this was a rare assessment for such an outstanding genius. If they stopped the assessment, who knew when the next one would start? Therefore, everyone was silent, waiting for Teacher Andy to make a decision. However, not stopping was too selfish. After all, this concerned the safety of the dozens of students who had been promoted. Seeing that everyone was silent, Professor Lei was the first to speak. The appearance of the blue drake is already beyond the scope of the assessment. This not only threatens the safety of the assessment students, but if the blue drake awakens into a true dragon, it will pose a threat to all of China. So I also suggest that we pause for now. Professor Simon moved his mouth and was the first to object to Professor Lei's idea. No, beyond the level of the assessment, it is a better test of the candidate's ability to fight on the spot. This is very beneficial to our assessment. Are you crazy? Taking the candidate's safety to satisfy your desire for the assessment. Professor Lay was so angry that he shouted on the spot. He glared at Professor Simon, his face flushed red. Professor Simon seemed to be annoyed by him as well. He immediately refuted, "You're just worried about Ye Feng. Haven't you seen what kind of strength he has? He has the water element spiritual power. Moreover, he has the mutated slime attribute in his body. Encountering such a danger is a great challenge for him. At the same time, it's also a great opportunity." Chapter 116, Great Danger. The guards are no match for it. Moreover, he has swallowed a dragon seed. This kind of dragon genes have a huge impact on him. Thus, when he was in the explosion just now, not only was he unharmed, but the spiritual energy in his body was also about to erupt at any time. This means that he is about to participate in this battle. Professor Simon was also thoroughly angered and blurted out all his thoughts. Don't you forget that he possesses the sea stone trident. How powerful this weapon is, does it need me to explain it? It can be said that in this opportunity, no one has an advantage over Ye Feng. Hearing Professor Simon's analysis, everyone nodded one after another. Toward Ye Feng's strength, everyone had witnessed it for themselves. Even though the other party was AB and Blue Drake and was incomparably powerful, and it was an incomparably huge challenge for Ye Feng, if he forcefully endured through this challenge, it would also be an extremely great opportunity for him. The gains would definitely allow Ye Feng to advance once again. When Professor Lay heard this, he was slightly stunned and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Teacher Andy spoke, according to the rules, the assessment will not automatically close at the beginning. The only way to stop the assessment is through two methods. Either the assessment will automatically stop when the 1-month period is up, or one person will obtain a full score of 1000 points. With that said, Andy's gaze swept across the entire audience. An invisible force instantly swept across the entire audience, like an ordinary breeze blowing past. However, everyone felt a voice from their hearts. Wind Element Secret Text, Sequence 01 Whisperer, activate. Everyone sighed when they heard this. Although they didn't want the newcomers to take such a huge risk, the rules were set here, so they could only do so. Even if the elders in the judges' seats all stopped, the old fellows from the other departments would still object. After all, the old-fashioned views of Cloud Mist Academy were deeply rooted, and these people who held great power were usually these old fellows. And Andy was only the dean, the spokesperson of the academy. The specific power was scattered among the various departments. These old fellows from these departments had also become the driving force for the advancement of the extremely complicated and enormous Cloud Mist Academy. After all, this rule was set by the first session of Cloud Mist Academy's dean. From then on, it had always been used and never been broken. Even if there was a new batch of freshman assessments and a future human ceiling, there would still be no pause. That person was Andy. At that time, a super beast tide had occurred. All the students who had participated in the assessment had died in battle. Only Andy was left. However, the assessment still did not end. Andy calmly watched the live broadcast. The elders in the judges' seats did not speak anymore and quietly watched the live broadcast. In the screen, Ye Feng swayed his body. Because of the continuous explosions, the battle between the Blue Drake and the guards had already swept across a large area. Ye Feng's place had long become one of the main areas of their battle. Boom! Suddenly, the Blue Drake's tail swept out and ruthlessly struck one of the guards. The powerful body formed from water elements shattered with a loud bang. Pucci! A shocking crack directly penetrated the entire body of the guard, and countless blue auras instantly gushed out from the wound. The guard's face was filled with shock as he struggled to get up. The remaining 4 guards also quickly gathered their strength, and a giant hand formed from the power of water flow directly intercepted the Blue Drake. If the speed was a little slower, that guard might have died on the spot. This was a guard with a B-grade cultivation. Just one strike from the blue drake was enough to kill him on the spot. This gap was widened in an instant. How is this possible? We are actually not a match for the blue drake. A few guards' faces were filled with disbelief. Their strength had reached B grade. Moreover, they were all bodies made of water elementals. They had the advantage of spiritual power, and there were 5 of them. This number should not be inferior to the B and grade blue drake, but it was the truth. They were simply not a match for this blue drake. The water elementals could allow them to avoid most of the damage, which was also their confidence. This ability could greatly increase their defense, and even increase some damage. At the same time, there was a certain chance for them to recover from their injuries. However, they never expected that they were actually not a match for the blue drake. In fact, they were even heavily injured. They simply could not accept such an outcome. D***it. We are not reconciled. The 5 guards shouted in unison. They were all extremely unwilling to accept this. After all, the difference in strength between them and the blue drake wasn't too big. It was just a split-second difference that pulled the difference between them to the heavens and the earth. This was the true strength of the blue drake. Not only could it break through the defense, but it could also launch a group attack. After all, water bullets couldn't only hit a single target. Moreover, their battlefield was at the bottom of the lake. This was all water flow, and the ability of the blue drake was based on water flow. In other words, as long as they were in a water area, then they would be its target. The blue drake glanced at them, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. Its body suddenly flashed, and in an instant, it arrived beside a guard, and fiercely pulled out its huge tail. Rumble! The water elemental guard did not even have time to react before its entire body was sent flying, and a large amount of spiritual energy splashed out from the water. To these water elemental guards, spiritual energy was the source of their life, which was also their blood. If their spiritual energy was exhausted, their life would also come to an end. This was a body that was different from a human's body of flesh and blood. Ye Feng was quite familiar with it, so when these guards sprayed out a large amount of spiritual energy, he still did not want to waste it and absorbed a wave. However, the battle situation was very dangerous, so Ye Feng was still considering whether or not to make a move. Originally, the guards and the blue drake were in a balance of power. However, when one of the guards was seriously injured, the balance of power advantage would tilt. Naturally, the blue drake's side was stronger. While Ye Feng was hesitating, the blue drake's figure flashed again, and it moved again. The other 3 guards were shocked when they saw this. Their strength was not weak, and if they gathered their strength to fight against the blue drake, they still had a chance of winning. But now that they lacked a guard, their strength could no longer pose a threat to the blue drake. 4 B grades were not a match for it, so one could imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Run! Run! It has entered a berserk state. If the 5 of us are killed, we will no longer have the strength to fight it. Therefore, one of us has to escape this place. The 4 guards roared and hurriedly ran in all directions. The blue drake snorted coldly. Its body flashed as it chased after one of the guards. The guard's face was pale as he ran with all his might towards the distance. Unfortunately, the boiling waters here had an effect on his speed. Furthermore, with the control of the blue drake's will, it was extremely difficult for them to move. Under the terrifying pressure of the blue drake, countless water currents became extremely sharp. This was similar to a water blade. As long as they passed by, they would be scratched. Countless incomparably sharp water blades smashed the body of this guard until it was riddled with thousands of holes. Large amounts of water element spiritual energy continuously flowed out. His body became weaker and weaker. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and was bitten by the blue drake. This guard's body was directly split into 2 halves. On the other side, that guard's head was also smashed into pieces by the blue drake's claw. His entire body exploded. Out of the 5 guards, 4 had died in just one move, leaving only 1. Moreover, he was currently heavily injured, and was already at the end of his rope. His gaze as he looked at the blue drake was filled with thick fear. His body could not help but tremble, and he simply did not have the courage to continue charging forward. In the face of absolute terror, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, there would always be something that one feared in the depths of one's heart. Chapter 117, Ye Feng made a move to save the guard. He wanted to leave this place, but he realized that he was already locked onto by the blue drake's terrifying power. If he made even the slightest movement, he would be killed. The blue drake closed in step by step, its eyes revealing a cold light. This was a creature with intelligence. There were countless thoughts in its mind, and its body contained a terrifying destructive energy. This energy was wreaking havoc in his body. If he was affected, he would definitely die. He could already feel that death was closing in on him. He was unwilling to die. He didn't want to die. However, he had no way to escape. He could only wait helplessly for the blue drake to kill him. Just when the blue drake was less than 5 meters away from him, he suddenly turned around and flew away crazily. He did not care about the blue drake's attack at all. The blue drake's eyes revealed a cruel light. It said disdainfully, "Do you think you can escape?" As it spoke, the frost on the blue drake's body suddenly expanded. An extremely cold power spread out from all directions. This was an extremely cold power that Ye Feng had never felt before. It seemed to be able to awaken the terror in the depths of his heart. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of extremely cold frost. Wherever the frost passed, the water instantly froze. The water flow froze and formed an extremely sharp and solid icicle. Even the air blocking effect disappeared. This ball of extremely cold frost instantly enveloped the guard. Ye Feng turned his head and looked over. He saw that on the ground not far away, the guard had been hit by the frost. Although he originally had a water elemental body, and he was basically immune to any water elemental attacks, the blue drake's attack was too violent. It had instantly neutralized the power that should have been theirs and even suffered a backlash. "This dragon is too strong," Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. He was hesitating whether he should make a move. He knew that the water elemental guards would not die so easily. However, if they were tortured like this, even if they could be saved in the end, their strength would be depleted by more than half. Moreover, these water elemental guards were also heavily injured. They were simply unable to resist and were about to be completely annihilated. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He decided to save these guards first. These guards were all water elementals and they had very good recovery abilities. In addition, the water elemental guards were very powerful. They only needed to recuperate for a few days and they would be able to quickly recover to their peak condition. At this time, Ye Feng had already arrived near the blue drake. The blue drake sensed that a human was approaching it and immediately became vigilant. Its pair of blood-red eyes stared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not retreat at all. Instead, he increased his speed and charged toward the blue drake. When the blue drake saw that a puny human actually dared to challenge it, it immediately became furious. It opened its bloody mouth and a ball of frost power whistled out, heading straight for Ye Feng's chest. Bang! Ye Feng's figure flashed and dodged the frost attack. At the same time, he raised his palm, and a shark that carried the power of thunderstorms all over its body suddenly attacked. This is the spirit exploding shark. Ye Feng has finally made his move. In the audience stands, countless people's hearts were hanging in the air. After all, the level of power that this battle had produced had long surpassed the level that they, as newbies, should have reached. God Feng, you have to hold on. Don't die in this place. Everything has just begun. God Feng, you can do it. If even a B and grade sub-dragon can die, God Feng will become the most outstanding newbie in Cloud Mist. God Feng is awesome. This skill is still Fitz's. Moreover, he was able to reach such a level the first time he used it. He is really too mysterious. I am filled with full confidence in him. At the center of the lake area on the side of the water training hall, the lake surface, which had been slightly calm, suddenly seemed to have been torn apart by the enormous power of the spirit exploding shark that Ye Feng had used. It exploded with a loud bang. The spirit exploding shark charged over. This time, a layer of golden scales appeared on the blue drake's body. This was a water element defense skill. Ye Feng's spirit exploding shark heavily struck the scales. Boom! This attack actually forced the blue drake to retreat. At the same time, a burst of dazzling light burst out from the scales. This was the blue drake's attack after it had defended itself. This attack had caused it quite a heavy injury. Roar! Seeing the furious blue drake, Ye Feng was instantly overjoyed. He muttered, "It actually worked. This is great." Seeing that the blue drake needed some time to recover, Ye Feng felt that he could use his spiritual power to directly rescue the guard who had been sealed by the ice. Under the surging power of Ye Feng, the ice continued to shatter. The guard regained his freedom and immediately collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, it was just that he was affected by such an incomparably cold ice that directly struck his soul. Even if he was a B-grade powerhouse with peak strength, they would still be the same if they were sealed by such a frost. After all, the power of the blue drake was too terrifying. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" The guard frowned and regained his spirit. He had no choice but to support himself and stand up. After all, the current danger had yet to be resolved. Perhaps in the next second, the blue drake would suddenly appear. The aura of the blue drake was so strong that a radius of more than 10 kilometers around the lake was filled with that kind of brutal and violent power. Ye Feng did not have the time to reply. At this time, the blue drake in the distance roared angrily. With a long hiss, the surrounding air was shattered, and circles of ripples that could be seen by the naked eye rippled out. A huge frost water ball appeared by its mouth once again. It shook its head and threw the frost water ball at Ye Feng again. Ye Feng sneered disdainfully. It was just a water ball. It was nothing to him. As long as it was not a physical attack from the blue drake, the other long-range attacks were as weak as tofu to Ye Feng. Goddess scattering flowers. Sharp blade. Ye Feng released both skills at the same time. A white light flashed, and the frost water ball was cut into two halves like paper. The power of the water ball dissipated to the sides, and the rampant power destroyed everything around it. But the position where Ye Feng was standing was still safe and sound. In an instant, countless small slimes spread out and gathered at the blue drake. Although they did not seem to have any offensive power, Ye Feng did not just use these small slimes to launch an attack. What he needed to do was to surround the small slimes and then release the water element ability. This way, he would be able to release it 100%. Chapter 118, White Hot Battle, the protection of the three-piece set. After all, once the encirclement was formed, no matter what power Ye Feng released, it would only concentrate in the encirclement and not cause too much power to spill out. In this way, the damage caused to the blue drake would be greatly reduced, and the slight damage would not only not cause damage to the blue drake, but would instead be absorbed by it. After all, the blue drake's body also contained an enormous amount of water element spiritual energy, and what Ye Feng intended to use was also a water elemental skill. In Ye Feng's body, other than normal spiritual energy, only special water elemental spiritual energy could create a higher power. Although this was Ye Feng's first time doing this, he did not panic at all. On the contrary, he was very calm. Facing such a situation, his opponent was several times stronger than him. If he panicked again, wouldn't it be more to his opponent's liking? Seeing that its attack was broken by Ye Feng in one move, and that he still had the ability to use so many small slimes to surround it, the blue drake's pupils constricted. Its gaze became fierce. It never thought that its opponent would be so powerful. In some aspects, he was even more powerful than the water elemental guards. Especially in terms of speed and the ability to instantly cast skills, these were not things that the water elemental guards could do. As long as he was fast enough, he would have more chances to attack the enemy multiple times. And Ye Feng was just like that. The only thing he could rely on now was his own speed and his extremely sensitive perception. In terms of strength, he had no chance of winning against the Blue Drake. However, if he could use some tactics to exhaust his opponent, then the probability of success was still there. The Blue Drake did not hesitate at all. It opened its mouth and spat out another ball of blue water, and it was even more powerful than the previous one. Shoo! The water ball tore through the sky, bringing with it a series of sharp and ear-piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived beside Ye Feng. Ye Feng swung out a fist and shattered the water ball with a punch. However, he was also sent flying by this powerful impact. His body flipped in the air and fell backward, creating a deep pit on the ground. Hiss! Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The attack just now was extremely fast and carried with it an irresistible force. He did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly sent flying. Moreover, this powerful force shattered his bones and injured his internal organs when he blocked it. If not for his strong physical body, he would have died long ago. That was close. Fortunately, my physical body is strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Ye Feng wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with lingering fear. It seems like I should be more careful. Ye Feng thought to himself. A warm current surged in his body. This was the effect of starfire meditation in his body. The continuous repair of the body and the destruction of the internal organs was not a joke. Just a little bit and he would die immediately. However, it was obviously impossible for Ye Feng to die. The starfire meditation in his body and the sequence regeneration from the slime were both effective. Not only that, the slime also protected Ye Feng's heart to prevent him from being killed in one hit. That attack just now really nearly took Ye Feng's life. He looked at the Blue Drake and the anger in his heart was already ignited. Right now, he only wanted to kill the Blue Drake as soon as possible and then save the other guards. Whoosh! The Blue Drake shot another water ball. Ye Feng hurriedly used the water element power to block the water ball. At this time, he had already clearly seen the true appearance of this Blue Drake. This was a huge blue flood dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, and there were two sharp fangs on its head. Its four limbs were thick and powerful, and with every step it took, it emitted a roar. This flood dragon was over 20 meters long, and its skin was like steel, filled with a hard metallic texture. This is a type of Blue Drake. Its attack is much stronger than the water element, Ye Feng thought to himself. The Blue Drake moved its body and pounced in Ye Feng's direction. Ye Feng did not dare to delay and hurriedly took out the 3-piece sea stone set. The sea stone armor and the sea stone crown were directly put on his body. As if this was a natural body, it naturally formed a very balanced state with the human body. Ye Feng used the 3-piece sea stone set at the same time. The crown and armor seemed to be fused with him. It was more like an energy state, but it was attached to Ye Feng's body. Not only was it lighter, but it also directly increased the attributes in his body by a large margin. Amazing! It actually has such an effect, Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. If he had known that the sea stone crown and sea stone armor existed in the form of energy, he would have worn it long ago. He hadn't worn it all this time because Ye Feng felt that it was too ostentatious. Moreover, this was a divine artifact set known as the Sea Stone Set. If a certain mighty figure saw it, it would definitely be a bloodbath. But now, it was much better. At least, Ye Feng wasn't worried about being exposed. Although the Sea Stone Trident could be seen by others as a weapon, it didn't matter anymore. After all, it was the freshman assessment now, and all the actions of the freshman would be broadcasted live. If he didn't show himself and was too low-key, then he wouldn't be appreciated, and the resources would definitely be reduced. Ye Feng circulated his spiritual energy. With the divine weapon on him, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be an extremely violent force in his body that was constantly churning. Without saying anything, Ye Feng's figure rushed forward. He took the trident and attacked the blue drake. Bang! 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 Roar! The trident in Ye Feng's hand was almost condensed from blue water elements. One of the tridents ruthlessly smashed onto the blue drake's body, but the opponent's scales were too thick, and it was difficult to break through its defense. Why isn't this trident working? Ye Feng was puzzled, and then he discovered the reason. Ye Feng discovered that the spiritual energy contained in the trident had almost been used up. To say who had used up the spiritual energy, it was naturally Ye Feng who had continuously devoured it previously. At that time, the spiritual energy within had already been completely devoured. Although the spiritual energy of the trident would naturally recover, it would still require some time. Right now, it seemed that only a few days had passed since Ye Feng left the Murloc Palace. Naturally, the spiritual energy of the trident did not recover so quickly. Now, it was just like an ordinary weapon. Naturally, it was unable to pierce through the blue drake's body. Ye Feng's attack only caused the blue drake to feel a little pain. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment because he realized that under the defense of the opponent's scales, his attack was actually unable to penetrate. Seeing Ye Feng flying over and only hurting itself, the blue drake roared angrily, roar. Endless pressure burst out from its body, forcing Ye Feng to retreat dozens of meters. Chapter 119, The Use of the Trident, The Purchase of Intelligence. Ye Feng flashed to a safe place and looked at the blue drake, his expression still very calm. Through the probing just now, Ye Feng had basically grasped some of the basic states of this flood dragon. And just now, the little slimes that he had set up earlier had already formed an encirclement around the blue drake. The water element slime's aura was water element, and it was also in a liquid form, so it naturally did not attract the attention of the blue drake. As a result, it did not know that it was surrounded. If I want to kill this flood dragon, my strength alone is far from enough. Ye Feng's gaze was somewhat complicated. He continued to mutter, if I inject the water element spiritual power in my body into the trident, does that mean that I can fully unleash the strength of the trident? The reason why the sea stone trident could be so powerful was not only because of its material, but also because it was made of extremely rare metals. Most importantly, it contained extremely powerful water elemental energy. This was what made it extremely powerful. Now that the energy contained in it had been completely devoured by Ye Feng, it naturally did not have the power to split open a mountain. Looks like I can only try, Ye Feng thought to himself. Just now, when he was dealing with the blue drake, he had already tried several times. But the result was the same. Regardless of whether it was the water elemental power or the symbiotic body's ability, they could not harm the blue drake in the slightest. This made him frown and feel very depressed in his heart. Because he realized that the blue drake was much stronger than he had imagined. It was simply impossible to kill it in a short period of time. Even his speed and explosive power could not be compared to the blue drake. He would only be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Ye Feng's current physique was only one-third of its initial state, and his strength had not recovered to its peak state. It was simply impossible to defeat the blue drake. But if I can't infuse spiritual energy, then I can only think of another way. Even if I can't kill this drake, I have to bring the guards out. Ye Feng had already made up his mind. What he needed to do now was to find a suitable opportunity. Infuse spiritual energy into the trident and then strike again. This kind of crazy idea was something Ye Feng had never done before. Moreover, Ye Feng hadn't used the trident for long and had only obtained it recently. I'll go all out. Ye Feng clenched his teeth and thought to himself. Although it was risky, it was the only way to obtain victory. Therefore, no matter what, Ye Feng had to take a gamble. He wanted to test the power of this move of his. At this time, many people had already gathered outside the arena. After all, they were NAVE and thought that this was just an opportunity arranged by the school. They firmly agreed with one thing in their hearts, that they were participating in the freshman assessment, and not some kind of life and death battle. So, they did not have the sense of crisis they had at the beginning. They all felt that whoever was bold enough would get more rewards. In a short while, the contestants in the lake area gathered together. There were more than 20 people. Among them, Suifei was one of them. As the first person to appear here, many people surrounded her and asked her about what had happened. "Sister, do you know where the big explosion just now came from?" the man with 2 knives in his back asked politely. The people around here were very respectful to Suifei. After all, Suifei was ranked 3rd on the list, and her cultivation level was not low. If she were to fight, she could easily kill them all. Suifei was speechless. She did not know how many waves of people had come to ask her these questions. She was also confused and did not find anything. In the middle of the lake, Suifei answered. She had been observing for so long and only knew about this clue. She shook her head and walked to the other side. When the man with the twin blades heard this, he looked at the crowd in shock. "Everyone, we have a major discovery. The area where the big explosion happened is in the middle of the lake. TCH, what's the use of knowing where the explosion was?" A rough voice was heard. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and Liang Gang stood up. "Our team has been observing this place for a long time." Liang Gang had a piece of dog-tail grass in his mouth. His expression was very arrogant, as if he knew some secrets that they did not know. When everyone heard this, they quickly surrounded him. They all wanted to know if there was a big treasure here. The twin-bladed man's eyes also lit up. He asked excitedly, "Is that so? Brother, can you share some information that you know?" Liang Gang shook his head when he heard that. "It's not that easy to get information from me." "Then what do you need?" "I have only these 2 knives that are valuable." The twin-bladed man saw this and pointed at the 2 short knives on his back with a bitter smile. Although he did not pull them out, from the looks of them, he knew that these 2 short knives were not ordinary items. However, because the storage bag that contained these 2 short knives were too ordinary, some people thought that they were just ordinary weapons. "Tisk, who cares about your broken knives? I want this." As he said this, Liang Gang rubbed his fingers and made a money gesture. When everyone saw this, they shook their heads. What kind of dream was this? It was just a simple exchange of information between classmates. To talk about money was simply a daydream. Moreover, they did not know what the information was about. If it was just something that everyone knew, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Who knew that the twin-bladed man would appear to be very excited? He immediately said, "So you want money? Of course, you can tell me. I'll pay however much you want." Liang Gang was stunned when he saw this. He did not expect that there would really be people who wanted to spend money to buy information. Looking at his teammates, Liang Gang thought for a moment. Soon, he gave a number. 10,000. "I only need 10,000, and I will tell you everything I know. Of course, if you don't want them to know, I can only tell you." "No problem. The money has been transferred to you. You can open the bracelet and take a look," the twin-bladed man said with a smile and pointed at the bracelet on his wrist. Every contestant who participated in the assessment had a wristband. This was the only communication device that could be carried into the water training hall. Not only did it have a personal account, but it also had some detailed information about the contestants. It was just to confirm the information of the dead students more quickly after they died. There were also some basic functions, such as being able to see the points rankings and their current location. Basically, it was a bracelet that had some basic functions. However, it allowed them to log into their personal accounts. This also provided them with an opportunity to trade. However, they were unable to purchase any items and could only carry out simple monetary transactions. Liang Gang paused. The other party was too straightforward. Following the man's guidance, Liang Gang opened the bracelet and took a look. As expected, there was an additional 10,000 yuan in his personal account. Although Liang Gang did not know how the man did it, he made a promise and said regretfully, "All right, the information in my brain now belongs to you. Do you want to make it public or make it public and share the information? Only then will we have a greater chance of finding the treasure." Before he could finish his sentence, the man with the twin blades answered with a grinning expression that made everyone admire him. Chapter 120, Fish Gills Potion, Exploring the Center of the Lake. After all, who wouldn't love a nouveau riche like this? In comparison, Liang Gang's actions were quite disgusting. Under everyone's gaze, Liang Gang grinned and said, "There are 3 clues. The first one is that we were already here when you guys rushed over. There's a flood dragon that appears in this area." Everyone immediately frowned when they heard this. They did not have any idea what other powerful creatures were. However, they knew very well what kind of creature a flood dragon was. After all, it was a subspecies of the dragon race. It was an existence that could destroy the world. A flood dragon? Then where is it now? The expression of the twin-bladed man turned pale. It was impossible for them to be a match for a flood dragon at their level. Even a flood dragon of the lowest level was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Hence, their expressions became extremely complicated. For a moment, they did not know whether to advance or retreat. Was this a great opportunity? If they were to be accompanied by such a high risk, they would naturally not continue. After all, they only had one life. However, if they missed this opportunity, they would be able to meet it again. If their lives were gone, then they really were gone. Everyone knew which was more important. Someone immediately hissed, "Tisk, I thought it was some kind of explosive. We've already seen the flood dragon, who would still dare to go?" "No, no, no. If you only know that there's a flood dragon and don't give up, then that would be too shallow. Do you know the first ranker? Ye Feng, he has already killed that flood dragon. And he's currently in the center of the lake." "That's right. That explosion point is right in the center of the lake. If there's an opportunity in the center of the lake, then it's the most likely." After saying that, Liang Gang smiled. He had gotten the upper hand. He patted his butt and prepared to leave. Leaving behind a group of people, their faces were filled with confusion. Just now, that guy said that the first ranker, Ye Feng, killed that flood dragon. F***ck, as expected of the big brother at first rank. Ye Feng is so strong. He's more than strong. Don't forget what kind of existence a flood dragon is. That guy's level is at least above C grade. That good guy Ye Feng directly killed it. What are you thinking about? Even the weakest flood dragon's cultivation level is above B grade, and even at C grade. Have you read too many novels? Everyone's thoughts were running wild, but they were still confused. If that was the case, then should they continue to wait here? Or should they join the exploration team and head to the depths of the lake? According to the calculation of the time of the explosion, such a large-scale explosion must have happened after Ye Feng killed the flood dragon. This also meant that there was an even greater danger hidden in the depths of the lake. In addition, these people were basically landlubbers. The symbiotes were all land-based creatures, so they basically could not stay in the water for long periods of time. Moreover, Huang Hao, who was now ranked second on the list, was a giant-toothed shark. However, he was not in the lake region, and he chose to explore the deep sea area. However, people did not know how his situation was. If there was such a strong person to support them, he would definitely be in charge. Unfortunately, his points had not moved for a few days. It was like a kite with a broken string, and there was no reply. Looking at the crowd, Suifei, who was sitting on a hill in the distance, heard their conversation. She was pleasantly surprised and muttered to herself, "It's actually Yefeng? I've finally found you." Ever since she entered the water training hall, she had not met the partner she had joined. But now, he had made such a big commotion. It would be difficult for him not to be found. At this time, the man with the twin blades in the distance walked over with a smile. He was also a handsome young man. Moreover, from the transaction just now, it could be seen that he was quite rich. Those who were selected to enter Cloud Mist Academy for the freshman assessment were all outstanding individuals from all over China. They could also be considered outstanding individuals of their own age. Some things did not completely depend on one's talent. Even if one's clan had money, they could still become very strong. They could completely pass the later stages and take all sorts of high-level medicine to recuperate. This way, they could also reach a very strong realm. Moreover, as long as the clan's strength was strong, they would also hire private teachers to conduct one-on-one tutoring. Unless they were mentally retarded, otherwise, they would basically have twice the attributes of an ordinary person. This resulted in such a situation. The majority of the students who were selected for Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment were from wealthy families. There were very few people like Yefeng who did not have money in their family and had completely relied on talent to surpass their peers. Ordinary people could only be geniuses. Only then would they have the qualifications to compete with the various large families. Otherwise, they could only think of themselves as high and mighty, and would be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. Although this was a cruel fact, along with the recovery of spiritual energy, it allowed ordinary people to obtain more opportunities. The twin-bladed man came over and grinned as he said, "Big sister, you must be Suifei, right?" "Ahoy! What do you need?" Suifei lightly replied. She was somewhat curious as to why he had come over. "Oh, I've long heard of the name of the third place. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's my honor. My name is Li Yao. I'm currently ranked 12th on the leaderboard. I'm an assassin who specializes in close combat," Li Yao said. He could not help but look excited. After all, Suifei's looks could be said to be that of a fairy descending to the mortal world. She had to have a figure and a face. The two big white rabbits were especially attractive at this moment. Yes, Suifei replied and then asked, "What do you want to do?" "Actually, what I want to say is, why don't we form a team and go to the center of the lake? After all, there must be some secrets there. With our strength, we can be more secure. What do you think?" Li Yao asked politely. After all, it was impossible for him to go to the center of the lake alone and escape unscathed. Most importantly, there might be some great danger hidden in there. "Okay, let's go now." Suifei agreed readily. She was quite worried about Yefeng. If he was still down there, he might need some help. If she arrived in time, she could still provide some help. So fast! Before Li Yao could react, Suifei had already arrived at the lakeside. She turned to Li Yao and asked, "How's your swimming ability?" Li Yao nodded. "It's not bad. I have the fish gills potion. I can give you a bottle." As he spoke, Li Yao walked forward at an abnormally fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Suifei. As expected of a close combat assassin. "His speed is indeed fast," Suifei exclaimed in her heart. Although his speed was not as fast as hers, it was the first time she had seen such speed. She felt that it was a little strange. Suifei took the fish gills potion that Li Yao handed over and drank it. It seemed that there were no changes in her body. Suifei looked at Li Yao in confusion. "Look, after drinking the potion, it will adhere to every part of your body. When it meets water, it will turn into a bubble." As he spoke, Li Yao jumped into the water with a splash. As expected, a layer of air membrane formed around his body. Although this layer of air membrane looked very thin, it could also be isolated from water, forming a perfect water repellent effect, allowing people to breathe freely in the water. Li Yao then looked at Suifei. But the effect of the potion is very short, only 1 hour, so we have to finish this quickly. Let's go to the center of the lake to see what's going on, and then we'll make plans, right? Suifei nodded and replied with an okay. Then the two quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 121, Endless Power, the Blue Drake dies. On the other side, Ye Feng was still fighting with the Blue Drake. Endless waves rolled. No creature could last a minute here. They would definitely be killed by the waves one after another. Ye Feng himself had the protection of the 3-piece sea stone set, so he was basically immune to the waves. However, the opponent was too strong, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Just a swipe of its claw made a loud sound. And although Ye Feng's defensive ability was not weak, it was still somewhat strenuous to face the Blue Drake's violent attack. Now, Ye Feng's body had already reached its limit. At most, he could hold on for a while more. This was also because he had the dragon seed in his body. With a thought, Ye Feng released all of his strength. Then, in a gap, he injected his spiritual energy into the sea stone trident. The effect was very obvious. In an instant, an extremely cold power spread out around Ye Feng and froze the surrounding water flow. The Blue Drake sensed an extremely dangerous aura and suddenly retreated. At the same time, waves of powerful blue light flashed and quickly dispersed the frozen water flow around Ye Feng. Ye Feng's figure moved and rushed in front of the Blue Drake's body. However, the Blue Drake did not stop. Instead, it continued to retreat, as if it knew that Ye Feng's strength was very powerful. However, its speed was much slower. Ye Feng sneered and his figure quickly chased after it. In just a short period of time, Ye Feng had caught up with the Blue Drake. The Blue Drake saw Ye Feng chasing after it and immediately roared in anger. It spat out a mouthful of extremely cold frost toward Ye Feng, wanting to freeze Ye Feng, but Ye Feng was not afraid of this frost at all. A golden light appeared on the surface of his body and directly blocked the mass of frost. This was the power of the sea stone armor. Not to mention this Blue Drake's frost, even if it was a true dragon's flame spray, he would not be afraid at all. After all, the sea stone armor was the only defensive item in the sea stone set with full defense points. Moreover, it was a divine artifact in the ocean. If it was so easily destroyed, then this legendary armor would not have such a great reputation. This Blue Drake's strength was indeed extremely tyrannical. Moreover, its intelligence was not low. However, its body was huge, and its reaction speed seemed to be very slow. Ye Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, not giving it a chance to breathe. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to it. At this time, the Blue Drake had already discovered that Ye Feng had already surpassed it. Roar! This Blue Drake roared angrily. It was unwilling to lose, unwilling to admit defeat just like that. It knew that Ye Feng had a divine artifact in his hands, and it also knew that it was impossible for it to be a match for this divine artifact. Even the aura emitted by the trident was enough to suppress it, let alone fight. Ye Feng's eyes became extremely cold, and the aura on his body was also boiling. It seemed that he would be able to charge in front of it in the next second. As expected, Ye Feng's figure appeared in front of the Blue Drake in the next second, and the trident used all its strength to hack at the Blue Drake's head. Boom! A huge tremor spread in all directions, and the sea stone trident in Ye Feng's hand immediately used up all the spiritual energy it contained. The Blue Drake was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by this trident. It crashed into a tall mountain before landing at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this situation, Ye Feng immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although this Blue Drake was powerful, it had a fatal flaw. As long as it did not attack a certain area, one would break through its defense after a long time. And Ye Feng just happened to grasp this fatal flaw. He used this flaw of the Blue Drake to kill it in one fell swoop. The Blue Drake had finally fallen. At this moment, Su Fei and Li Yao, who had just entered the center of the lake, were instantly struck by the sudden attack and were sent flying dozens of meters away. This attack was so fast that they did not even have the time to react. Su Fei's body had an extremely strong recovery ability and her reaction speed was also very good. Therefore, she was lucky enough to dodge 80% of the damage in this attack. She only spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was fine. Li Yao, on the other hand, was not so lucky. The moment he was hit, his internal organs seemed to be wandering around. Suddenly, they were squeezed, and then there was an extremely strong tearing feeling. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and Li Yao's face turned extremely pale. When he was hit, his entire spiritual power was also affected. This attack contained the blue drake's endless pressure. "Are you okay?" Seeing this, Su Fei rushed to Li Yao's side and asked with concern. Li Yao supported himself and shook his head. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he said, "It's okay. Although my body was severely injured, fortunately, I have a life-saving potion from my family. It can give me a powerful recovery ability. But now, I don't seem to be able to leave." Li Yao tried to stand up a few times, but every time he failed. He spoke with a bitter smile. He was in a very bad condition, and his condition was also very bad. Although his level was not low, if he did not have a life-saving potion, under this attack, he would have died a long time ago. Su Fei looked at Li Yao, who seemed to be fine, and was very surprised. However, what surprised her was not that Li Yao was lucky, but that he actually had a life-saving potion. This thing was expensive to manufacture. Usually, only very rich families had the opportunity to buy it, and not everyone could afford it. After all, this potion was just like its name. The life-saving potion could protect one's life. In a near-death state, it could forcefully hold on to one's life. It could also activate the potential in the body and quickly repair it. However, Li Yao was obviously not that seriously injured, but he still took the life-saving potion. Didn't this mean that this potion was very common to him? Su Fei guessed that Li Yao was from a noble family of alchemists. After all, only a large family could have such abundant resources. "It's okay. The impact of the explosion here is so strong. This means that we are close enough to our destination. We can also take a break and observe the situation nearby," Su Fei comforted him. Then, she took out a spirit fruit and handed it to Li Yao. "This is a spirit fruit I bought from Zushan Mall. Try it. It's very delicious. It can also give your body a rapid recovery effect." Li Yao thanked her and took the spirit fruit. He took a bite with a dubious look. The juice instantly filled his mouth. He chewed it casually and it left a pleasant taste in his mouth. Every time the tip of his tongue wiggled, it was a visual enjoyment in his mouth. This was simply too delicious. "Wow, this spirit fruit is too delicious." Li Yao enjoyed it and praised it from time to time. As soon as the spirit fruit entered his stomach, a warm current surged into his heart and covered his entire body in an instant. For a moment, Li Yao's entire body felt very comfortable, as if he was floating in the clouds. Seeing Li Yao's expression of enjoyment, Su Fei burst out laughing. This spirit fruit was indeed not bad. Moreover, she had signed a contract with that mysterious seller. If she could enter the mass production stage, it would be a big deal that would benefit the people. Chapter 122, Delicious Spirit Fruits, Ice Stream. "Sister, this spirit fruit is too delicious. Are you sure you can buy such delicious spirit fruits from Zushan Mall?" Li Yao was a little incredulous. His family also had many spirit fruits, but this was the first time he had eaten such a pure ecological spirit fruit. "Of course, if you like it, I can give you a few more after the assessment," Su Fei said with a smile. After all, the other party could also give her the fish gills potion, so it could be considered as returning the favor. Li Yao nodded. His body was recovering well enough to continue the rest of the journey. After the agreement was made, the two of them flew like the wind and rushed toward the end of the lake. At this moment, an uproar suddenly came. The impact this time was several times more than the previous one. A cold current swept past. The entire lake surface, which was originally boiling, instantly froze and turned into frost water. When the two people at the bottom of the lake saw this, they instantly turned pale with fright. Their fish gills potion was about to lose its effect. Most importantly, Li Yao only had the last bottle of potion in his pocket. They had wanted to find out the situation as soon as possible, and then decide who would take the treasure. No matter what, they would split it equally. But now, it seemed that this last bottle of fish gills potion had become the only bottle of life-saving potion. What's going on? Li Yao's face turned black. He was originally worried, but now that this had happened, he was even more panicked. On the other hand, Suifei was still maintaining her absolute calmness. I can be sure that this is a cold current that erupted from the depths of the lake, and it's very strong. Suifei analyzed, and her body could not help but start to tremble. The water temperature was originally boiling, and their bodies could barely withstand it. After all, they were all high-level symbiotes, so these special environments were still acceptable. But now, the water temperature continued to drop. In just a minute, the water temperature had dropped from 80 degrees Celsius to -100 degrees Celsius. This temperature difference, if it was an ordinary person, they would have died a long time ago. But they were not ordinary people. One symbiote was an angel, and the other was a dire wolf. They were both top-level symbiotes. The attributes that they brought were naturally not something that ordinary symbiotes could compare to. Soon, the water temperature continued to drop, reaching more than -150 degrees Celsius. This temperature was enough to destroy all thermostatic creatures. The powerful strength of the symbiotes continued to maintain their physical strength. However, the surrounding water had already begun to freeze. If they didn't do anything, they would be completely sealed in this place. Sister, the water temperature is dropping crazily. Take this bottle of fish gills potion and quickly go out. I know you still have the ability to hold on until you get out. Li Yao said as he took out the bottle of potion with great difficulty. He stuffed it directly into Suifei's hand. Suifei's face was also full of worry. She didn't expect such a terrible environment to appear in this god-forsaken place. Although she still had power in her body, she could only hold out until she broke out of the water. It would be impossible for her to bring Li Yao with her. But what could she do when she reached the water's surface? Such a strong impact could kill her at any time. Suifei did not say anything. She was thinking of all kinds of methods. In fact, she still had one last trump card. That was the teleportation device. This teleportation device was also called the point teleportation device. However, there was only one point teleportation device that could teleport people to any location. It contained some kind of secret power, so it could only be used once. In other words, after using it once, there would be no effect if it was used again. Suifei was still hesitating. After all, if she took out such a device, then she would be violating the rules. There was a rule in the freshman assessment, which was to refuse to use any device. Once it was discovered, the candidate would be disqualified. Suifei did not dare to use it rashly either. Participating in this assessment was also strongly recommended by her family, and she was also very interested in the qualifications to enter the academy. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was one of the best academies in China. If she could enter and further her studies, it would be a dream opportunity. Moreover, breaking the rules in the freshman assessment meant that she would have to bear a series of consequences. In short, Suifei would not use it until the last moment. As time passed, the temperature of the surrounding water also gradually solidified, and layers of ice began to form. The surface of the lake above them also began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most important thing was that this kind of ice came from the extremely cold power within the blue drake's body. Not only was it different from ordinary ice blocks and difficult to break, but it also constantly emitted the aura of the extremely cold power. It continuously suppressed the human body, and it could also cause the majority of the power in the human body to quickly drain away. This was the main reason why they were trapped. The speed at which their bodies recovered was far from being able to keep up with the speed of the flow, so naturally, they didn't have any means to escape from this place. At this moment, in the distance, the people by the lake couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the power erupting from the center of the lake. Due to the powerful impact and the intense cold current, they had no choice but to activate their spiritual power to resist this wave of attack. However, many of them were low-level symbiotes. Before they could activate their spiritual power, they were thrown hundreds of meters away and directly hit the mountain. Seeing that many people were sent flying, some experts also frowned. This strong impact must have come from the center of the lake, which was at least several kilometers away from them. However, this impact could last for a long time and could cause a lot of damage to them on the shore. At the same time, it also meant that the originator of this power was extremely powerful. It was at least a B-grade creature. Of course, it might not be a creature, but the probability of this happening was too low. It was impossible for a human to be able to produce such a powerful impact, right? If there really was such a thing, then it would be impossible for them to participate in the freshman assessment. Instead, they would be supported by Cloud Mist Academy and would be directly exempted from admission. Clearly, it was impossible for such a person to exist in this assessment. D*MN, this wave of impact is too strong. Just now, Suifei and the twin-bladed man went into the lake. I wonder how they are doing. It's not far from the truth. If they can't withstand it, then they will end up dead. They have a lot of points. One is ranked 3rd on the leaderboard while the other is ranked 12th. If we split them up, it will definitely allow our points to rise by quite a large level. Good idea. But if such a strong impact can't hurt them, then it will be a waste of hope. Let's wait and see first. No need to wait and see. With such a strong fluctuation, don't even think about it. They will definitely die. Liang Gang said with a sinister smile while holding a dog-tail grass in his mouth. Brother Gang, how are you so sure? Li San asked curiously from the side. Liang Gang waved his hand. He put on an extremely arrogant look. Are you stupid? With such a powerful fluctuation, even we on the shore suffered a lot of damage. They are in the center of the lake, which is also the center of the impact. If they don't die, they will definitely be crippled. Chapter 123, Crazy Evolution, Harvesting Dragon Bones. According to my analysis, this might not be impossible. However, we should not ignore the fact that they are symbiotes. Perhaps they can rely on their powerful symbiotic bodies to survive this attack, Carter explained from the side. After all, this was the best explanation he could think of. If Suifei, who was ranked 3rd on the list, died so easily, then the assessment would not be able to continue. After all, this was a freshman assessment. How could it be so easy to injure the top 5 people on the list? If they could not handle it, then low-level people like them, who had yet to enter the ranks, would be sent to their deaths. Hearing Carter's words, everyone fell into silence. If that was the case, then this freshman assessment would be too difficult. Moreover, they didn't know what kind of situation would happen. It was really worrying. Then, according to your analysis, what should we do? Everyone began to talk. After all, Carter's ability to think had already perfectly predicted many events in the previous few incidents. Moreover, it was in line with the sequence of events, so Carter was very popular. At the same time, Liang Gang looked over. He also wanted to ask this question, but he was too embarrassed to ask because of everyone's gazes. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, this decision was not what he wanted. I think that we only have one choice now. Carter looked at everyone and said, that is, to give up. Why? Didn't we agree? No matter who it is, they have to pass this assessment. Have you forgotten what you said? Feng Lan heard this, she immediately looked at Carter in surprise. She was the first person to respond. Yes, I haven't forgotten. However, the reality does not allow us to continue staying here, Carter said with a determined look. We have already lost a comrade. Do you want us to continue taking risks? If we continue taking risks, it's very likely that we'll all be annihilated. The consequences are not something that you and I can bear. Moreover, this incident is very likely a plan aimed at us. Carter looked at Feng Lan and spoke with a grave expression. When everyone heard Carter's words, they fell silent. Indeed, the current situation was very disadvantageous to them. If they continued to stay here, it was very likely that they would die here. And right now, they had no other choice but to give up. This way, they could leave this place. They didn't need to be like right now, trembling in fear in this place. They could be killed at any time. This assessment was to prepare for the freshmen, so fighting and killing shouldn't be their main topic. There were many ways to obtain points, and they didn't have to surround and hunt such a great danger. Perhaps, before the main body of the great danger could even be seen, they would first be struck by wave after wave of impact and die at the scene. However, Liang Gang and the others were not freshmen in the true sense. Instead, in the lake area of this water training hall, there had always been a group of relatively weaker freshmen here. And now, this group of freshmen was about to reach their limits. Congratulations, host, you have killed the blue sub-dragon. You have obtained a large number of attribute gains. Ding, devouring the blue drake, physique plus 1%. Ding, devouring the blue drake, evolution progress plus 3%. Ding, devouring the blue drake, physique plus 2%. Ding, devouring the blue drake, number of sub-bodies plus 10. Ding, your ability, Goddess Scattering Flowers has evolved into Slime Storm. Obtained skill effects, number of slime subsidiary bodies has increased multiple times. Ding. Devouring the blue drake. Obtained Dragon Seed. Dragon Seed, 8%. At this moment, the blue drake's corpse had also been devoured by Ye Feng. Such a large body, and it contained endless energy, giving Ye Feng countless attribute bonuses. After all, this blue drake was an existence that was preparing to become a true dragon. If it had not met Ye Feng, it was very likely that it would have jumped to become a true dragon. The difference between a true dragon and a flood dragon was very obvious. Even if it was a true dragon of the lowest level, with Ye Feng's level, it was definitely impossible for him to be a match for it. Ye Feng was lucky he had met a blue drake instead of a true dragon. If it was a true dragon, Ye Feng wouldn't have been so lucky. This wave of improvement is so obvious. Ye Feng looked at the sea stone trident in his hand and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. This was an extremely good piece of equipment. Moreover, this equipment could not only be used as a weapon for offense, but also for defense. After all, the sea stone trident required a large amount of spiritual energy to be activated. If it was used for defense, it could also absorb the spiritual energy released by the other party and convert it into its own power. Finally, it could be released. This was simply a low-cost, high-output transaction. Not only could it be used for battle, when Ye Feng activated the trident, he could clearly feel his combat strength continuously increasing. In other words, this trident could also increase his combat strength. The blue drake's spiritual energy was too vast, so much so that Ye Feng was currently at full spiritual energy. It was not until he had digested the entire blue drake that Ye Feng paused for a moment. This bone can be used in the future. Ye Feng looked around and found a few large bones scattered on the ground. These were all dropped by the blue drake. As a special kind of bone, Ye Feng did not choose to devour them. After all, it was so special that he thought it would be useful in the future. Ye Feng picked it up and looked at it carefully. It was still a thigh bone and a skull. Although it was only 2 bones, with the blue drake's huge body, even two bones were a few meters tall. But Ye Feng still had a way. He directly stored it into the storage space of the bracelet. This thing would definitely be of great benefit to his future advancement. Ye Feng had obtained a lot of benefits from killing the blue drake this time, which made him very satisfied. With a thought, Ye Feng summoned his attribute panel and began to check his harvest this time. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 70%. Subsidiary bodies, 120. Attributes, Strength 1070, Agility 870, Vitality 1010, Spirit 960, Resistance 500. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Slime Storm, Perfect Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Ultimate Spiderweb, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Spirit Exploding Shark. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Binding, Tidal Surge. Evolution Progress, 96%. Dragon Seed, 9%. Current level, C+. There's actually 9% of the dragon seed. Did I get such a big harvest this time? Ye Feng was a little surprised. After all, during the devouring process, the system's broadcast was similar to a spamming of the screen. Every time it absorbed a bit, it would broadcast a bit. Ye Feng sensed the constantly changing power in his body and did not pay attention to it. However, when he saw so much increase in the dragon seed on his attribute panel, he was immediately shocked. Chapter 124, The Powerful Dragon Seed, Eternal Body. This is still a flood dragon, and I can get 8% of the dragon seed. If it's a real dragon, how powerful is it? Ye Feng was a little surprised. After all, this was a flood dragon. They were all so powerful, and there were also quite a number of dragon seeds. After collecting everything, the surviving water elemental guard walked up and looked at Ye Feng with a complicated expression. Ye Feng could also tell how complicated this was. Firstly, it was possible that Ye Feng could kill the blue drake, which meant that he was powerful enough. However, there were still many uncertain factors in this strength. For example, why did he save them? The two parties had never even met, let alone have any friendship. Secondly, Ye Feng's behavior made him feel a little strange. Although Ye Feng was very powerful, the blue drake was not weak either. It could be seen that the battle between the two was almost to the extreme. Either Ye Feng died, or the blue drake died. Although Ye Feng still won in the end, under what circumstances would he risk his life to help in this way? This series of uncertain factors made the water elemental guard hesitate. Little brother, how should I address you? The water elemental guard asked. Ye Feng scratched his head, thinking that the NPCs designed by the academy this time were too strong. A ball of water element could still speak. But then he smiled and said, "My name is Ye Feng. I am a student participating in the freshman assessment this time." Hearing this name, the water elemental guard fell into deep thought. Then he sighed and said, "Thank you for your help, little brother Ye Feng. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have been killed on the spot." Hearing this, Ye Feng felt a little strange, so he asked, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but you're the only one left. Why are you talking about we?" After saying that, Ye Feng realized that it seemed inappropriate. After all, he was the only one left in this water elemental guard. The words "we" in his words should also be a form of mourning for his brothers and sisters. We are not mortal bodies. Naturally, there is no such thing as death. As he said that, the water elemental guard looked into the distance. Ye Feng also looked over. He saw that in 4 different directions, auras were gradually condensing. Ye Feng could sense this aura directly. He did not even need to use his perception. After all, it was the spiritual energy of the water element, and Ye Feng's body also possessed this spiritual energy. Therefore, from a certain point of view, they still had some resonance with each other. As the water element gradually condensed, 4 figures appeared. They were the 4 water elemental guards that were killed by the blue drake earlier. How did this happen? Isn't this too strong? Ye Feng thought to himself. Surprise appeared on their faces. They had a water element body. Although they didn't know the identity of the other party, having such an immortal body seemed to be a very impressive thing. Are you guys human or? Ye Feng finally could not hold it in anymore and asked. After all, not only Ye Feng, but most people did not know about this situation. To actually possess a water elemental body and not die, this was simply too strong. We are elves. The reason why we can speak human language can be traced back to a long, long time ago because our master is a human, the water elemental guard said. It's not easy to recognize each other, is it? Actually, my name is Yi. You can call me Yi. This is the name our master gave us. We have always used it, Yi said. Following that, the 4 water elemental guards finished condensing and walked over one after another. Seeing Ye Feng standing there, they felt a little strange. Yi, who is he? Why is there a human here? Didn't we set up a barrier? Also, did we beat the blue drake away? Why don't we see it? One of the water elemental guards said. He frowned when he saw Ye Feng, but then he threw out a few questions. He's a human child. His name is Ye Feng. There's no need to talk about the barrier. I'll tell you one thing, and you'll know. The blue drake was killed by this little brother. We're still alive because of this little brother's help. Otherwise, we'd be finished, Yi said. The expressions of the other 4 water elemental guards immediately changed. They all looked at Ye Feng as if they were observing a monkey. On Ye Feng's side, he could also feel that there were suddenly 4 more powers of inspection sweeping over his body. It was as if they wanted to discover something from him. Indeed, being able to kill the blue drake was a very impressive thing. Moreover, even though they were water elemental guards and possessed the purest water elemental power, due to the limitations of their levels, it was impossible for them to defeat an existence that surpassed them. However, the blue drake they encountered today had a B and grade strength. However, there were 5 of them. Although they were all B grade, they had the advantage in numbers. It was still possible for them to defeat a B and grade creature. However, the strength of this flood dragon was too strong. They could not hold on at all, so they fell from the formation and were defeated one after another. Ye Feng only made his move after the other 4 water elemental guards were killed. Therefore, the 4 dead guards naturally had no way of knowing Ye Feng's subsequent battle. However, one person was able to kill a B and grade blue drake. This was enough to prove his strength. One Ye Feng was equivalent to 5 of them. With such terrifying strength, they had no choice but to seriously examine the other party. Moreover, in order to avoid affecting the surrounding environment, the water elemental guards had set up a barrier around the area to separate the battle area. However, it seemed that Ye Feng did not notice any obstacles and directly entered the depths of the lake. Forgive us for being presumptuous. Actually, your appearance made us very surprised. Yi looked at the puzzled Ye Feng and immediately spoke. Our master is a great wizard named Walter. This explanation should not be strange to you, so we are very curious. Yi paused for a moment. Then, he continued to explain, it's because our master used some kind of forbidden spell to reincarnate, but we did not discover the aura of our master in your body. Hearing this, Ye Feng was also a little confused. What master? These water elemental guards were actually a kind of elves? Moreover, their master was actually so powerful. He could summon 5 B-grade water elemental guards. Who is your master, Walter? Ye Feng asked curiously. Ye Feng was curious, but not about the barrier, but rather, who was this great wizard Walter, who was actually so powerful? Although he had never seen Walter in person, the fact that he could summon 5B grade water elemental guards at the same time was enough to show how powerful he was. After all, it would take dozens of years for an ordinary symbiote to cultivate to B grade, and it was not done purely by hard work. The main thing was comprehension. If they could not comprehend it, everything would be in vain. Moreover, this great wizard could summon so many high-level water elemental guards at the same time. Most importantly, the existence with these levels of strength was just a guard. Chapter 125, The Method to Break the Seal, The Great Wizard is Missing. No matter what, this great wizard was an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, Ye Feng was also somewhat surprised. Little brother, just now you said that the freshman assessment that you participated in, what is it? Ye opened his mouth to ask. This term, to them, was quite a novel one. Is it the same as some kind of ancient sealing spell? You throw a person to a certain place and then use some kind of extremely cruel method to torture the person who it is cast on to achieve a certain goal, one of the water elemental guards said. His tone contained hate, as if he was the one who was personally in this situation. When Ye Feng heard this, he immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This seemed to be the same way. Throw their students into a place and let all kinds of creatures torture them. Whoever survived would be the winner. Moreover, Ye Feng had some understanding of the term ancient sealing spell. This was a very ancient forbidden spell. As one of the strongest sealing spells, it was also very rare. Even in the era that Ye Feng lived in, this kind of ancient sealing spell was rare. Only some super powerful creatures, those that were above A grade, would use it. However, Ye Feng only saw this kind of report in the major news media. As for the specific details, he definitely did not know or know. More or less. You can think of it that way. Ye Feng thought for a while and did not know what to say, so he gave a random answer. After all, what Ye Feng did not know was that as the water elemental guards, they were definitely old antiques that had lived for a long time, so they were naturally not familiar with these things. Oh, if that's the case, then you are indeed a little miserable. But it doesn't matter. You saved us. We will do our best to help you break and let you escape this seal. After Ye finished speaking, he thought for a moment. He continued, actually, the seal is not without a way to escape. It's just that it's a little troublesome. The ancient seal is no exception. I know the way to break it. Ye Feng was in disbelief when he heard that. The ancient sealing spell was one of the top 10 forbidden techniques. Furthermore, it was one of the top 3 sealing techniques on the ranking list of sealing techniques. There was actually a way to break it. This matter was extremely important. One had to know that the other party was a water elemental guard and had lived for more than 100 years. After all, their bodies were indestructible and were truly eternal. The things that they had seen would definitely be much more than what Ye Feng had seen. If the escape method of the ancient sealing spell was broken, it also meant that those super monsters above A grade that had been sealed by the ancient sealing spell had a chance to escape the seal. Moreover, the fierce beasts that had been sealed also had a chance to escape. Ye Feng knew that he was being broadcasted live. If the guard revealed this secret, it would definitely be known by everyone. This was a top-secret item. Once it was exposed, the impact on China and even the world would be very great. Ye Feng thought about it again and decided not to let Yi reveal this secret for now. Senior Yi, I appreciate your kindness. Actually, the seal technique I'm currently in is one that can be broken. As long as I accumulate enough points, or when the time is up, I can leave, Ye Feng smiled respectfully. Oh? It's good that you have a way to break it. If you need help, you can tell us anytime. Yi also smiled and spoke. Although they were still somewhat puzzled by Ye Feng's sudden appearance, he was the one who had saved them, after all. They would not neglect their benefactor. Senior Yi, can you tell us more about your master, that great wizard? Ye Feng asked curiously. After all, these were the things that he was interested in. Just what kind of great wizard could summon such a guard? Moreover, what he chose now was the magic conducting path. He still did not have a deep grasp of the magic slime's ability. If he could get the guidance of a great senior, he might be able to achieve even greater progress. Our master, Walter, was actually a dragon-slaying wizard before. He was one of the human sealings, a water-type symbiote. Yi began to speak. Towards their master, his words suddenly became unceasing. When Ye Feng heard this, his expression immediately changed. Water-type symbiote, and one of the human sealings. Ye Feng thought to himself. What kind of existence was this? It was actually one of the human battle sealings? But how could he not remember this name? Of the 5 great human sealings, Ye Feng had always been someone he worshipped since he was young. Their stories were even more memorized by Ye Feng. Moreover, it was not just the human sealings of this generation. Ye Feng also knew quite a bit about the sealings of the previous generations. Among them, his favorite was the wind-type human sealing, Andy. Ye Feng still had some understanding of the other human sealing stories. But now, the water-type human sealing's guards were right in front of him, but he could not remember the name of this sealing. It was indeed somewhat awkward. If that was the case, why weren't these water elemental guards guarding their master's side? We are actually in one of the battlefields between the dragon-slaying wizard and the water elemental dragon king. But now, both the great wizard and the dragon have disappeared without a trace, Yi continued after a pause, but it was clear that his expression had become very complicated. It was as if their master, the great wizard Walter, had disappeared into thin air. In other words, your master has already disappeared. Although Ye Feng knew that this was the case, he still could not help but ask. After all, they were water elemental guards. As guards summoned by the great wizard, they naturally had the ability to resonate with their masters. If the guards could not find their master, then what on earth had happened? If that was the case, then this matter seemed to be out of control. Think about it, that was one of the human sealings of combat power, the supreme water elemental symbiote. If the disappearance was caused by fighting with the water elemental dragon king, then what did that mean? The water elemental dragon king had almost the same combat power as the water elemental sealing. As something that even the human sealing of combat power could not handle, if this great danger appeared in a human city, then the disaster it would bring would be devastating. This was not a joke. As Yi spoke, Ye Feng looked left and right as if he was looking for something. In fact, Ye Feng was also gambling. He was betting that those old geezers from the Board of Education at the judges' seats would see what was happening to him right now. After all, he could not leave the freshman assessment right now. He could only use the live broadcast method to spread the news that he knew. Although there might be enemies among them, there was nothing he could do. The only way he could spread the news to the outside world was through this. Even if he did not know what to do, at least he could tell them this kind of news. What he should do was their business. Ye Feng could not do anything. At most, he could only do this much. What Ye Feng did not know was that at this moment, his live broadcast was the focus of almost everyone's attention. When Ye Feng heard this information, almost the entire audience exploded. Chapter 126, The Missing Walter, 800 Guards. F***ck, it's actually a human sealing of combat powers guard. Awesome, why are all the characters that God Feng meets so awesome? F***ck, didn't you guys hear that? He's just a guard, and he already knows how to break the seal. Fortunately, God Feng was smart enough not to let him say it, or else it would have been a big deal. Are you guys stupid? The entire live broadcast has definitely been tracked by the China Symbiote organization. All of their conversations will become their main focus. Wow, a bunch of awesome God Feng. He actually met a guard from the water elemental human sealing by accident. doesn't that mean that he encountered such a great opportunity? In the judges' seats, the faces of the elders were still dark. Although they were very experienced, they were still a little nervous when faced with such a situation. After all, this person who disappeared was the sealing of the water element. There were only 5 human sealings in total. Now that one person had mysteriously disappeared, wasn't that a big deal? How powerful was the other party to actually be able to make one of the human sealings disappear? However, no matter what, they also knew that there must be some complicated connections behind it. Although their information and status were not low, they were not qualified to ignore such matters of top-notch experts. The elders all looked at Andy. After all, if there was only one person who was qualified to talk about this matter, it would be Andy, the wind elemental human sealing. Andy also noticed that many people were looking at him, so he moved his mouth. He said indifferently, "I'm not sure about this matter either. Brother Walter has indeed been looking for dragons to kill for nearly 100 years, and he has been absent from the upper management symbiote organization meeting for the past 100 years. We have long been used to this kind of thing. He is such a person. He has been unrestrained all his life and will go wherever he wants to go." After saying that, Andy stopped talking. As for more information, he could not say it yet. For example, which region did Walter kill the dragons, or which type of dragons he killed, and what he obtained. These were all top secret, and once they were told, there would definitely be major forces heading to this region to search for treasures. In order to prevent such unnecessary things from happening, Andy did not continue speaking. When the elders heard this, they did not receive any important information either. The reactions of the audience were not focused on the disappearance of Great Wizard Walter. After all, when Great Wizard Walter and the dragon disappeared, it was rumored that the dragon-slaying wizard, Walter, had used his life to completely seal the water elemental Dragon King. This included what Ye Feng had learned in various versions of history textbooks. Moreover, this matter had already happened for more than 100 years. Even if there was a slight turn of events, it could still break the seal that used his life. However, in the past 100 years, no one had heard of the deeds of the dragon-slaying wizard, Walter. This matter had become a consensus that had been passed down from mouth to mouth. Moreover, the textbooks had been published in such a manner. This had deepened everyone's understanding. For the past 100 years, they had been praising Walter's super fearless spirit. His will had always been the basic ideals and beliefs of all the wizards. However, Yi's words not only shocked Ye Feng, but also the entire audience. Actually, the truth is the opposite. During the battle that year, Walter and the water elemental Dragon King fought for countless years and exhausted their last bit of strength. In the end, the water elemental Dragon King was seriously injured and escaped to the depths of the sea to recuperate. Yi paused for a moment. He continued, "And our master, the dragon-slaying wizard Walter, was not only released by the water elemental Dragon King. He was sealed by a secret technique." Ye Feng was also shocked when he heard this. Was that really what happened? The other party was the guard of the dragon-slaying wizard, so Ye Feng naturally believed what he said. However, the sealing of the first generation of water-type humans' combat power, such top-notch battle strength, was sealed by the water elemental Dragon King. Then how terrifying was the strength of that water elemental Dragon King? After 2 days of battle, Ye Feng also knew the power of the dragon race. Just the flood dragon, a sub-dragon of the dragon race, was already enough to choke others, not to mention a true dragon. If it was a true dragon race, even if it was the lowest level dragon, it could cause a devastating blow to humans, not to mention that Walter was fighting against one of the kings of the dragon race, the water elemental Dragon King. Ye Feng did not know how powerful it was, but he knew that it was definitely not something to be trifled with. While Ye Feng was thinking, Yi moved his mouth and continued, "Not only that, the water elemental Dragon King also released some kind of secret technique, multiplying a large number of sub-dragons to guard this place. The blue drake you encountered just now was one of the many sub-dragons. After Yi finished speaking, Ye Feng was speechless. There are so many of them. Ye Feng's heart immediately turned upside down. Although he did not dare to believe it, this also indirectly showed how powerful this water elemental dragon king would be if it was at its peak. Just by using a secret technique, it could reproduce so many powerful subspecies. Any one of them would be a huge disaster for mankind, and it was also a very troublesome opponent for Ye Feng. Moreover, there were quite a number of these sub-dragons. Us water elemental guards are the last guards of dragon-slaying wizard Walter. Moreover, when Walter is in danger, we will be awakened. Yi's expression was very complicated. The water elemental fluctuations on his body were also becoming more and more intense. It could be seen that his emotions were also very intense at this moment. After all, his master had been sealed by the water elemental dragon king and was still missing. Even if they found him, the strength of the guarding sub-dragons was not something they could compare to. No matter how they looked at it, everything seemed to be a dead end. However, Ye Feng's arrival was equivalent to giving them a glimmer of hope. After all, they had personally seen Ye Feng kill a blue drake with his bare hands. Moreover, it was a sub-dragon that was extremely close to a true dragon. To be killed in such a manner, one could imagine Ye Feng's strength. In fact, he was not weak either. Although the water elemental guard's cultivation level was around B grade and Ye Feng's was only C+, from a certain point of view, Ye Feng's strength was even stronger than theirs by half a point. It was not weaker than their B grade at all. Are there only 5 of you dragon-slaying wizards guards? Ye Feng asked. Although their strength was not weak, after all, there were not many of them. If the sub-dragons carried out a group attack, then they would definitely perish. If Walter only summoned so few water elemental guards, then are they used to guard something? Ye Feng secretly guessed. This number of water elemental guards was actually not weak either. Furthermore, they were all B-grade powerhouses. However, one had to consider that the other party was the water elemental dragon king. The number of sub-dragons that it used secret techniques to breed was very large. Just the 5 of them as guards, what kind of danger could they use to defend against? Just as Ye Feng was still wondering if there was some big treasure around, Yi moved his mouth and explained. Actually, we have quite a lot of brothers. There were originally 800 guards, but after a long time of constant fighting with these sub-dragon species, there are only 5 of us left now, Yi sighed. He turned around and looked at his remaining 4 companions. Hearing this, Ye Feng suddenly felt his scalp go numb. After all, he could imagine that this number was indeed not enough to resist the sub-dragon's attack. A little more might be better. But he did not expect that there would actually be a full 800 guards at the beginning. Chapter 127, The Terrifying Power of the Ceiling, the owner of the notebook. Furthermore, they were all water elemental guards. Their levels were all around B grade. What kind of concept was this? 800 B-grade water elemental guards. This power was enough to destroy any country in the world. Even the whole world's symbiote organizations would have a hard time fighting against them. This terrifying power was unleashed from the human ceiling of combat power. Even though he knew that these ceilings were very powerful and could easily influence the direction of the world, and the battleground was outer space and all sorts of harsh environments. They had the highest combat power of humans. But hearing this number, Ye Feng was still shocked. Was this still an ability that humans could summon? Ye Feng was extremely shocked. To be able to use magic to such an extreme extent, if he were to see him in person, how shocking would that be? This senior would definitely be an extremely awesome existence. Not only was he the human ceiling of combat strength, from certain actions, Ye Feng also felt that he was a person worth learning from. An awe-inspiring spirit gradually spread in the depths of Ye Feng's mind. This was simply an idol-like existence. The audience, like Ye Feng, were all shocked. After all, they could only get their understanding of the human sealings from various media or books on a daily basis. Such a mysterious organization, and it was also a top-notch human existence. How could they have the opportunity to come into contact with it on the spot? Through Yefeng's live broadcast, it was almost everyone's first time learning about the existence of dragon-slaying wizard Walter from such a distance. Of course, there was an old friend on the scene, and that was Andy. But Andy had not seen his old friend for a long time. Although they were both members of the human sealings of combat power, and it was only a 4-person organization, they did not have much contact with each other. After all, these sealings were mysterious existences. No one could stop them from moving forward. Moreover, they usually received extremely important missions from various officials, which made it even more difficult for them to appear in everyone's sight. After all, these missions were not to organize some kind of mysterious experiment in outer space. They would either go to the polar region to kill the fierce beasts that had just awakened and so on. Sometimes, their disappearance would be calculated by the year. After all, as the elemental envoys, they had basically achieved immortality with the elements. The only way to make them lose their elemental power was to die. After all, such a powerful elemental power was one of the strongest powers, and it was basically impossible for anyone to be stronger than them. That was why they were rated as one of the human sealings of combat power. However, their missions were often accompanied by great danger. After all, they were also a human sealing. With the recovery of spiritual energy, all kinds of creatures ran amok. The number of existences that were stronger than humans was terrifying. Therefore, just like Walter, they would be sealed by the water elemental Dragon King. Although it was a mistake, it also indirectly showed that there were many existences that were stronger than humans. In fact, from a certain point of view, there were more powerful beings than humans. However, most of these fierce beasts were acting behind the scenes, ordering low-level creatures to destroy and preparing some kind of mysterious ritual to summon even more powerful creatures to come into the world. Holy *T, how powerful are 800 water elemental guards? Do we have a boss to explain it to me? Brother, you don't know 800 water elemental guards, not to mention the ability to use water elemental power, just their cultivation level, B grade, is the ultimate goal that we ordinary people can pursue in our lifetime. A human sealing of combat power can summon 800 of them. Think about how terrifying it is. Brother, you still haven't explained it properly. Let me explain it to you. A few years ago, a fierce beast attacked a city. You've heard of it, right? At that time, the government had mobilized almost all the A-grade symbiotes in China. There were almost 100 of them, and it took them a whole week to stop the development of the situation. At that time, they only invested half of the power level here. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard the explanation. In other words, the water elemental guards summoned by dragon-slaying wizard Walter, were already twice as powerful as an A-grade powerhouse from China. According to this explanation, everyone was more familiar with the difference in combat strength. On the other side, Andy, who was standing on a high position, had a mysterious look in his eyes. After all, they were both the guardians of the 4 great elements. From a certain point of view, they were closer to each other than anyone else. When the resonance with Walter was cut off, Andy realized that something was wrong. However, it was impossible to track the tracks on the ceiling. Andy was also hesitant and had been paying attention to Walter's movements. However, after so many years, he finally found Walter's tracks. He did not expect to come across it in the freshman assessment. What a joke! Andy did not make any moves. After all, he knew that the Chinese authorities would definitely have some arrangements. He only needed to continue to pay attention to the development of the situation. Seeing that there were only 5 people left, Ye Feng sighed. After all, he had already tried out a sub-dragon's strength. Naturally, he knew that the other party was extremely difficult to deal with. And these 800 water elemental guards, although their strength was roughly the same, to be able to defend for so many years, not to mention their willpower, just their tenacity alone was already extremely powerful. As expected of a great wizard. The guards summoned can also be sworn to follow you to the death, Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, he knew that the guards summoned also had a time limit. However, this guard summoned from the ceiling clearly broke this rule. Ye Feng did not dare to imagine how powerful this senior was. Speaking of which, the name Walter seems to be somewhat familiar. Ye Feng seemed to have suddenly remembered something and scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng took out a notebook and kept flipping the pages, as if he was trying to find something. Finally, Ye Feng stopped at a page and said in surprise, "It's here." Everyone looked over and found that the page that Ye Feng was pointing at was a landscape painting that great wizard Walter had personally copied. And in the entire notebook, there was only one signature under this painting, and the signature was Walter. However, this font was too avant-garde. Ye Feng could not recognize it even after looking at it a few times. Even if there was an analysis sequence, this place had never been analyzed. This was also a piece of information that Ye Feng felt was unnecessary to resolve. It was just a name. But now, it seemed that this name gave him an answer. That was this book. It was written by Walter from the water element human ceiling of combat power. And the subsequent reaction of the water elemental guards also confirmed Ye Feng's idea. Chapter 128, Powerful Seal, Ye Feng's Conjecture. It's Master's notebook. Yi looked at the words on it and was immediately shocked. Little brother Ye Feng, how did you get our master's notebook? After all, Walter's notebook was not something that could be easily circulated. Even if it was circulated among the people, it was still a very precious treasure. It could not just appear in the hands of others. Usually, it was either in a hall, a national museum, or a large family's treasure trove. But it was precisely such a precious notebook that appeared in Ye Feng's hands. In other words, those who could possess this notebook were basically not ordinary people. It was very likely that they were Walter's disciples or something. Could it be that this little brother is our master's disciple? Or should I say, a quasi-elemental inheritor? After all, what they saw was the complete version of the Water Element Secret Manual. This was a complete Water Element Secret Manual. To be able to possess such a complete secret manual was already proof of one's identity. Although it was a copy, it did not affect the reading of the contents in the slightest. If he was not a disciple, then he was a quasi-elemental inheritor. A disciple was still fine. Although it was the human ceiling of combat power, there was still time to take in disciples. After all, with their experience, they could see at a glance the foundation and talent of the young man. Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this notebook was found by me." Hearing this, the water elemental guard's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? This is the Water Elemental Secret Manual written by Walter, the Water Elemental Human Ceiling of Combat Power. How could it be auctioned off among the people? Facing the strong doubts of the few Water Elemental guards in front of him, Ye Feng could only smile bitterly. He had to thank that brother for all of this. If he had not sold this incomplete manual to him, then he would not have so many coincidences. Moreover, this was actually a secret manual written by dragon-slaying wizard Walter himself. It was simply a huge profit. Moreover, this water element secret manual had brought him a lot of gains. For example, the water element slime subsidiary body in his body had been comprehended from this secret manual. Under Ye Feng's ability, the analysis sequence, this secret manual had also been consumed by Ye Feng a lot. However, the content of this secret manual was too huge, and it also contained several water-type secret texts. This thing was not something that could be easily deciphered just by relying on his ability to analyze the sequence. Moreover, the power contained within was too great. Even with Ye Feng's current stage, he was unable to withstand it. As a result, ever since Yefeng obtained the water element slime subsidiary body, he had never opened it again. The biggest factor was still participating in the freshman assessment, so he did not have much time to read it. This was really written by Walter, and his water element slime was also learned from it. If this was the case, he could actually be considered half a student of Walter. The water element slime had brought too many benefits to Yefeng, so much so that his strength had advanced to a large stage. Moreover, without the help of the water element, Yefeng would not have been able to increase his strength so much in this water training hall. Please reading on newnovel.org. Then where is Senior Walter at the moment? Yefeng asked. What he wanted to know now was exactly where Walter was at the moment. Yefeng thought for a moment and said, if we know where he is, perhaps we can try to rescue him. After all, he was still considered half a student. If it was really as the water elemental guards said, Walter was sealed somewhere by the water elemental dragon king. Yefeng also hoped to be able to rescue him. However, he had to consider that the surroundings were full of sub-dragons. In this place, there might be sub-dragons lying in ambush nearby. Therefore, Yefeng did not dare to confirm a certain place. It was also not good for him to release his perception ability. If he triggered a sub-dragon and many of them rushed over, they would not be able to withstand it. Although Yefeng had absorbed almost 8% of the dragon seed just now and also brought him a lot of strength, he had just absorbed it and could not fully display his full strength. Otherwise, Yefeng may be able to continue to fight it. Yi heard the words of Yefeng, immediately shook his head, sighed, and said, Little brother Yefeng, don't think about it. Yefeng puzzled, immediately asked, why? Is it really very difficult? Yi nodded. That place is located in the deepest part of the lake. There is a very strong cage there, and there is a very powerful seal around it. Let alone how to break the cage, this seal alone is not something that our level can break. Master has been trapped for many years, during which our guards have tried countless times to break through the barrier, but to no avail, and in the end, we all failed. As he spoke, Yi kept sighing, as if everything that had happened before was still fresh in his mind. Every time they tried, their partners died, which was why they had gone from 800 water elemental guards to 5 now. Of course, they had a huge battle with the sub-dragons during this period, and it should have been more than once. But no matter what, it was very difficult to let Yefeng know about this. Yi continued to explain, and Yefeng also obtained a lot of information from it. This information was all accumulated by Yi and the water elemental guards over these years. Moreover, every attempt was accompanied by endless pain. All this was very heavy information. Yefeng naturally listened to every word. Then, he summoned the system to help analyze it. After all, such complicated information could actually be analyzed by Yefeng alone, but it would take a lot of time. Since Yefeng could come to this place, it meant that time was running out. At least, he had to buy some time. Otherwise, if it was too long, some kind of accident might happen. So much time had passed. If another water elemental dragon king was born, all of them would have to die here. Ding, starting deduction. Ding, deducing cause and effect. Ding, deduction is complete. After analysis, the best method is to use the dragon seed to create harmony, thus achieving the goal of opening the seal. There is an 80% chance of success in changing the behavior, of which the probability of failure is 20%. The probability of failure is that the genes are not pure. The system quickly gave the result. Hearing this, Yefeng also thought about the result of the analysis and what it meant. Because the barrier was set by the water elemental dragon king, it must have some kind of harmony with the dragon gene, so it could be entered through the dragon gene. The reason there was still a high probability of failure was that this barrier had been set up for a long time, and the genes of the dragon species and the nearby sub-dragons that were responsible for guarding the barrier had probably been greatly diluted after multiplying. Ye Feng was able to collect the genes of the dragon species because he had to obtain them from the sub-dragons that were guarding the barrier, so he could not avoid stepping on this probability. However, Ye Feng had to give it a try. Otherwise, there was almost no other way. Do I need to use the genes of the dragon in order to open the barrier? Ye Feng looked at Yi and suddenly asked. Yi was dumbfounded. The few companions around him were the same. They did not say anything. Moreover, Yi was just about to organize the information in his mind and was prepared to tell Ye Feng this conclusion. But Ye Feng said it first. Little brother Ye Feng, how did you know? Yi was already amazed by Ye Feng's strength. Now that Ye Feng said something shocking again, it shocked him even more. They, the water elemental guards, had gone through decades and tried countless methods before they finally came to such a conclusion. Ye Feng actually knew everything the moment he came. If this wasn't terrifying, then what was? Chapter 129, Sheepskin Map, the Division of the Dragon Race. Everyone looked at Ye Feng as if he was a god and Ye Feng was instantly embarrassed. They scratched their heads. Ye Feng smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. I can just make a casual guess. Because the barrier was set up by the Water Elemental Dragon King, and there are a large number of sub-dragons guarding around it. To be able to support a barrier seal for such a long time, I can't think of any other way except for the dragon genes. Hearing Ye Feng's explanation, everyone also deeply felt the young man's incomparably meticulous deductive ability. Once this young man came, he did not even need to go to the scene to take a look. He was already comparable to them who had been trying for decades. These few water elemental guards' opinion of Ye Feng immediately increased by a few levels. If they did not have their master, they would have followed Ye Feng on the spot. That's right. The energy of the barrier is extremely huge. This is a barrier that the Water Elemental Dragon King has meticulously set up. Ordinary people are unable to enter. Not to mention forcefully attacking, the energy contained within the barrier is enough to kill any quarreling powerhouse. Even our master is unable to break through it, Yi said. However, this is a barrier set up by the Water Elemental Dragon King after all. It also contains the genes of its dragon species. If we can mix up the barrier and use enough genes of the dragon species to enter it, it's actually not impossible, Yi continued to add. Then, he took out a sheepskin scroll. Ye Feng looked over. As Yi slowly unfolded it, an underground topographic map appeared in front of Ye Feng. It was said to be a map, but the drawing here was very sloppy. Ye Feng could not tell what it was at all. He could barely tell that it was a map. This is the distribution map of the nearby sub-dragons. They are mainly concentrated in a certain area. Because there are many of them, the distribution area is also very large. As Yi spoke, he pointed at a blank area. This is where we are. Ye Feng looked over and it was indeed as Yi said. Other than this empty area that was slightly cleaner, the other places were all marked out. The entire map was like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a place. Ye Feng immediately understood that this was definitely the place where Walter was sealed, and also where the enchantment was located. But this place was still quite far from where they were. Perhaps it was because the closer they were to the area of the enchantment, the more sub-dragons there were. The remaining 5 water elemental guards could only temporarily settle down in this place. But there was another advantage here. There was a small path here. Basically, it could bypass most of the marked points, which was the region where the sub-dragons lived, and go straight to the location of the enchantment. Moreover, this place could also observe the surrounding environment very intuitively. Ye Feng looked at this complicated map, and his heart was already full of admiration. After all, this map was so detailed that it even marked the main active area of the sub-dragons, as well as the secondary active area. It was even detailed to the time period. This seemingly incomparably detailed map was the result of them spending an unknown amount of time and effort to survey it over and over again. Moreover, many of their companions might have been sacrificed in the process. I believe you have already guessed that the deepest place is where Master appeared the last time, which is also where the enchantment is located. We have been trying all along, but unfortunately, we can't enter at all, Yi said. Ye Feng nodded. It was inevitable that they could not enter. The enchantment set up by the Water Elemental Dragon King, even the Water Elemental human ceiling could not break through. It was a symbiote that represented the peak strength of the dragon race. How could it let someone break through this barrier so easily? But Ye Feng already had his own ideas. According to the system's prompt and Yi's explanation, he needed to use the dragon's genes to break the barrier. But these genes were not obtained casually. It had to be at least 50% pure, and the higher the purity, the higher the probability of breaking it. There was a necessary connection between these two. This was also the reason why the system had notified Ye Feng that there was a probability of failure. Above 50% of a dragon's gene purity was already considered a very powerful existence. The flood dragon that Ye Feng had encountered for the first time only had 1% of a dragon's gene purity. And the blue drake that Ye Feng had fought with the last time also only had 9% of a dragon's gene purity. The strength of the blue drake was already Ye Feng's limit. If he wanted to collect more dragon genes, he would have to keep fighting. Although Ye Feng's attack power was not strong, and if his opponent was a sub-dragon, he would definitely be weaker, but Ye Feng had a trump card. That was because he had the 3-piece sea stone set in the water element slime. Relying on these two, coupled with his own 9% dragon seed, Ye Feng completely had the ability to confront the stronger sub-dragons. As the purity of the dragon seed increased, Ye Feng's ability would also increase to a higher level. Ye Feng also asked Yi for more information. For example, the purity of the dragon species genes reaching more than 50%, which was equivalent to a second-generation dragon. Other than the second-generation dragons, there are also N-generation dragons, which are the second generation of the second-generation dragons, all the way to the N-generation dragons. As the number of generations increases, the dragon's genes become more diluted, and vice versa. Yi saw that Ye Feng's knowledge acceptance was not bad, so he told all of this information at once. Hearing this, Ye Feng's first reaction was still somewhat shocked. After all, this was the first time he learned that among the dragon race, there was such a strict hierarchy. And these were only sub-dragons. If it was a true dragon, how strong would it be? According to Yi's words, every generation of dragons would have extremely powerful strength. Moreover, the earlier the generation, the stronger they would be. The strength of the initial second generation would definitely be above the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation, N generation. However, according to the conversion of cultivation levels, the number of sub-dragons with the earlier generation was not many, but their strength was extremely powerful. And the largest number were fourth and fifth generation species. Little brother Ye Feng, I'm very happy that you can bring up the idea of helping us, but the truth is very cruel. There are still many laws that you are not qualified to come into contact with yet. Yi sighed and looked at Ye Feng before continuing to persuade him. Once you come into contact with them, you will realize that the entire world is far darker than you can imagine. While there is still time, I advise you to run quickly. Since you have the strength to slay a sub-dragon, you must not underestimate your enemy. Bring this truth out alive and tell all the humans. Chapter 130, was left behind to scout the dragon race's territory. Those evil creatures that breed in the darkness are not as simple as you think. The creatures that can be found all over the world are actually small fry. The real fierce beasts are storing their strength and will launch a counterattack at any time. Hearing Yi's words, Ye Feng actually knew it too. In a world where spiritual energy was recovering, anything could happen. Today, your cultivation level might be C grade and you might break through to C and grade at any time, but unfortunately, you haven't been able to find a way to break through, you were at a bottleneck in your advancement. But when you woke up, you found that you had already entered C and grade. This was a world where spiritual energy was prevalent. Spiritual energy would explode at any moment. Moreover, creatures that received spiritual energy would undergo an extremely powerful evolution. As such, he could often see this scene. In the wild zoo, he was looking at wild horses. However, in the next moment, these wild horses suddenly awakened and began to attack humans like crazy. Even so, the China government took action in a timely manner. Usually, it would not cause any effect. Ye Feng shook his head and said firmly, "I won't run. Since I chose to come here, I'm here to help you. Moreover, Senior Walter is still trapped down there. How can I turn a blind eye? No matter what, I will choose to give it a try. Until the last moment, I will not give up." Ye Feng's eyes were filled with determination. After all, he was someone who had slaughtered 2 sub-dragons. He also had some experience in slaughtering sub-dragons. Moreover, as his body evolved, he also received the support of the super-powerful genes of the dragon species. Ye Feng had also obtained quite a lot of combat abilities. This was especially so for his recovery abilities. Basically, the moment he was injured, he would be able to recover immediately, not to mention the fact that Ye Feng had his own symbiotic body's strength and also had the super divine artifacts, the 3-piece sea stone set. If he just gave it a try, Ye Feng might be able to do so. Moreover, he would be able to obtain even more rewards, such as higher purity dragon seed genes or the treasures of the sub-dragons. If it was successful, he could also rescue Walter, the water-type human ceiling of combat strength. At that time, he could still learn a few moves from Walter. After all of his current water elemental skills were learned from Walter's water element secret manual. If not for Walter's secret manual, Ye Feng would not have obtained the water element slime and water elemental skills at all. As long as I kill enough sub-dragon species and devour them, I will definitely be able to obtain higher purity dragon genes. Ye Feng thought to himself, his expression also very confident. If it goes well, not to mention obtaining higher purity dragon genes, I might even be able to activate the evolution sequence and directly awaken as a dragon. But, the water elemental guard knew the danger and wanted to stop Ye Feng, but he was immediately interrupted by Ye Feng. "There are no buts. Don't you seniors want to save Senior Walter? Moreover, your cultivation levels are all stronger than mine. In terms of strength, I'm inferior to you. Even so, I still want to give it a try." Seeing that they could not persuade Ye Feng, they gave up. They might as well let him stay and plan for the future. Yi's expression changed and he said in surprise, "Are you really willing to stay?" "Of course. I will definitely take revenge for Senior Walter. But before that, I want to go to the territory of the dragon race and see what the situation is like," Ye Feng said with a smile. He had already made all the preparations. After all, the battle would definitely start in the end. Moreover, Ye Feng knew that he would be fighting sub-dragons because entering the barrier at the back required high-purity dragon genes. And the simplest and most brutal way to obtain dragon genes was to continuously kill sub-dragons. By continuously obtaining dragon seed genes, not only would he be able to purify them, he would also be able to obtain over 50% of the dragon seed in the end. However, even if they were to fight, Ye Feng would not panic. After all, with his strength, he could kill a blue drake. As for the other sub-dragons, Ye Feng could also kill them. Go to the dragon race's territory? That's too dangerous. Although your current strength is not weak, I'm afraid it's still not enough for the breath of a second-generation sub-dragon. Not to mention going in, if you go in, you will only be sending yourself to your death." Yi said with a frown, his tone filled with intense worry. However, Yi did not know that Ye Feng had the 3-piece sea stone set, so no matter when, he had a very powerful defensive ability. In addition, he had devoured and absorbed the dragon seed. Not to mention his current cultivation level, in the dragon race. He was definitely a powerful sub-dragon. Hehe, don't worry about this. Not only will I not die, I will also cause them great losses. Ye Feng said with a smile, at the very least, I will give them a taste of pain in a short period of time. Also, I will let those sub-dragons that are entrenched in the surroundings know how powerful we humans are. Oh? Do you really have such confidence? Yi asked in disbelief. Before this, although humans could fight against creatures, they were far inferior to the real dragons. They were not on the same level at all, let alone fighting. Although this was a sub-dragon, most of them were not much different from the real dragons. Now, human technology was also developing more and more, and there were many high-tech products, but they were still not enough. This was the reason for the dragon genes. Ye Feng nodded. His expression was also very serious, making it impossible for people to doubt the authenticity of what he said. Yi also took a deep breath. Now, he was also unable to determine whether what Ye Feng said was true or false. But regardless of whether it was true or false, Ye Feng's current strength was already very heaven-defying. Even if he encountered a fourth generation of sub-dragon, he would probably be able to deal with them. Alright then. Since you've already decided, I won't stop you. I only hope that when the time comes, you can come back alive. The water elemental guard, Yi, sighed and looked at Ye Feng. His face revealed a trace of solemnity, as if he was very worried about Ye Feng's safety. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safely. This time, I won't act together with you guys. After I return, we'll discuss how to rescue them. After all, those high-level sub-dragons aren't easy to deal with. Ye Feng said. Yeah, that's true. You go. Yi nodded, expressing his agreement. After all, the water elemental guards had just experienced a great battle and their bodies had suffered heavy injuries. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. In addition, they had consumed too much spiritual energy, so they needed a lot of time to recondense and replenish. Moreover, Ye Feng was only going to observe the situation this time. He wasn't really going to fight. Of course, if he encountered danger, Ye Feng did not mind fighting. After all, he had just fused with the dragon seed in his body. He still wanted to try out its power. Although it might not be effective so quickly, the dragon genes would not let him down. After Ye Feng left, the water elemental guards left. After all, this place was not that safe. A fierce battle had just happened. If they continued to stay here, there might be another disaster. They had to find a new habitat. However, the habitat would not be far from here. After all, this was the only place. There was a shortcut to the depths of the lake. It was a passage that could avoid most of the sub-dragons. Chapter 131, The Final Battle, The Powerful Angel. At this moment, in the depths of the lake, a man and a woman were currently trapped in the depths of the lake. Moreover, they only had one last bottle of fish gills potion left in their hands. If they still couldn't think of a way, they would be completely frozen here. What should we do? Li Yao asked. His voice had already become hoarse. His whole body was shining. The temperature of the water had dropped from several degrees below zero to more than 100 degrees below zero. If it weren't for the fact that his symbiotic constitution was different from ordinary people and the life-saving potion, Li Yao probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state. I don't know, Su Fei shook her head. Although her cultivation had reached C grade, she had never encountered such a difficult situation. She didn't know what to do. After all, she had been cultivating at home before. How could she have the chance to come out and cultivate? Similarly, Li Yao was the same. Now, they were basically panicking. At first, they thought that they only needed to rest so that Li Yao could recover for a period of time and then have sufficient strength before they planned to rush out. After all, Li Yao's symbiotic body was a dire wolf and possessed extraordinary explosive strength. On the other hand, Suifei was not greatly affected and had a chance to rush out. However, unexpectedly, the ice froze everything around them, causing them to sink into the lake. Although they kept moving forward at the bottom of the lake and escaped part of the frozen water surface, they could not escape at all. What should we do? Li Yao asked anxiously, his eyes filled with fear. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Suifei frowned. Although she was much better than Li Yao, she was also reaching her limit. She only had the last of the fish gills potion left. The only hope now is that this lake leads to the outside. As long as we can find the shore, we might be able to escape. Suifei said firmly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. But this lake is too big, and we are still in the center of the lake. I estimate that we will be at least 5 kilometers away from the shore. Li Yao said with some frustration. Hearing this, Suifei immediately smiled bitterly. 5 kilometers. As time passed, their body temperature gradually dropped, and what awaited them was only death. If they still couldn't find a way out, then there was only one outcome. 5 kilometers. Right now, they were all frozen by this extreme cold force. Even if they were on the surface of the lake, they definitely wouldn't be able to run 5 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, let alone 5 kilometers, even 100 kilometers would be a piece of cake for them. But now, it was different. Their bodies were corroded by the ice force, moreover, their bodies and minds were still affected by the frost, and their mental strength was greatly reduced. They were now thinking about how to escape, and they had no time to think about why this power was so powerful. Although it's 5 kilometers away, it's not impossible to reach the shore. I have an idea, Suifei said. She glanced at Li Yao and felt that he was about to faint. Li Yao held on and asked weakly, what is it? Can we really escape from here? The idea is very simple. You take the fish gills potion first and then hold on for a while. I will release my symbiotic power, which will cause a small riot. Suifei paused for a moment and then continued, the riot will not only break the surrounding frost, but also create a small impact. We use this impact to come to the lake. As long as we rush out of the lake, the rest will be easy to do. Hearing Suifei's words, Li Yao felt like he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. Sister, you do have a way, but, Li Yao thought for a moment and looked worried. Seeing this, Suifei was a little puzzled. This method was the best that she could think of at the moment, and the best that could be done. Why would he be worried? Suifei looked at Li Yao and asked, but what? Li Yao pointed at the bottle of fish gills potion and said worriedly, the effect of the fish gills potion is about to disappear. If I take it, what will you do? Why don't you take it? My symbiotic body is a dire wolf. I have extraordinary lung capacity. I can hold on for a long time. Stop talking. Drink it quickly. Time is limited. It's better than staying here and waiting for death. Besides, I might not really die here. Maybe I'll just be unconscious due to lack of oxygen. Suifei gritted her teeth. Under Suifei's orders, Li Yao could only nod his head. Then, he picked up the fish gills potion and drank it. Then, he closed his eyes. Gulp. Li Yao's throat rolled, and the fish gills potion immediately slipped into his stomach. Then, the two of them quickly exchanged positions. Suifei was the first to try it, and then Li Yao slowly followed. And just in case, they had to use their body's spiritual power to the maximum to prevent their bodies from being too cold, which would cause them to lose the ability to move. Now! As soon as she said that, Suifei suddenly jumped and swam toward the left side of the lake. Splash! Then, the sound of a heavy object falling into the water came again. Li Yao and Suifei looked at each other and then quickly swam toward the right side of the lake. Suifei's body kept heating up, producing an extremely hot temperature. The surrounding environment was originally frozen by the power of frost. At this time, the aura emitted by Suifei was melting continuously until it turned into liquid, filling the nearby lake with water again. The first step is to recover the water temperature to have an impact. Suifei muttered to herself. To be honest, this was also her first time trying it. After all, even if it was actual combat training, it was only at home, in a specially built combat training hall. And in the actual environment, this was also Suifei's first time trying it out. Although the final effect was similar, the details of the release also needed Suifei to constantly adjust it. Not long after, a ray of light emitted from Suifei's body, and a very powerful aura swept around. This was an extremely holy ray of light. It was as if wherever it went, the frozen areas were all melted. The surrounding frost power seemed to have been suppressed as well. Li Yao saw that Suifei was releasing such a powerful aura, and he was instantly stunned. It's actually, this symbiotic body, it's actually an angel. Li Yao was shocked. In the end, he never thought that the companion that he passed through along the way would actually be an angel that was ranked at the divine level in terms of rarity. Good heavens, I was wondering why she didn't panic from the beginning to the end. It turns out that she's already so powerful. Chapter 132, was right in front of him, and danger was approaching. Li Yao looked at Suifei, who was emitting light, and he was also very excited. He thought to himself, I must thank this god properly after I get out. Then, a light wave condensed and was thrown to the side by Suifei. The light wave rushed out and swept the surroundings. Li Yao instantly felt his body temperature rise, and a warm current entered his heart. Li Yao knew that this was an angel-triggered ability, which was healing. At this moment, Suifei was preparing Li Yao to heal him. Perhaps she was worried that the explosion that was about to happen would cause him harm. Li Yao, you have to be careful. The light wave will explode soon. Suifei reminded him. Remember, you have to rush out of the lake together with the impact. I don't have much spiritual power left. The power of frost has consumed too much of my spiritual power. If this plan fails, we will stay here forever. Hearing what Suifei said, Li Yao nodded heavily. As the light on Suifei's body disappeared, the light wave shattered with a loud bang. A powerful impact force instantly swept the surroundings. Now! Suifei shouted. We only have one chance. We must seize the opportunity. Li Yao swallowed his saliva and looked at Suifei blankly. Then, he activated his spiritual power. He had to activate his spiritual power to protect himself when he was under the impact. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured by the impact before he could reach the surface of the lake. The impact disappeared in an instant. Li Yao moved his body and flew backward along with the force of the impact. The whole process was relatively smooth. Seeing this, Suifei also activated her spiritual power and continuously exerted force on her body. She had to seize the opportunity, or else the impact would bring her to the bottom of the lake. Boom! 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 The lake surface, which was originally frozen, cracked under the repeated impact. As long as we stabilize our bodies, the force of the impact will allow us to break through the lake surface, said Suifei. With a strong push, the lake surface was right in front of them. The bottom of the lake was less than 30 meters away from the surface of the lake. Although the place Suifei and Li Yao came to was at the center of the lake, it was still at the edge, so the impact of the frost force was not too strong. Therefore, they could be broken through, and they could use the force of the impact to bring them further away. Perhaps, if they were lucky, they could be sent to the shore directly. It was precisely because of the things at the edge that they had a chance to escape. After all, the distance between the lake and them was only less than 30 meters. The area that was covered by the power of frost would be frozen continuously. Moreover, the power of frost also carried a strong spiritual influence. It was to the extent that Suifei and Li Yao had used up too much spiritual power and gradually lost the ability to resist. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been completely frozen at the bottom of the lake. However, Suifei was indeed worthy of being an angel symbiote. Whether it was her reaction ability or her thinking ability, she was slightly better than Li Yao. The area at the center of the lake was indeed dangerous enough, but Suifei was still a little unwilling. They had originally planned to explore the treasure trove and come here to meet an opportunity. They had not expected to encounter such a bad start. They had actually encountered such a strange cold current. If Suifei and Li Yao knew that this cold current was released by the sub-dragon, they would have fainted from fear. However, it was precisely this ignorance of fear that allowed them to think of a way to escape safely. However, in reality, they did not know that danger was quietly approaching. We're almost there. Hold on. When you break through the surface of the lake, remember to remove the spiritual power protection immediately. Otherwise, the huge pressure brought by the powerful impact will instantly tear you apart, Li Yao. Suifei reminded him loudly. Under the huge impact, if the spiritual force released by the segments in the body was combined with the impact force, spiritual force, and pressure, the resulting force would instantly tear them apart. Suifei also realized this and quickly reminded Li Yao. Seeing Li Yao nod his head, Suifei heaved a sigh of relief. They would be able to leave immediately. If she were to return home after the freshman assessment and flaunt what had happened today to her family, she would definitely receive a great reward. This was also the reason why Suifei wanted to participate in the freshman assessment in Cloud Mist Academy. She wanted to prove herself. Countdown of 10 seconds. Suifei and Li Yao braced themselves. According to the speed of the shockwave, they still had 10 seconds before they could break through the shackles of the power of ice and reach the surface of the lake. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Rumble. At this moment, a huge tremor came from the depths of the lake, as if something huge had hit the bottom of the lake. Li Yao and Suifei opened their eyes abruptly. They turned around and saw something swimming toward them from afar. The sound indicated that it was getting closer and closer. Li Yao and Suifei's expressions turned serious. Could it be a giant shark? No, there were no sharks in the lake. As the giant creature appeared, the impact force Suifei and Li Yao received disappeared instantly. The ice layer that had been shattered was frozen by the force of frost. D****. We were just 1 second away from reaching the surface of the lake. Suifei was very unwilling, and her face was very pale and helpless. The light wave this time had almost exhausted all of her spiritual power, but she had never thought that there would be a creature in such a harsh environment. What scared them the most was that before the creature got close, they had already smelled the aura from the abyss of death. According to common sense, the more powerful the aura of the creature was, the more powerful the creature was. Li Yao took a deep breath when he saw the giant figure approaching them. If that was the case, they would be dead for sure. Bzz. Bzz. At the same time, the vibration became more and more intense. The sand and rocks at the bottom of the lake were shattered and waves were set off. The surface of the entire lake trembled slightly. A black figure gradually emerged from the surface of the water and flew toward them. It was a sub-dragon. And it was a super large sub-dragon that was more than 10 meters long. Li Yao and Suifei's mouths were wide open, and even their breathing stopped. They knew about the sharks. As one of the top predators in the ocean, this was actually a sub-dragon. Unless there was the power of humans that dominated the ocean, it was impossible to defeat such a powerful monster. Pu. The huge sub-dragon almost instantly appeared beside the two of them. The immense pressure actually made them unable to move. The sub-dragon opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit down toward their necks. Danger struck. Chapter 133, Slime Protection Shield. Decisive in killing. Seeing the huge mouth biting over, a powerful pressure was suddenly released from another place. Boom! The sub-dragon was hit by countless spider silk, creating a huge impact, causing its huge body to fly backward instantly. Boom! The huge body crashed into a hidden reef and exploded with a loud bang, causing thick dust to rise from the bottom of the lake. Even the bottom of the lake seemed to shake slightly, causing the waves of the nearby lake to surge into the sky. "Are you guys okay?" Ye Feng looked at Li Yao and the others. When he saw Suifei, his eyes narrowed slightly. When Suifei saw Ye Feng, she also had the same expression. "You?" "Suifei?" Ye Feng said in surprise. He didn't expect that the way they met would be so strange. Suifei was so happy that she cried. She covered her mouth and sobbed. "I finally found you." "Sob, sob, sob, I almost died here just now." Ye Feng smiled bitterly. If he knew that Suifei came down to the center of the lake specifically to find him, Ye Feng would definitely be moved to death. "Are you okay?" Ye Feng asked with concern. He swam over and brought Suifei and Li Yao to a place where they could stand on their feet. After all, they were both floating just now. If they continued for too long, they would use up a lot of energy. After all, humans were not used to floating in liquids. If they did not do so often, they would subconsciously twitch all kinds of muscles to achieve balance. And this process would consume a lot of energy. "I'm fine, but now," Suifei said. Her breathing was a little hurried, and the thin layer of air membrane around her was about to disappear. "This is the fish gills potion that is about to lose its effect," Li Yao said anxiously. He hurriedly searched for something on his body, trying to find something useful, but there was nothing. Seeing this, Ye Feng had a headache. "Is there a lack of oxygen? If there's a lack of oxygen, then can I temporarily share my ability with her?" This thought suddenly appeared in Ye Feng's mind. After all, he could freely breathe in the water now because of the ability his water element slime gave him. If he could temporarily give her some of the power of the water element slime, then would Suifei be able to breathe in the water as well? With this thought in mind, Ye Feng spread out his right hand, and a small slime appeared. It was a small blue water element slime. "This is my symbiote. I will use it to wrap you up and provide you with oxygen," Ye Feng said as he gently placed the slime on Suifei's hand. The small liquid-like thing quickly attached itself to Suifei's hand, and at an extremely fast speed, not only did it spread and cling to her, but it also wrapped around Suifei's entire body. Suifei, who was wrapped in it, gradually regained consciousness after receiving oxygen. She looked at Ye Feng in front of her and felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled. "All of you can stay here in peace. I'll be right back." After Ye Feng finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Everyone looked into the distance. At this moment, the sub-dragon was struggling to get up. A majestic and piercingly cold killing intent was continuously sweeping over. The next moment, he appeared in front of the giant figure. "Sister, who is that brother? How can he be so powerful?" Li Yao looked at Ye Feng, who was able to burst out with such powerful strength in an instant. His face was filled with shock for a long time. This was the first time Li Yao had seen such a strong person since entering the freshman assessment. Moreover, this man knew Suifei. He must be a participant in this freshman assessment. In other words, he was his classmate. They were both contestants, but the other party was able to display such astonishing strength, and he didn't panic at all when facing the sub-dragon. It was as if he was used to it, and he even charged forward with a calm expression. What kind of person was this? In the distance. Roar! The sub-dragon roared in anger and sorrow. Countless fine blood marks actually appeared on its huge body. Bright red blood flowed on its scales, indicating that its injuries were serious. Those attacks just now had almost destroyed all of its flesh and blood, almost completely destroying its entire body. If it wasn't for its huge size, it wouldn't have been able to do anything. If it had not dodged a little, it would have died under those attacks. Roar! The sub-dragon roared. Its body was huge, but it was extremely cunning. It knew that it was absolutely no match for the human in front of it. At this moment, it was just a temporary retreat. Its huge body swiftly moved into the distance. Whoosh! However, a gust of wind sounded and that human figure rushed to the front of the sub-dragon like lightning. The sub-dragon's heart pounded wildly. It suddenly opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. This aura, it's only an 8th-generation seed. No wonder it's so weak. Ye Feng smiled disdainfully. However, if he could kill it, the gain from devouring it would also be huge. Most importantly, he could also obtain dragon seeds from it. This was what Ye Feng needed. After all, he was still waiting to accumulate a certain number of dragon seeds and enter the enchantment to save Walter. The 8th-generation sub-dragon looked at Ye Feng fearfully. The other party's aura was much stronger than its aura. Whether it was the cultivation level or the purity of the dragon genes, the man in front of him had suppressed it too much. Who would have thought that a human's body actually contained 9% of the dragon seed? But this time, before it could shoot out a water ball, the other party was already prepared. An incomparably turbulent current suddenly appeared and ruthlessly smashed onto its nose. Tidal surge. Ye Feng thought in his heart. Releasing this skill in the water was simply like adding wings to a tiger. The environment was originally water flow, which allowed Ye Feng to reduce this step of condensing water flow, which allowed tidal surge to reach a certain level of instantaneous release. In almost an instant, the 8th-generation sub-dragon was sent flying. Bang! The Asian dragon's head directly sank into the lake, and it felt a sharp pain. Immediately after, the figure's fist followed closely. Puchi! The fist pierced through the lake water and hit the scales on the side of the sub-dragon's head. Boom! The sub-dragon immediately felt the world spinning. Boom! Its huge body was sent flying, rolled in the air, and then fell back into the lake. The sub-dragon struggled crazily, its huge body stirred up the whirlpool on the lake surface, and set off violent waves. Its body trembled violently, and it kept spitting out fresh blood. It was obvious that it had suffered serious internal injuries. Bang! The sub-dragon was sent flying again. Roar! It let out a miserable howl. Its huge eyes were filled with unwillingness, and even a trace of fear. It did not expect that this human's combat techniques were so proficient. 3 simple movements were filled with killing intent and danger. Chapter 134, Bloodline Suppression. 8th generation of sub-dragon had fallen. Although it was very powerful, it did not dare to fight with humans. It only relied on its tough skin and thick flesh to barely withstand a few attacks. The injuries on its body became more and more serious. It did not want to continue to be entangled. If it continued to delay, it would definitely be exhausted to death by this human. Roar! The sub-dragon suddenly let out a long roar, shaking the entire area. This sound contained some kind of strange power, causing the nearby water flow to create huge ripples. It used its last strength, and its body rapidly swam towards a small path, hoping to escape this place. You want to leave? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, the sub-dragon heard a huff-huff sound by its ear. Boom! With a muffled sound, a high-speed rotating harpoon-like object suddenly slashed across its back, scraped through its defensive skin, and pierced deep into its muscles. Roar! The sub-dragon let out a pained cry, its body suddenly sped up, and it quickly dashed forward. At the same time, its tail suddenly swept across, rolling up the lake water, turning into a huge whip, and lashed out at the human in front of it. Bang! This time, the cold figure was caught off guard and was actually hit by the whip. His body was instantly sent flying about 10 meters, and he flew backward to hit the stone mountain and shattered it with a loud bang. Countless pieces of gravel flew in all directions, creating huge waves. I'm actually fine. Ye Feng was secretly shocked. He saw that his body was completely unharmed, and his body did not suffer any damage at all. This was all thanks to the sea stone armor on his body. Ever since the battle with the Blue Drake, Ye Feng basically did not need to take off the sea stone armor and the sea stone crown on his body. This was because the two of them basically merged into one, which was equivalent to a type of external support. He basically did not feel anything when he wore them. Moreover, these two pieces of equipment could not be seen by others either. It was similar to something that had been transformed. The 3-piece sea stone set is really too useful. Ye Feng sighed to himself. Then, his body erupted once again. The dragon seed in his body carried a small portion of dragon blood. It was constantly boiling and burning. An incomparably violent power surged into Ye Feng's body. It was as if he had been injected with a super serum, causing Ye Feng to be filled with the desire to fight. This also gave Ye Feng a combat strength that was far stronger than before. It also made his physical body much stronger. If that punch just now was just a simple fist technique. For example, the fist technique that was used together with Starfire meditation to increase the magic power in his body and then released after that, the fist technique that was thrown out together. When it landed on the body of the 8th generation sub-dragon, it was probably not painful or itchy. This was because the sub-dragon's defensive power was extremely strong. If it was not a powerful attack, the sub-dragon would basically be completely immune. However, the few punches that Ye Feng threw were different. With the support of the powerful strength of the dragon seed, Ye Feng's punches landed on the flesh of the 8th generation sub-dragon and heavily injured it. If his attacks were more ruthless, the 8th generation sub-dragon would probably have died on the spot. The sub-dragon saw that this figure was actually able to withstand its attack, and a wave of anger immediately surged in its heart. It suddenly shook its head to get rid of the mud on its body. Then, it suddenly jumped up and fiercely clawed at Ye Feng with its huge claws. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The figure's body suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head, and a huge claw appeared in his pupils. The claw was getting closer and closer to him. Pa! Almost instantly, Ye Feng raised his hand, and a whooshing wind blew out. Boom! Its claws fiercely collided with Ye Feng's fist. The sub-dragon's sharp claws were at least 5 to 6 feet long. If one of its claws were to strike down, it would be able to smash the stone slabs, let alone a mortal body. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. However, it wasn't Ye Feng who was injured, it was this 8th generation sub-dragon that was injured. The sub-dragon was instantly sent flying. Almost instantly, the incomparably powerful impact caused all the bones in its body to explode. Its body fell heavily to the ground, and its chest caved in. Its ribs were fractured, and fresh blood spewed out wildly. It looked incomparably miserable. However, the sub-dragon was still able to resist the counterattack. Hiss! The sub-dragon's scarlet eyes flickered with a fierce light, and it pounced over once again. Its target was firmly locked onto Ye Feng. Rumble! Ye Feng staggered and fell to the ground after being struck by the huge impact. A suffocating pressure suddenly attacked. Ye Feng lay on the ground, his body curled up. The instant he was struck by the pressure, he seemed to have lost the ability to move. Could this be bloodline suppression? Ye Feng was a little surprised. After all, he also had a dragon seed in his body, and the purity of the dragon seed in this 8th generation sub-dragon was obviously higher than his. Ye Feng guessed that if it was divided according to the generations of the dragon race, at present, the purity of the dragon seed in his body could at most be ranked among the 8th generation. This sub-dragon in front of him was an 8th generation sub-dragon, so the natural bloodline suppression had a certain effect. The sub-dragon laughed ferociously. Its sharp claws were merciless as it swung down. However, just as its claws were about to touch the human, a blue and white light flashed past. Swish! The sub-dragon's right claw was cut off, and fresh blood splattered out. The sub-dragon let out a miserable cry. Its huge body fell to the bottom of the lake, causing water to splash in the sky. It kept wailing, trying to get rid of the control of its body. Its right claw was actually cut off just like that. How was this possible? One had to know that the sub-dragon's scales could be said to be the hardest existence in the world. Other than an existence that was stronger than it, nothing could harm it. But today, there was actually someone who could use a weapon to cut off its claw. Ye Feng held the sea stone trident in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I wonder who the blue drake is to you? A relative? Or a brother? In short, it died under my trident just like that, and you are no exception. Ye Feng snorted lightly, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the 8th generation sub-dragon. Following that was a trident that carried rolling divine power. Swish! The trident was like a bolt of blue lightning, and it ruthlessly slashed at the sub-dragon's neck. Crack! The neck of the 8th generation sub-dragon was directly chopped into pieces. Fresh blood spurted out. Ye Feng's expression was calm as he put away the sea stone trident. It was not difficult at all to kill this 8th generation sub-dragon. If it was not for the fact that the opponent was an 8th generation sub-dragon, he would definitely tear it into pieces without mercy. Looking at the huge sub-dragon in front of him finally dying, Ye Feng finally let out a breath. He had finally succeeded in killing this big fellow. Although Ye Feng's strength was enough to rival it, he still used a lot of time to consume it. This was only the 8th generation. If it was a more powerful 7th or 6th generation, Ye Feng might need to spend more time. But it didn't matter. At least he had successfully killed this 8th generation sub-dragon, right? According to this development, it was only a matter of time before Ye Feng collected more than 50% of the dragon seed. Chapter 135, Dragonification Effect, Omniscient Perception. Splash! Ye Feng stepped on the surface of the water, creating waves. His eyes emitted a dense chill. Killing a sub-dragon had consumed a lot of Ye Feng's energy, but it had also helped him gain battle experience. When other freshmen entered the training hall for the assessment, they would fight against creatures of similar strength. Those who were more confident would also fight against creatures that were slightly stronger than them. However, Ye Feng was different. Ever since he entered the training hall, his path seemed to have gone astray. If he did not encounter some strange creatures, then it would be the powerful sub-dragons. There was nothing that he could easily do along the way. But no matter what, the more dangerous the thing, the more profits it would earn. Ye Feng picked up a few pieces of dragon scales on this guy's head, then took away the dragon skin, dragon bones, and dragon teeth. These things were treasures. Although it's only the 8th generation, at least there are dragon-type items growing on its body. If these things are sold, they will definitely sell for a good price. Ye Feng's heart was already blooming with joy. After all, these things could not be seen in the past. If he did not come to the lake area, Ye Feng basically would not have the chance to see the sub-dragons' bodies. Before they react, quickly devour it. Ye Feng thought to himself. He directly summoned a group of little slimes and activated the devour sequence at the same time. At the moment, no one knew that Ye Feng had the ability to devour. Even in the face of the live broadcast, Ye Feng deliberately avoided it so that he could complete the devouring. Moreover, the distance between Sui Fei and Ye Feng, who had killed 8th generation sub-dragon, was not close enough for Ye Feng to need to immediately find an excuse. The only thing he needed to do now was to wait for the little slimes to devour it. After several rounds of evolution, the little slime's devour sequence had also undergone many evolutionary changes. The devouring speed now was no longer comparable to what it was in the past. Previously, it would take an hour to devour it. Now, it had been shortened to a few minutes. The span between the two was quite large. This could also reflect Ye Feng's evolving strength. Soon, the first voice sounded in Ye Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring the 8th generation sub-dragons. Obtaining 5% dragon seed. When Ye Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. 5% dragon seed. It was not much, but not little either. For this 8th generation seed to possess a 5% dragon gene's purity, it was enough. That also meant that the blue drake he killed before should have been a higher number generation than the one before him. It was probably between the 7th and 6th generation, but it did not matter. After all, it was already over. In the next moment, a dragon seed entered Yefeng's body. Immediately, an incomparably hot feeling spread from his chest to his 4 limbs and 5 bones. This feeling is actually as carefree as cleansing the marrow and clearing the bones. Yefeng was pleasantly surprised. As the purity of the dragon seed increased, a very obvious power appeared in Yefeng's body. Moreover, along with the incomparably nourishing feeling, it made him feel very comfortable. Yefeng carefully felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Could this be the legendary second awakening of the body and blood vessels? It was because this feeling was really too unforgettable for Yefeng. It was an extremely comfortable feeling, but at the same time, it also gave him an extremely powerful feeling. Following that, Yefeng felt a violent change in his body. Yefeng discovered that another golden scale had appeared on his body, but these scales were only formed from golden light. At this time, it was continuously covering his entire body. Not long after, Yefeng opened his eyes once again. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared, and his eyes revealed a trace of golden light. It was as if there was a pair of golden-colored beautiful eyes, but this effect was fleeting. Is this dragonification? Yefeng looked at his own body and muttered. He knew the concept of dragonification. Because the purity of the dragon seed increased, dragonification would appear. And those sub-dragons also transformed themselves into true dragons by increasing their own purity. This was dragonification. In other words, the higher the purity of the dragon seed, the higher the probability of dragonification. The degree of dragonification also represented the extent of a dragon's combat strength. If the degree of dragonification was very obvious, then it would obviously receive the various attribute bonuses of a dragon, which would be even more. It could be said that the ultimate goal of all the sub-dragons was to increase the purity of their dragon seeds, so that they could completely dragonize and become a true dragon. There was a very obvious contrast. Yefeng had learned quite a bit in class before. After all, the history of the dragon race was a very exciting history. This comparison meant that the highest level of the sub-dragons, which was the 2nd generation sub-dragons, had a purity of about 50%. The combined strength of a 2nd generation sub-dragon was already the strongest existence among all the sub-dragons, similar to a human ceiling of combat power. But even if it was the 2nd generation, it was far from being the lowest level of the dragon race's true dragon. A true dragon, even if it was at the lowest level, would still be many times stronger than a 2nd generation sub-dragon. This was the difference. This was the difference in bloodline. The scariest thing was that this difference could not be made up for. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why all the sub-dragons wanted to fully dragonize themselves. It's as if a dragon is resonating with me. This feeling is too strange. It's still very different from resonating with a slime, Yefeng muttered in his heart. Soon, the golden light covering his entire body faded. Following that, Yefeng's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that a great evolution had already arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host! The ability of the water element slime subsidiary body, Lord of the Lake, has increased. You have obtained a broader view of the bottom of the lake. Ding! Your ability, Tidal Surge, has evolved into Violent Surge. Ding! The perception sequence has obtained an increase in experience. Your perception sequence has awakened an ability, Omniscient Perception. I actually gained an additional increase in my perception sequence this time. Yefeng was inwardly delighted. After all, it had been a long time since he had made an increase in his other sequences. After all, he did not need it now, or it was already sufficient. Moreover, the number of times he used other sequences in the water training hall had also decreased by a lot. However, it didn't mean that other sequences weren't practical. Being able to obtain an additional increase in perception, Ye Feng was instantly overjoyed. At the same time that his perception was released, Ye Feng's vision became much clearer. In addition, he had the Lord of the Lake's ability. Everything around him was under Ye Feng's inspection. Even the expressions of Sui Fei and Li Yao, who were a few kilometers away, were clearly seen by Ye Feng. This is amazing. Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 136, Big Wave of Harvest, Next Plans. One had to know that this was the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was 4 to 5 kilometers deep from the surface of the lake. The bottom of such a large lake would definitely be pitch black. However, Ye Feng's visitation allowed him to view this place as if it was daytime. Just this alone was enough to make everyone's jaws drop. Then let's see how much the overall attributes have increased. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng willed and summoned his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 70%. Subsidiary bodies, 120. Attributes, Strength 1070, Agility 870, Vitality 1010, Spirit 960, Resistance 500. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Slime Storm, Perfect Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Ultimate Spiderweb, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Spirit Exploding Shark. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Biting, Violent Surge. Evolution Progress, 96%. Dragon Seed, 14%. Current level, C+. Not bad. Although the increase isn't big, the purity of the dragon seed is still pretty good. Ye Feng was very satisfied, looking at the evolution progress that was as high as 96%. Ever since Ye Feng awakened his evolution sequence, he had never reached 100%. This was enough to show how difficult it was to accumulate this evolution progress bar. But at the same time, it also meant that there would be great gains. Ye Feng was already looking forward to it. After all, his evolution progress bar had already reached 96%. In other words, if he killed 2 more sub-dragons, his progress bar would be full. And killing sub-dragons was the only thing Ye Feng had to do, because only in this way could he accumulate enough dragon seed purity. In other words, these 2 things needed him to kill sub-dragons. There was also the possibility that his evolution progress bar would be full, giving Ye Feng a super surprise. I'm done here. Let's hurry back and see Sui Fei. Ye Feng thought to himself, retracting his thoughts. Entering the freshman assessment, this was the first time he met Sui Fei. This teammate of his, Ye Feng was very happy. And Ye Feng had something good to give her. Ye Feng looked at the empty spot where the 8th generation had fallen and walked back with satisfaction. Sui Fei saw Ye Feng walking over from afar and shouted excitedly, Ye Feng! How are you? Ye Feng walked to their side and smiled. Of course, I'm fine. The 2 suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Ye Feng in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. You mean, that sub-dragon was killed by you? Sui Fei's mouth was wide open and her body was slightly stunned. Killing a sub-dragon. Although many powerful people could do it, they were freshmen who had come to the water training hall to participate in the freshman assessment. For a freshman to be able to kill a sub-dragon with his bare hands, even if it was the most inferior sub-dragon, they had to have extremely deep strength. I was lucky. That sub-dragon was only an 8th generation sub-dragon, so it wasn't very powerful, Ye Feng explained and then took out a dragon bone. This was a tooth. It had very high medicinal properties and could be sold at a very good price in the market. But if it was a collection, it was also a very cool thing. This tooth was pulled out of that guy's mouth. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Ye Feng said with a smile and handed the tooth to Suifei. Thank you. Suifei received it happily. Oh right, why did you guys come down? You know that this place was very dangerous. Could it be that you guys didn't feel the impact of the eruption here? Ye Feng was also very confused about them appearing at the bottom of the lake. When normal people saw the powerful aura erupting here, they couldn't wait to avoid it in time. Yet, they still wanted to run down. It wasn't their fault that they didn't know about the existence of the sub-dragons. However, if Ye Feng didn't appear in time, they would become the food of the 8th generation sub-dragon. It was precisely because we sensed that the aura here was extremely strong that we speculated that there might be an opportunity here, so we came down. Suifei paused for a moment and secretly glanced at Ye Feng. After swallowing her saliva, she continued, I also heard that you appeared at the center of the lake at the end, so. Ye Feng was also stunned when he heard this. Is that so? Ye Feng smiled bitterly. Don't worry about me. I've already been to the depths of this place. I can tell you what's going on. Hearing this, the two of them immediately perked up. They stared at Ye Feng in unison, afraid that they would miss a single word. Big brother, slow down. Li Yao said, his gaze burning. He came here because he wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the depths of the lake. Although he did not have the strength to go down, there was a big brother who just came up from the bottom. If there was really a great opportunity, he would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. In the depths of the lake, there is a huge domain that gathers countless sub-dragons, and in that domain, there is a barrier, Ye Feng said briefly. Upon hearing this, Suifei and Li Yao revealed expressions of sudden realization. So that was how it was. There was actually a sub-dragon nest in the depths of the lake. No wonder when they were about to break through the surface of the lake just now, a sub-dragon suddenly appeared. If the numbers were really so huge, then they should be glad that after being trapped in the bottom of the lake for such a long time by the power of frost, not a single sub-dragon came out to cause trouble for them. Listening to Ye Feng's explanation, Suifei and Li Yao felt a chill down their spines. They were so close to saying goodbye to this world, even if Suifei was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard and had a divine-level symbiotic angel. Moreover, her cultivation level was not low, and she was basically able to fight against the sub-dragon. However, in such an environment, the water temperature was -200 degrees Celsius, and her spiritual power was suppressed. If a sub-dragon found them and fought with them, the odds of Suifei and the others winning were almost zero. It was all thanks to Ye Feng's appearance. During the time when they were trapped by the power of frost, the reason why the sub-dragon did not appear was very likely that Ye Feng was restraining it in the depths of the lake. Suifei thought so. Looking at the young man in front of her, she suddenly had a very safe feeling. From the preparation time before the freshman assessment, although she did not spend much time with Ye Feng, she could feel that Ye Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. Now that he was participating in the freshman assessment, his points had always been at the top of the leaderboard. It was as if the points were glued to Ye Feng's body. And he could even kill sub-dragon with his bare hands. Such a powerful person was only here to participate in the freshman assessment. Suifei already did not know what to say. Suifei was glad that she had formed a team with Ye Feng from the very beginning. Then do we still need to continue searching? Li Yao asked. You must know that the reason why the sub-dragons in the depths of the lake not causing trouble for us is probably because they were not alerted. Now that the big boss has killed a sub-dragon, it will definitely trigger the sub-dragons hidden in the depths. Chapter 137, The Power of a Leader, the Lone Hero of Dragon Slayer. Moreover, since there are sub-dragons guarding the barrier everywhere, it must mean that there might be something in the barrier. Perhaps it is very important to some people, Suifei analyzed. She glanced at Ye Feng. Fei continued, the composition of the barrier must be something that we cannot break through. Perhaps we should find another way to enter the barrier. Perhaps the great opportunity is inside. However, in our current situation, this kind of thinking is too dangerous. It had to be said that the angel's meticulous analytical ability was vividly displayed on Fei. Ye Feng shook his head and said, there's no need to continue. Since you've already found this place and met me, then there's nothing here. As for that enchantment, the thing inside is too powerful. It's not something that you and I can compete with. I can't tell you this secret yet, but you must remember that the danger inside is very great. It's already far beyond the scope of our freshman assessment. Fei and Li Yao nodded when they heard this, but they still looked at Ye Feng with respect. They were able to learn so much information from Ye Feng. This was definitely extraordinary. However, they also knew that since Ye Feng said so, it meant that he was ready. Then, big brother, do you plan to leave? Li Yao asked. Hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head and said, I can't leave yet. The matter of the enchantment is of great importance, and it even concerns the structure of our entire world, so I have to do something. Ye Feng saw that the two of them wanted to say something but hesitated, so he asked, what are you going to do? Aren't you going to leave? We'll stay here and wait for you to come back. I also want to see what's in the depths of the lake. Maybe we can help, said Fei. Hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head and said, no need. I don't need your help because you can't help me. But, you're going down alone? Didn't you say that there are many sub-dragons down there that you can't handle alone? What if you encounter a huge sub-dragon? Li Yao and I will go down with you. Fei said. Hearing that, Ye Feng waved his hand and said, no need. I have the ability to protect myself down there. If you go down, you'll be holding me back. I don't want my teammates to hold me back. No, we won't hold you back. Fei said. Seeing that Ye Feng still insisted on not letting them go down with him, she said resolutely, then I'll wait here for you to come back. Me too. Li Yao also said. Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted Fei to go down with him, but he didn't expect that Li Yao was also unwilling to leave. After all, if there was really something good, he could share it with Fei. After all, the two of them had already agreed to be teammates before the assessment. Now, it was just what they wanted. However, it was really dangerous down there. Ye Feng was very clear about this, so he actually did not want them to go down together. Moreover, the barrier was sealed with the human sealing of combat power. The water elemental Dragon King could appear at any time. When that time came, he would not even be able to take care of himself, let alone the two of them following him. In this way, there were really two more burdens. However, when Ye Feng saw the stubborn faces of Li Yao and Fei, he felt helpless. No, I can't let you take the risk this time. It's really dangerous this time. You guys wait for my news by the shore, Ye Feng said firmly, not giving them a chance to refute. When the two heard this, they immediately lowered their heads and nodded slightly, as if they were children who had just been reprimanded. I didn't expect this skill to be as useful as before. Ye Feng thought in his heart. He knew that these two guys would definitely think of ways to track him, so he simply released leader's oppression. He directly suppressed them with his imposing manner, using the tone of an order to make them return to the shore and wait for his return obediently. Moreover, this skill worked very quickly. Don't worry. We will wait for your news at the shore. If you need help, call for help loudly and we will immediately fly over. Li Yao said solemnly. Ye Feng nodded and then turned to Fei. He scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, I believe that we will be able to meet again very soon. I'm sorry to have to part ways with you temporarily. After instructing Li Yao to take care of Fei, Ye Feng leaped and disappeared in an instant. As for what would happen to them, Ye Feng was not worried at all. After all, under the influence of the leader's oppression, those whose cultivation level was lower than his would be obedient. Of course, unless their cultivation level was higher than Yefeng's, which was obviously impossible. Yefeng directly returned to the station. When Yi saw Yefeng return, he immediately walked out and asked anxiously, "Brother Yat, how is it? Just now, we sensed a huge fluctuation of power. Was it caused by you?" Yefeng nodded. "Yes. Just now, on the way to scout, I encountered an 8th generation sub-dragon that was preparing to attack my classmates. However, it wasn't a big problem. That 8th generation sub-dragon was eliminated by me. It's good that it was eliminated. Generally speaking, the sub-dragons that go out to patrol are of lower hierarchy. As long as we finish the battle quickly, we will be able to collect enough dragon genes." Yi nodded. Looking at Yefeng, who was unharmed, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. To be able to kill an 8th generation sub-dragon with one hand was truly remarkable. Although the 8th generation sub-dragon wasn't as good as the blue drake that they encountered earlier, they had to consider that not long after killing the blue drake, he encountered another 8th generation sub-dragon. This was a continuous battle, and Yefeng was still able to win. This meant that he was extremely powerful. With the help of this human friend, they might really be able to save Walter. "What did you say? Your classmates?" Yi finally reacted and hurriedly asked. The water elemental guard at the side was confused. He walked over and looked at Yi in confusion. He asked in a low voice, "What is a classmate? Is it a human occupation?" Yi turned around and explained, "Yes, but classmates are more commonly used as a form of address. They are usually companions that humans learn together." The water elemental guard seemed to not understand. "Does that mean that there are other companions who are inside the seal with Brother Yat?" Yi scratched his head. He was stumped by this question, so both pairs of inquisitive eyes looked at Yefeng. Yefeng nodded. "They are my companions, but it doesn't matter. I'll ask them to return to the shore." Everyone nodded. Yefeng continued, "Now, we still need a large amount of dragon genes. And in the next few days, I'll continue to look for the sub-dragons wandering around. Seniors, just rest assured and recover here." After saying that, Yefeng bid farewell to the few water elemental guards, and his figure disappeared into the vast night once again. Chapter 138, had a clear purpose, to shock the appearance of the 7th generation sub-dragon. Yefeng's next purpose was also very clear. That was to explore the surrounding environment while killing some sub-dragons at the same time. It would be best if it was like the 7th or 8th generation sub-dragons. The purity of the dragon seed that could be obtained would logically be higher. Yefeng walked forward and released his perception ability to constantly explore his surroundings. He could actually release a slime to explore the map, but the slime was easy to find, after all. Yefeng still wanted to use stealth to detect those sub-dragons. Because these sub-dragons all existed in groups, if one of them sensed Yefeng's existence, a group of sub-dragons would rush over. Even if Yefeng could kill a sub-dragon below 8th generation without injury, if it was a group of them, it would be very difficult. It was best to be careful. And at this moment, the audience was watching Yefeng's live broadcast as if they were watching mosaics. Because this was the bottom of the lake, and this was a super lake. The area itself was large, and the bottom of the lake was still very far from the surface of the lake. It was impossible for light to reach the bottom of the lake, so the bottom of the lake was naturally pitch black. Moreover, the contestants participating in the freshman assessment were all tracked and filmed by Teacher Andy's air detection eye. Firstly, there was not much oxygen at the bottom of the lake, and secondly, there was not enough light, so Yefeng, who had entered the area at the bottom of the lake from the very beginning. The live broadcast was often interrupted. Now that they had arrived at the area at the bottom of the lake, where the water elemental guards were stationed, the signal was completely cut off. This also caused countless viewers to be distressed. Among all the live broadcast images, Yefeng's live broadcast image was the most exciting and the most shocking. Moreover, he had encountered many awesome things along the way. Compared to the other contestants, they were either paddling or living in seclusion, completely unable to attract the attention of the viewers. However, the interruption of Yefeng's live broadcast caused the audience to have no choice but to focus their attention on other live broadcasts. After all, this was a freshman assessment, not a one-on-one assessment for Yefeng. Yefeng walked forward. With the blessing of omniscient perception, a radius of 5 to 6 kilometers was like daylight to him. Such a view naturally allowed him to see many strange things. Not only were there large-scale creatures, water creatures, and even all kinds of small-scale fish, he could also see them. The lake itself was a large-scale ecosystem. Don't look at how calm the surface of the lake was without a single ripple. In fact, at the bottom of the lake, was where countless aquatic creatures lived. All kinds of fish wandered around Yefeng. I don't know how it tastes. Speaking of which, it seems like I haven't eaten fish meat for a long time. Yefeng swallowed his saliva. Countless images of grilled fish and fried fish appeared in his mind. However, his stomach was not hungry. It was just a simple craving. After all, after he devoured and absorbed the sub-dragons that he killed, a large portion of the energy was converted to his main body through the slimes. Therefore, Yefeng had not eaten for a long time and did not need it at all. In such a dark and depressing environment, Yefeng could only use association to ease his emotions. Although Yefeng could see everything around him at a glance, this was the bottom of the lake. Other than the piercing lake water, there was almost nothing that could let Yefeng know what his environment was like. The feeling of loneliness and boredom also filled his heart like the rising tide. For a moment, Yefeng hoped that Suifei could come and accompany him. At least, he would not be bored on the road. Now, Yefeng was bored to death. He could not wait to find a sub-dragon and then think of a way to kill it. Not only would he be satisfied, he would also be able to obtain a dragon seed with a high purity. It was killing two birds with one stone. At this time, Yefeng finally discovered the traces of a sub-dragon. He immediately released his slime and let the slime scout the way first. At the same time, Yefeng also concealed his own aura. At this time, a huge sub-dragon flew out from the side. This sub-dragon was 10 meters long and covered in hard scales. There were two huge dragon horns on its head and sharp teeth on its mouth. It's a giant sub-dragon. This aura is actually stronger than the previous 8th generation. It should be a 7th generation sub-dragon. Yefeng thought to himself. His meticulous thoughts were like a machine. Although he was in an extremely oppressive environment, he could still maintain his rational thinking. The 7th generation was more than just a little stronger than the 8th generation. This was how the generations of sub-dragons were divided. Each generation of sub-dragons had a huge difference in strength. The strength of 7th generation was equivalent to the strength of two 8th generation sub-dragons. Of course, Yefeng could choose to go head-on, but he would also receive a huge impact. This kind of action was not worth it. Yefeng thought again and again. He would definitely find a good opportunity to make a move again. First, he had to confirm if there were other sub-dragons around. Then, he had to assess the difference in strength between him and the sub-dragon. After doing all these things, Yefeng would take action. Otherwise, everything would be too dangerous for him. This was not a joke. If he died, he would really die. The slime wandered around the surroundings but did not find anything unusual. What's going on? Am I seeing things? That shouldn't be. I clearly saw a sub-dragon swimming not far ahead, Yefeng muttered to himself. He did not know why such a situation would occur. He did see a sub-dragon swimming not far away, but did not find it. Yefeng was unwilling to give up. He decided to continue forward and observe carefully again. Yefeng's slime kept swimming around, looking for the appearance of the sub-dragon, but he found nothing. Looks like my eyes are really blurred. It should only be a small sub-dragon. Ye Feng sighed inwardly. But at this time, Ye Feng suddenly heard the sound of water waves shaking. Rumble. It was as if the entire water area was shaking. It was as if a behemoth was about to appear. He immediately held his breath and listened carefully. At this moment, his acute hearing and sense of smell were both activated, and he caught the source of the sound transmission. In a puddle at the bottom of the lake not far away, a huge creature with a body of nearly 30 meters appeared, and it was slowly swimming toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The appearance of this huge creature seemed to be that of a sub-dragon. This sub-dragon was covered in green scales. It had a pair of huge wings on its back and a pair of powerful dragon horns on its head. This creature was clearly a sub-dragon. And it was the 7th generation sub-dragon that Ye Feng had just discovered. The body of the 7th generation sub-dragon was extremely strong and contained powerful energy. Once it exploded, it could tear everything apart. Perhaps this area was the active area of this 7th generation sub-dragon. That was why it was wandering here. Chapter 139, Preemptive Strike, The Difference in Physique. Ye Feng was also very careful. In the face of a sub-dragon of a higher generation, the first thing he had to do was not to expose himself. He had to make a preemptive strike. At least, he had to strike first and gain an advantage. If he waited for his opponent to strike first, he would immediately fall into a passive situation. In a fight with a sub-dragon, especially a sub-dragon with a higher gene purity, once he fell into a passive situation, the outcome would often be very tragic. Ye Feng hid behind the 7th generation sub-dragons and crazily urged the spiritual power in his body. Under the support of the dragon seed, Ye Feng almost instantly had a powerful explosive force. If this force was completely unleashed, even if the opponent was a 7th generation sub-dragon, it would still be severely injured. Not only was it a bloodline suppression, but it was also a powerful force brought about by a higher purity sub-dragon. The opponent is a 7th generation sub-dragon. I have to take it down. Ye Feng thought to himself. The main reason was that there were no other sub-dragons around this 7th generation sub-dragon, so Ye Feng felt that he could fight. Please reading on NUN0VEL. Moreover, the opponent was also a 7th generation sub-dragon, so the purity of the dragon seed contained in its body was relatively higher. It's still the same. I'll first use Split to summon more slimes to distract the opponent, then use a binding skill, a few water elemental skills to bind some more, and finally use an attack skill. If the opponent is still not seriously injured, then I'll directly use the trident. Ye Feng smiled, a plan was born in his mind. Come on! Before Ye Feng could finish his sentence, he activated his spiritual energy crazily. Countless little slimes suddenly appeared in all directions of the 7th generation sub-dragon. Now, Ye Feng could summon 120 subsidiary bodies of slimes at the maximum. In other words, he could summon 120 little slimes in an instant, so he could appear in one direction as long as he was not too far away from his position. This ability did not look like much, but when the slime subsidiary bodies were attached with a special attribute, it was different. These little slimes could completely make 120 invisible super hidden weapons. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar, shooting water arrows at Ye Feng. Ye Feng was shocked. So many little slimes appeared, but it didn't attack them. Instead, it directly found him. As expected, a 7th generation sub-dragon was much stronger than the 8th generation sub-dragon. Ye Feng was secretly shocked, but at the same time, he became serious. Since he was discovered ahead of time, let's do it. Who was afraid of who? Ye Feng's defensive ability was almost full. If he took the attack without any defense, he would be completely fine, not to mention that he had the support of the 3-piece stone set. From the looks of it, Ye Feng was a walking shield because his defense was simply insane. The water arrow flew over quickly. The tail of the arrow carried a super strong momentum. The damage of this water arrow might not be very strong, but that momentum could turn an elephant into a pile of minced meat. Yefeng's body swayed and dodged the water arrow. The momentum could not hit him because he had already disappeared on the spot. The speed was so fast that the 7th generation sub-dragon thought that it had seen wrongly and looked around in panic. There were only small slimes scattered everywhere. The damage of these small slimes was nothing to it, so the 7th generation sub-dragon ignored them. A deep gaze with a sharp killing intent was observing this 7th generation sub-dragon in the dark. Yefeng already knew the opponent's attack pattern from the previous attack. The opponent was a 7th generation sub-dragon that was good at using water element attacks. That water arrow just now was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it met me. Yefeng revealed a smile. He had a lot of experience playing with water. As he spoke, a water arrow quietly condensed beside Yefeng. Then let's see whose water control is better. Yefeng thought. In the next moment, a huge aura condensed and then was released. Water-breaking arrow. That water arrow was released at this moment. Swish! Along the way, a scratch appeared wherever the water-breaking arrow passed. The powerful aura directly faced the 7th generation sub-dragon. Yefeng was also slightly surprised when he saw the scratch. After all, only a powerful force could make the water-breaking arrow reach a certain level of impact to reach such a level. In other words, the water-breaking arrow that Yefeng released now was no longer the same as before. It had completely increased by several levels. Boom! The water-breaking arrow was extremely fast, and the 7th generation sub-dragon reacted quickly as well. As its body twitched, after images even appeared. However, the speed of the water-breaking arrow was even faster. It directly bombarded the body of the 7th generation sub-dragon, and a huge wave of water ripples instantly attacked in all directions. Wherever the water ripples passed, mountains and rivers were shattered. This powerful wave of power made Yefeng extremely pleasantly surprised. Such a powerful force was completely swallowed by this 7th generation sub-dragon, and the damage it would cause would definitely be even greater. The water wave dissipated, and the 7th generation sub-dragon met it with a bang. A large piece of its scales was torn open, and fresh red blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon roared in pain, and the aura on its body was no longer as strong as before. This attack successfully injured its opponent. Is this the power brought by the dragon seed in my body? Yefeng felt that it was very powerful. This was only a skill that was casually released. If it was released at full strength, the power it produced would be even more powerful. The Lord of the Lake awakened from the water element slime seems to have a very powerful blessing. Yefeng felt a natural resonance with the water element. It was as if he was water, freely flowing between each of his cells. This feeling was very strange, and he would only notice this feeling when he was fighting. This was most likely the Lord of the Lake's buff. Humph, you lost 5% of your life force with just one attack. I see how you can take it. Yefeng snorted lightly. With the support of the powerful dragon seed, Yefeng took his opponent's life with one attack. But at the same time, his opponent's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a waste of time to be happy. Every sub-dragon has a different constitution. Yefeng didn't have time to be shocked, but the opponent immediately reacted. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon let out an angry roar. It swung its tail and fiercely attacked Yefeng. At this moment, Yefeng's body also moved quickly and grabbed the tail of the 7th generation sub-dragon. Awoo! The 7th generation sub-dragon was stopped and could not help but let out an angry howl. Its tail continuously struggled. On Yefeng's arm, a ray of golden light flashed. Immediately after, he punched the head of the 7th generation sub-dragon. With a muffled sound, the scales on the head of the 7th generation sub-dragon shattered, and blood flowed. It cried out in pain, and its tail stopped for a moment. Chapter 140, killed the 7th generation armor and dagger. No matter what, let's go and see little brother Ye Feng first. After Yi said that, everyone nodded and quickly flashed in that direction. On this side, Ye Feng's battle with the 7th generation sub-dragon had reached a white-hot stage. In fact, Ye Feng's strength was not weaker than this 7th generation sub-dragon. The reason why the battle was prolonged was because Ye Feng wanted to use the method of consumption to attack this sub-dragon. After all, he was not just fighting this 7th generation sub-dragon. After that, he would have to fight more sub-dragons. If he consumed too much energy here, he would not be able to hold on for long. If Ye Feng was defeated, then the plan to collect the dragon seed would be put on hold. If that was the case, Walter's rescue operation was also imminent. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon roared. Its tail swept wildly and blew up the rocks, but it was unable to break through Ye Feng's defense. These two fought crazily. At every moment, a huge force surged out and shattered the surrounding lake. The surrounding reefs and boulders at the bottom of the lake were also blasted apart. The lake water was also constantly evaporated, forming clusters of white fog that blocked one's vision. The surrounding fishes and prawns that were watching turned into wisps of green smoke the moment the energy fluctuation arrived, and were directly killed. The freshmen on the distant shore were all stunned when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a terrifying battle scene. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside at all, it didn't prevent the shocking things that were happening here from happening. They were also extremely courageous. Seeing such a soul-stirring scene, they did not care about the danger and ran to the shore one after another, all of them watching the show. And the ones who were anxious were the ones who were staring at Ye Feng's live broadcast. They were extremely anxious viewers because Ye Feng's live broadcast was completely black. Only the occasional release of skills and the instantaneous light that was produced could allow them to see what was happening inside slightly clearly. But no matter what happened, it would definitely be super exciting. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to see it. Roar! 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 The 7th generation sub-dragon roared and waved its tail continuously, shattering the hills one by one and then shattering them again. But it still could not defeat Ye Feng. Its strength was much weaker than Ye Feng. Ye Feng punched out, and a deep crack appeared on the head of the 7th generation sub-dragon again. Blood seeped out from the crack and flowed into the mouth of the 7th generation sub-dragon. The 7th generation sub-dragon was in extreme pain, but it still refused to give up. It kept thrashing, wanting to jump down from the hill and fight Ye Feng to the death. But all of this was useless. Ye Feng's attack became more and more fierce. Moreover, he had already shattered the scales of the 7th generation sub-dragon. Its physical body had also become weak, unable to withstand Ye Feng's attack at all. It could only take a beating. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon let out a furious roar. Finally, it could not endure Ye Feng's crazy attacks. A shocking wound appeared on its head and fresh blood was spurting out. The fresh blood of the 7th generation sub-dragon splattered all over the nearby waters. Ye Feng stood in the distance with a gloomy expression. He knew that if he did not kill this sub-dragon in front of him as soon as possible, when the stench of blood spread, it would definitely attract the help of other sub-dragons. At that time, it would be even harder to deal with. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the 7th generation sub-dragon had not yet recovered to kill it. Ye Feng flipped his hand and took out the sea stone trident. A sharp divine power suddenly attacked, aiming at the neck of the 7th generation sub-dragon. Shoo! Ye Feng held the sea stone trident tightly, and his whole body shot out together with the trident. The huge divine power, with an unrivaled momentum, continuously pressed toward the 7th generation sub-dragon. One could even vaguely see a blue lightning storm appear on the trident, striking the neck of the 7th generation sub-dragon, leaving a long scar on its neck. Roar! The 7th generation sub-dragon let out a shrill cry. Fresh blood flowed down from the wound and dyed the ground red. Go to H*LL. Yefeng's trident responded and stabbed toward the head of the 7th generation sub-dragon. With a boom, the head of the 7th generation sub-dragon exploded. The head of the 7th generation sub-dragon exploded and fresh blood spilled everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have killed the 7th generation sub-dragon. You have obtained 3% of the dragon seed. The system notification sounded. Yefeng was also surprised when he saw this voice. Killing a 7th generation sub-dragon can only obtain 3% of the dragon seed. Yefeng was a little surprised. After all, the purity of the dragon seed obtained before was at least 5%. This time, it also refreshed Yefeng's understanding. It turned out that not all sub-dragons had very high purity. Moreover, the higher the purity of the dragon seed, the more I can absorb new dragon seeds. Now, I seem to have reached a certain threshold. Yefeng felt the dragon seed rolling in his body. Now, the purity of his dragon seed reached 17%. Although it was not much, it was not considered little. This was the dragon seed he obtained from killing 3 sub-dragons. Moreover, the purity of the dragon seed Yefeng possessed now was equivalent to that of a 5th generation sub-dragon. If others were to find out, their jaws would definitely drop. After all, being able to kill a sub-dragon with his bare hands was already enough to startle the entire China, not to mention the fact that his body had absorbed a whole 17% of the dragon seed. In the end, the sea stone trident was still used. Yefeng smiled wryly. In the end, he still had to use the sea stone trident to solve this sub-dragon. Originally Yefeng also wanted to try to use his own strength to kill the other side. He did not expect the 7th generation sub-dragon's skin to be so much thicker. He could only play with a big handicap. Yefeng looked back at the corpse and threw out all the small slimes to swallow it. After all, the flesh and blood were the real useful things. If he devoured all of them, it would also bring him a great improvement. During the process of the little slimes devouring the flesh and blood, Yefeng discovered that there were several metal pieces of equipment on the body of the 7th generation sub-dragon that was emitting a faint light. Yefeng walked over and picked up the equipment dropped by the 7th generation sub-dragon. At a glance, it was a set of green armor and a dagger. What is this? Yefeng asked curiously, but he did not think too much about it. He put the green dagger into the storage space of the bracelet. After all, he did not want to study these things now. One look and it was obvious that they were good things. Holding the armor in his hand, he carefully observed it. There was nothing special and he did not find anything strange. He could not help but shake his head and throw the armor into the storage space. Suddenly, Yefeng felt a strong spiritual power surging in his body. This was the power that he had absorbed through devouring. It was currently in Yefeng's body and was constantly being digested and absorbed. What a strong fluctuation of power! It seems like there will be a big improvement again. Yefeng was overjoyed. Immediately, the first wave of evolution notifications came to his mind. Chapter 141, New Water Element Skill, New Upgrade in Sequence. With this thought in mind, a wave of energy surged through his body, and all sorts of attributes were activated at full power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade and comprehending a new water-type skill. Hearing this, Yefeng was shocked. It was actually a new skill. There's finally a new skill. Let me see what it is. Following Yefeng's curiosity, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the water element defensive skill, Turtle Shell Shield. Host's defensive attributes have been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the water element movement skill, Riding the Wind and Breaking Waves. Host's speed attributes have been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the water element healing skill Water God's Protection. Hearing the series of system notifications, Yefeng went crazy with joy. He had actually obtained 3 new skills in one go. That's great! Now that I have gathered all 3 skills, I already have 3 water element offensive skills. Adding the 3 defensive skills now, it should be enough. Ye Feng muttered. Then, he looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he planned to try out his new skills. After all, if he didn't try out his new skills, how would he know what use it was? Thinking of this, Ye Feng immediately began to use his own skill. Riding the wind and breaking waves. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng suddenly felt as light as a swallow. This kind of lightness was unprecedented. Moreover, Ye Feng was still in the middle of a lake. Speed and so on would all be greatly affected. However, after activating the skill, Ye Feng was practically unimpeded. Any resistance instantly turned into zero. Ye Feng's figure was like a gust of violent wind as he quickly shuttled through. In front of him, a withered tree root was broken through the middle. What a strong impact force! Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Such a strong impact also represented an extremely strong speed. Moreover, considering that this was a water environment, Ye Feng roughly understood 70 to 80% of this skill. After fighting with the Yelong, Ye Feng was not worried that his speed would be surpassed. After all, this skill was basically equivalent to a cyclist being surpassed by a motorcyclist. This kind of pleasure was something that others could not experience. I wonder what use is the turtle shell shield. Thinking of this, Ye Feng immediately released the water element defensive skill, Turtle Shell Shield. This shield was like an inscription that lingered around Ye Feng, like a turtle shell formed by water currents. It looked very powerful, but it was a pity that there was no battle now. Otherwise, he could test out his defensive ability. But he could feel that his water element defensive skill was very powerful. As long as it was not fatal, it was almost useless against him. Even the water shield he released was more powerful than a normal metal wall. He immediately calmed down. He knew that this turtle shell shield was very suitable for him to use and also for defense. Moreover, the most important thing was that under such circumstances, he did not need to worry about being attacked. Under such circumstances, it was equivalent to an absolutely safe state. Even if danger came, he did not need to worry about losing his ability to fight. I can't experience the remaining healing skill for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Ye Feng was satisfied. He glanced at the 7th generation sub-dragon that had fallen and was also completely devoured by the little slime. Just as Ye Feng was about to leave, another wave of system notifications sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a large increase in spiritual power. You have 3 chances to advance. Please choose the sequence to evolve. Ye Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. I finally have a chance to evolve to another sequence. Ye Feng did not expect that this 7th generation sub-dragon could give him so many surprises. But unfortunately, this sub-dragon could only harvest 5% of the dragon seed, and what Ye Feng needed the most was to collect enough dragon seed purity as soon as possible. But to be able to bring him so many evolutions, Ye Feng was also somewhat happy. But he had awakened quite a number of slime sequences, so how could he distribute them well? Fortunately, he had obtained quite a number of evolutions this time, a total of 3 times. This was also one of the great evolutions that Ye Feng had obtained after killing 3 sub-dragons. Now, Ye Feng had to make good use of this opportunity to improve his abilities. Otherwise, if his abilities were too weak in battles later on, it would not be a good outcome. Right now, there is only the water element in the attack type sequences. I should not need to evolve any more. I should replenish my logistics first. Ye Feng thought for a moment and felt that since he did not primarily attack, his current water element ability, it was enough. After all, he was not a warrior now. Moreover, the magic conductor's path and the water element ability were both magic attacks. However, Ye Feng still felt that he needed to upgrade his defensive or comprehensive sequence. Right now, Ye Feng relied on his powerful defensive ability to fight against almost all 7th generations and below. He could remain unharmed because of his powerful defense. Although his attack power wasn't very outstanding, it was enough. If his defense was insufficient, the outcome of Ye Feng's battle with the 7th generation sub-dragon wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, the 7th generation sub-dragon had even launched 2 fatal attacks at Ye Feng. Both of them were enough to take Ye Feng's life. However, Ye Feng had full defense, so it wasn't a big problem for him. My defense type sequences are only perception, regeneration, and mimicry. My perception sequence has been upgraded before, so I'll ignore it for now. Regeneration or mimicry? I'll consider one out of the two. Ye Feng scratched his head and thought about it again and again. Regeneration and mimicry were 2 sequences that Ye Feng often used. Back when he was with the Murlocs, if he did not have mimicry, he would have long gone cold. Regeneration was also useful in almost every battle. System, analyze this. Which of these 2 sequences is better for me to evolve? Ye Feng did not want to think about it anymore, so he directly called the system out to help him deduce. Ding, deduction in progress. Ding. It is recommended that the host raise the regeneration sequence, which can greatly strengthen one's physique and give a new awakening to one's defensive abilities. Currently, it is what the host needs the most. The system's analysis was quickly transmitted into Ye Feng's mind. Regeneration. Alright. Ye Feng made up his mind. With the thought, his body instantly had a powerful reaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, regeneration sequence has evolved. You have obtained 2 sequence abilities, regeneration and restoration and nerve regeneration. Regeneration and restoration could heal any damaged part. And nerve regeneration could allow Ye Feng to recover from his injuries to a certain extent and at the same time, speed up his recovery. The characteristic of these 2 abilities was that they could quickly heal one's injuries. Chapter 142, Species Backtracking, A Sudden Explosion. Ye Feng listened to the system's introduction and smiled. Not bad. Now, my defense can be comparable to the 7th generation sub-dragon, or even better. Ye Feng really needed the ability regeneration and restoration because his body had already reached its limit. If he suffered any more damage, then Ye Feng might not even have a chance to live. Ye Feng was very satisfied with the sequence of regeneration and restoration. Moreover, there was another point. The effects of these abilities could greatly increase his ability to survive. Ye Feng felt the changes in his body and was very satisfied. Now he still had 2 more chances. Which sequence should he evolve next? This gave Ye Feng a headache. If he could, it would be the best if he could increase all the sequences. However, there were many skills following each sequence. If he could evolve all of them, the amount of spiritual energy consumed would be unimaginable for Ye Feng. The system gave him 3 chances. It was also an opportunity provided by Ye Feng killing the 3 sub-dragons and devouring their spiritual energy in the end. Therefore, Ye Feng treasured such an opportunity very much. I should upgrade the mimicry sequence as well. There's only one last chance. I can consider keeping it for now, or I can use it again in the future, Ye Feng thought to himself. Then, with the thought, the water nearby suddenly flickered. Then, a huge golden ball appeared, and runes began to slowly appear within the ball. Buzz! The runes flashed and disappeared. The mimicry sequence has evolved to this extent. Ye Feng looked at the golden ball and was somewhat surprised. The mimicry sequence was already the sequence that Ye Feng had upgraded the most, which was why it evolved to such a scene. If it continued to evolve, it was very likely that it would reach its limit. Ye Feng did not know anything about the concept of limits. Under the control of Ye Feng's will, the appearance of the entire golden sphere began to change. Many patterns began to appear and eventually, it turned into a round egg-shaped object. This should be edible, right? Ye Feng looked at the duck egg-sized object hesitantly. Crack equals equals. The golden ball cracked and all the energy inside was released. Waves after waves of golden light covered Yefeng's body. Almost in an instant, Yefeng's body underwent a great change. Crack! Crack! A great change was emitted from Yefeng's body. It was as if there was a force controlling him, causing him to not only make all kinds of actions, but also look very strange. There were many actions that were not something that humans could do. The moment his consciousness blurred, Yefeng completely felt an unknown force and also felt the exuberance of life. Almost all the species on Earth were mimicked by Yefeng at this moment. It was as if this was a dream, but it made Yefeng feel very real, because this was indeed not a dream. Is this the backtrack of a species? Yefeng regained his consciousness. While he was puzzled, the system's voice appeared. Ding! Mimicry sequence evolution successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, mimicry sequence has entered a new mode. You have obtained a new ability, gene retrofit. The system's notification sounded in Yefeng's ears. Your abilities, camouflage, and super simulation have been combined and upgraded to ultimate replication. Your ability Ultimate Spiderweb has evolved to Spiderweb Punishment. In an instant, the feeling that the new ability gave Yefeng was an extremely strong reaction. It actually upgraded the entire sequence of abilities. Yefeng was shocked and his heart was already blooming with joy. Furthermore, the system said that the mimicry sequence had entered a brand new mode. Although there was no explanation, Yefeng could feel a brand new power surging within his body. I didn't expect that after raising my defense sequence, I would actually be able to gain some attack attributes as well. This is truly great. Yefeng retracted his ability. Although he had obtained a new ability, Gene Retrofit, he still needed a target before he could release it. Since he was temporarily unable to conduct experiments here, Yefeng decided to give up. I should save the remaining opportunity for later. Later, I'll continue searching for sub-dragons to battle. This way, I'll be able to know more directly which aspect of my strength I need to raise. Yefeng thought to himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a shocking power erupting in front of him. Boom! Yefeng looked in the direction of the explosion and immediately frowned. He wondered, why is there a big explosion for no reason? What's going on in that place? At this moment, Yefeng was a little confused. His body moved and he immediately flew in that direction. As he got closer and closer to the point of the explosion, suddenly, Yefeng felt an unprecedented powerful feeling. This aura? It's a sub-dragon. Yefeng was shocked. This aura was definitely not something that a low-level sub-dragon could release. According to algebra estimates, this aura was close to a 4th generation. There seems to be someone there. Under the situation where Yefeng's perception was completely released, the situation of the surrounding sounds were all clearly seen by Yefeng. He could clearly see that there was an incomparably huge sub-dragon that was confronting the people below. And that sub-dragon was the 4th generation sub-dragon that appeared in Yefeng's perception. Not good, it's the water elemental guards. Yefeng was shocked. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived at the nearby area. With the powerful strength that he had just evolved, Yefeng would not directly charge forward. After all, everything had to be stable, and he did not know what situation the other party was in. Yefeng would not even make a move. Of course, if this situation was very critical, after all, the 5 water elemental guards seemed to have been suppressed by the 4th generation sub-dragon. Moreover, the explosion just now seemed to be the impact released by the sub-dragon. The aura of the 4th generation sub-dragon burst out, and waves of water elemental power burst out from its body. Wherever that aura went, it could cause great damage to almost everything, especially the infiltration attack from the spirit. This was somewhat related to the bloodline suppression. The bloodline suppression was more about the suppression of strength. However, if the gap between the opponent and the sub-dragon was too big, then this suppression could be all-encompassing. One could see that the 5 water elemental guards were suppressed by this 4th generation sub-dragon to the point that they couldn't even move. As for the sub-dragon, the water ball in its mouth had already been released once. The bodies of the water elemental guards were extremely powerful, and it was also made up of water elements. Although they had completely withstood the attack of the 4th generation sub-dragon's water ball, they had received a heavy injury. Their bodies were slightly shattered, but their consciousness and spirit were still intact. If this injury had been inflicted on a human, they would have been long gone. However, the water elemental guards were different. After they recovered to their peak, their body's recovery ability was also very strong. Moreover, they were still B grade. Chapter 143, Powerful Existence, 3rd Generation Sea Monster. Roar. The 4th generation let out an angry roar as an incomparably powerful water ball condensed once again from its mouth. Ye Feng frowned and also clenched his fists. In this situation, he had no choice but to make a move at any time. After all, this was a 4th generation sub-dragon, and its level completely crushed him. Just now, fighting against the 7th generation sub-dragon required a lot of time, and they were evenly matched. Now that the opponent was a 4th generation sub-dragon, it was completely incomparable to the 7th generation sub-dragon. Whether it was in terms of size, strength, and various attributes, the 7th generation sub-dragon was completely incomparable. For example, if the 7th generation sub-dragon was a piranha, then the 4th generation sub-dragon was a shark. Between the two, no matter how they compared, the piranha could not have the strength of a shark. The 4th generation's strength is far above mine. I must not act rashly. If it attacks those senior guards, then I can only bite the bullet. Ye Feng's eyes revealed a look of responsibility. If I can't beat it, then run. Ye Feng thought. He knew that his strength was not a match for the 4th generation sub-dragon, but if it was necessary, he would definitely make a move. After all, these senior water elemental guards were the only clues to save Walter. Roar! A water ball flew out, and in an instant, it shattered space-time. This terrifying and boundless power made Ye Feng feel incredulous. If the 4th generation sub-dragon was defined by this kind of strength, then wouldn't the 3rd and 2nd generation be even more terrifying existences? Moreover, it was at a terrifying level. Roar! The 4th generation sub-dragon roared furiously. The water ball suddenly smashed towards the few senior water elemental guards. At this moment, it had fused all of its water attribute special abilities together. Its power was 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than usual. Even a single water ball was enough to destroy the entire mountain range. An incomparably powerful aura was quietly released. Behind the water ball was a terrifying trail, a light blue shockwave. What gave Ye Feng the greatest headache was that this water ball was still continuously breaking apart. Originally, there was only one water ball, but as it was released with a loud bang, it was instantly split into multiple parts. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 water ball traces flew over. These water balls were all formed from the 4th generation sub-dragon's special abilities. They could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. A few deafening explosions sounded. The entire mountain range at the bottom of the lake seemed to have been razed to the ground, and the surrounding boulders flew about. Let's go! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. If he did not go now, those seniors might die on the spot. His footsteps moved slightly, and his figure flashed rapidly like a ghost. His movement technique was fully displayed. This was also the passive effect of riding the wind and breaking waves. It allowed Ye Feng's speed in the water to increase exponentially. As long as he maintained the increase in movement speed, then Ye Feng's speed would also become faster and faster, even surpassing the speed of sound in one move. Of course, it was impossible to do it now, but the upper limit of riding the wind and breaking waves was very high. Rumble! Waves of violent collision sounds continued to be heard. The water balls of the 4th generation sub-dragon grew denser and denser, and the 4 water pillars continuously smashed out. It directly caused the surface of the lake to churn and water to splash in all directions, as if the end of the world had arrived. The bottom of the lake was originally incomparably dark, and the audience in the live broadcast room was still wondering what had happened to Yefeng. Now, in an instant, Yefeng's streaming screen turned white. The viewers who had been paying attention to Yefeng were dumbfounded. Good God, the screen was black for a long time, and I thought it had recovered. I didn't expect it to turn white now. Brothers, God Feng seems to be fighting. Look at the streaming screen carefully. It's not pure white, but there are many screen flashes. Awesome! God Feng actually keeps fighting when we can't watch his live stream. No wonder his points keep rising. At this time, Yefeng had already rushed hundreds of meters away, and was very close to those senior guards. Yefeng's face was solemn, and a blue trident appeared in his hand. He jumped up, and the trident slashed straight forward, splitting the closest water ball into 2. Boom! The instant the water ball was split open, a violent force overflowed in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. That scene was something that could not even be described with words. After a long while, everyone woke up from the shock. Yi was the first to open his eyes and look around. He discovered that he was wrapped in an indescribable liquid. It was precisely the protection of this liquid that allowed them to avoid the huge force that erupted just now. Otherwise, they would have already been heavily injured. If they were to suffer such a level of damage again, they would be half dead even if they did not die. Although their bodies were completely made of elements, it was impossible for them to withstand such damage. Brother Yefeng! Why are you here? Yi was the first to see Yefeng, who was not far away, and his face was immediately filled with joy. Yefeng had actually suddenly charged out to save them. This was something Yi had not expected. After all, in front of such a powerful sub-dragon, appearing rashly in a situation where he was completely unable to fight against it was tantamount to courting death. Senior Yi, I sensed the terrifying aura here from afar, so I rushed over to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you guys, Yefeng explained, and the aura on his body grew stronger. After all, what he was going to face next was this extremely terrifying sub-dragon in front of him. Brother Yefeng, this sub-dragon is extremely terrifying. Its name is Sea Monster, and its algebra has reached the 3rd generation. We are no match for it. You'd better leave quickly. Yi explained, his expression extremely complicated. The surrounding water elemental guards also had unusually grave expressions. When Yefeng heard this, he immediately frowned. I thought it was a 4th generation sub-dragon, but I didn't expect it to be a 3rd generation sub-dragon. Furthermore, it has a code name. One look and I can tell that it is an old rival of the water elemental guards. Yefeng thought to himself. He also had an ominous premonition. Originally, the gap between him and a 4th generation sub-dragon was already huge. Now that the bloodline of Sea Monster had even reached the 3rd generation, this gave Yefeng quite a bit of pressure. In the previous battles, Yefeng would never take the initiative to use the Sea Stone Trident. But just now, in order to save the senior water elemental guards, he directly used it. The effect was still acceptable. This point had been verified by Yefeng, so he planned to use the trident to test Sea Monster again next. If the other party's strength was really several times stronger than his, then Yefeng could only give up. In terms of speed, Yefeng was still slightly superior. There was still a chance for him to escape with the 5 senior water elemental guards. But Yefeng did not want to give up on this delicious food. Not to mention the 3rd generation, Yefeng had only fought a 7th generation dragon seed before. 3 seeds were the difference between 3 generations. If he could really defeat him, Yefeng would definitely be able to harvest a lot of purity for the dragon seed. Perhaps after this time, the purity of Yefeng's dragon seed would accumulate enough. Chapter 144, Cover the Retreat of the Guards. Powerful Water Ball Impact. I'll cover you guys to leave this place first, Ye Feng said loudly to Yi. The surroundings were rumbling. If he did not speak loudly, he would not be able to hear at all. Okay. Yi replied and nodded to the remaining 4 guards. Now that they were heavily injured once again, if they did not leave this place, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, the other party would have a rare 3rd-generation sub-dragon. This generation of sub-dragon was already considered to be very powerful, and they would all have their own code names instead of using so and so certain generation of sub-dragons. From this guy's code name, one could tell that it was once a very troublesome enemy. At this time, Sea Monster launched another attack. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. With just a slight casting of spiritual energy, it could cause the surrounding elements to lose balance. It was the first time Ye Feng had encountered such a powerful opponent. Brother Ye Feng, you have to be very careful during the evacuation process. The opponent is an extremely terrifying existence. You can't leave just because you want to. Moreover, it's an extremely rare 3rd-generation dragon seed. According to our previous statistics, in the entire lake area, the number of 4th-generation type and above sub-dragons is extremely rare. There are no more than 5 of them. Yi looked at Ye Feng and spoke with a pause. The enemy in front of them was so powerful. Yi did not want Ye Feng to die just like that. After all, he had saved their lives. If Ye Feng had not arrived in time just now, the 5 of them would have died. Ye Feng grunted and said, "Don't worry, Senior Yi. I will not linger in battle. If I find something wrong, I will run." Everyone nodded. Ye Feng rushed forward with a swoosh, and these few water elemental guards dragged their heavily injured bodies and slowly left. When Sea Monster saw that someone wanted to run, it immediately erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Not good. Ye Feng's heart thumped and he instantly shifted his position. He only saw that he did not know when, but a huge water ball was charging toward him. The water ball suddenly cut through all the water areas and directly bombarded toward the direction of the water elemental guards. Ye Feng dodged it, but that did not mean that the water elemental guards could dodge it. Moreover, they had been injured before. Ye Feng did not think too much and shouted, "Spiderweb punishment!" Countless fine threads suddenly appeared on Ye Feng's body. These fine threads were like steel wires, continuously heading toward the direction of the water ball's shockwave. Their speed was even faster than the water ball. The spider web might not be able to stop this wave of water ball. I still need to add a control skill to pull it. Ye Feng thought to himself. With the thought, the nearby water area suddenly changed. The path of the water ball was constantly changing. Water binding. Boom. The trajectory of the water ball suddenly changed. When it was about to reach the water elemental guards, Ye Feng used the power of restriction to completely change its direction. But this was still not enough. Even if the water ball did not hit the water elemental guards, the powerful power of its explosion could still take their lives. Not to mention the B-grade cultivation base, the water ball attack released by Sea Monster in front of them could even instantly kill a B-grade powerhouse. Boom! Boom! Strengthen the defense! Yi shouted loudly. The defensive light barrier released by the 5 water elemental guards became even brighter. The water ball landed on the ground and exploded. The violent impact was crazily devouring everything around it. This strong impact could destroy everything. Rumble! Rumble! The lake was boiling, and the water was evaporating. Everything was becoming strange, distorted, and dizzy. A feeling of being separated was constantly evolving among the 5 water elemental guards. In an instant, they felt like they were going to die. The power of the explosion of the water ball was too great. The entire lake was boiling. All the ordinary creatures under the lake died in an instant. Su Fei and Li Yao, who had been waiting, were immediately energized when they saw bubbles appearing on the surface of the lake. What is this? Why is the entire surface of the lake bubbling? Li Yao turned pale with fright and stepped back to prepare for battle. Su Fei frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is bubbling from boiling." Li Yao was shocked when he heard what Su Fei said. "What? Sister, are you saying that the entire lake is bubbling?" The entire audience felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. Even though they couldn't see Yefeng's live broadcast. However, they could observe Yefeng's situation through the live broadcast of the other contestants. Su Fei, Li Yao, and the contestants further away from the shore were all watching from the shore. The audience could completely judge Yefeng's situation through a third-party perspective. Therefore, when they saw the entire lake boiling non-stop, they were completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god! Is God Feng okay? The human body shouldn't be able to survive under the high temperature. Jinx! God Feng must have encountered some super powerful creature in the center of the lake. That's why the battle that happened was so earth-shattering. Did you guys see the aura that he emitted just now? According to the color, the opponent that Yefeng is facing might be very powerful, perhaps above A grade." In the center of the lake. At this moment, the rolling power was continuously overflowing. The power contained in this water ball also gave Yefeng a fright. The third-generation dragon seed not only has a powerful casting ability, but its body's defense is also extremely strong. Such power actually can't cause any effect on it. If this is the case, my spell attacks can't cause any damage to it at all. Yefeng was a little speechless, but under the current situation, there was no time for him to think too much. Retract. Yefeng was continuously sent flying. After he finally stabilized his footing, he controlled the spider web punishment that he had just released. After a round of evolution and upgrading, Yefeng's spider web ability had already been grasped by him with incomparable proficiency. Moreover, his various attribute values had also received a considerable increase. The most obvious point was that the spider web that he released could not only be as firm as a rock, but also be able to withstand high temperatures and all sorts of extreme cold environments. Most importantly, his spider web could be attached to any item, including this water ball. Following Yefeng's control, countless spider webs were remolded. In the blink of an eye, the mite that could burst out from the water ball was completely wrapped up by the spider web. The surrounding impact instantly stopped. While the water elemental guards were still struggling to resist, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yefeng make a move. Brother Yefeng has made a move again. There's finally hope this time. Yi looked at Yefeng in the distance and discovered that his aura was different from before. He felt like a completely different person compared to the first time he met Yefeng. At this moment, Yefeng seemed to have been nourished by some kind of divine power and was no longer at his previous strength. Moreover, he possessed an unfathomable strength, as if it was the evolution of his own formidable strength, and also as if it was the aura from a sub-dragon's body. However, the situation did not allow him to think too much. After all, they were only a burden on the battlefield. This time, Yefeng came here to help them escape danger. If they could leave faster, it would also allow Yefeng to leave earlier. Chapter 145, Spiritual Power Penetration, Ineffective Spell Attack. Seniors, take advantage of the gap to leave this place. Yefeng said in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it could accurately enter the ears of the water elemental guards. Everyone nodded and became faster. Soon, they disappeared from Yefeng's sight. Come on! Let's see what you can do! Yefeng shouted coldly, and his figure also soared. Sea Monster saw that the water elemental guards were escaping under Yefeng's cover, and it suddenly became extremely furious. Its cold scarlet eyes swept over. A sense of fear that came from the bottom of Yefeng's heart continuously spread. Not good, this is a spiritual attack. Yefeng cried in his heart and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist the spiritual attack. Roar! Sea Monster let out an angry roar. The aura it emitted became more and more powerful, as if it wanted to tear everything apart, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Ye Feng was greatly shocked. He already knew that this sea monster's strength was already many times stronger than his own. Moreover, this level was the true sub-dragon. Compared to the 8th or 7th generations Ye Feng had encountered before, it was simply like playing house. Moreover, this was only the spiritual suppression of this sea monster. It possessed extremely terrifying spiritual power. Once he was penetrated by a spiritual attack, the consequences would definitely be very serious. Ye Feng did not have time to hesitate. He immediately mobilized the power in his body and continuously urged starfire meditation. A large amount of magic power flowed out and condensed into a defensive barrier, enveloping himself within it to resist the attack of the spiritual power. Waves of sharp and ear-piercing sounds rang out. Those spiritual attacks were all blocked by the barrier condensed outside Ye Feng's body. They could not harm Ye Feng at all. Ye Feng's heart relaxed. Fortunately, he only needed to block the spiritual attacks and there was no need to worry about any danger. Roar! Sea monster roared once again. Its eyes were scarlet red as if blood was about to drip out. Its body suddenly grew taller and instantly became a 30-meter tall giant sea monster. Its entire body was covered in black scales, emitting a faint green glow. The fangs at the corner of its mouth were ferocious and sharp, like blades. So terrifying! Ye Feng exclaimed. He now knew why this third-generation sub-dragon was codenamed Sea Monster. Roar! Sea Monster continued to roar. A violent fluctuation came from the surrounding space, as if the space was about to be torn apart. It's really difficult to deal with. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly, and he was also secretly shocked. Rumble! The ground beneath Ye Feng's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Mountain peaks continued to collapse, and cracks crisscrossed across the ground like a spider web. Oh no! Ye Feng secretly cried out in his heart, and immediately flew into the distance. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Countless dust filled the air, obscuring one's vision. Sea Monster was still roaring, and Ye Feng's speed was also extremely fast. Before Sea Monster could react, he had already dodged and left this place. Dodging like this won't solve any problems at all. Ye Feng thought to himself. Looking at the incomparably violent sea monster in front of him, Ye Feng frowned. I have to think of something. I have to make it shed a layer of skin. After receiving a few moves just now, Ye Feng could basically determine what type of sub-dragon the other party was. It was more of a spiritual spell type, a powerful third-generation sub-dragon. Since this guy's spiritual spell attack is so powerful, I don't believe that your defensive ability is also so powerful. Ye Feng said coldly. His body flashed to the side, and his crazy spiritual power was continuously activated. With the blessing of the dragon seed, Ye Feng's spiritual power was almost several times more than before. With just the skills that Ye Feng now had, he could basically use them at any level. Of course, if it was a high consumption, then even if he had super much spiritual power, it would still be a waste. But Ye Feng was not that kind of person. Spiderweb punishment. Water-breaking arrow. Two skills were released at the same time, and Ye Feng's figure changed again and again. After all, he had to visually confuse Sea Monster first. The appearance of the spiderweb could basically make it appear quietly beside the opponent, and he could freely attack the enemy. As for water-breaking arrow, after Ye Feng changed his figure and released it from different discoveries, he could confuse the opponent and achieve an instant attack that caught the enemy off guard. If he was lucky, Ye Feng could at least break through one of the more than 10 directions. Once it was broken, Ye Feng could immediately control the spiderweb and crazily attack that part. Moreover, Ye Feng could still continue to summon other skills. He only needed to continuously attack that part and that would be enough. At the very least, he could cripple the opponent. However, things were often not as good as he imagined. After Ye Feng's water-breaking arrows were fired from more than a dozen directions at the same time, they carried a powerful force as they shot toward Sea Monster. But when they hit Sea Monster did not react at all. What the H*LL is this? Ye Feng stared at Sea Monster in shock, and Sea Monster's scarlet eyes were also staring at Ye Feng at the same time. The spiritual penetration did not stop for a moment. As long as it stared at Ye Feng, a wave of fear that came from the bottom of his heart would naturally arise. To be honest, this fear greatly affected Ye Feng's performance. However, what made Ye Feng even angrier was that the other party was actually unharmed in the face of more than a dozen of his water-breaking arrows. This was fine, but the other party did not seem to realize that it had been attacked. This skin is too thick, Ye Feng said helplessly. He did not believe it and continued to control the spider web, launching a second round of attack. More than 10 spider webs suddenly appeared around Sea Monster, but 2/3 of the number was broken by the aura emitted by Sea Monster, leaving only a few spider webs. Under Ye Feng's full control, one of the spider webs came to Sea Monster's abdomen. Under Ye Feng's full-strength spiritual power injection, that spider web transformed into countless spider webs, and in an instant, it attacked Sea Monster's abdomen. The abdomen of sub-dragons was supposed to be the weakest part of the sub-dragons. Ye Feng also thought that he was going to succeed. If the spider webs pierced into Sea Monster's abdomen, then Ye Feng could follow it and inject more power into it. After a large wave of upgrades, Ye Feng's spider web not only became stronger, but it could also disintegrate into countless strands with just one strand of spider web. The spider web punishment skill was not only divided into mimicry sequence, but also contained a part of the ability of the devouring sequence. It was supposed to be the weakness of Sea Monster that Ye Feng had noticed, but just when Ye Feng thought that he had succeeded, the spider webs were directly annihilated after it touched Sea Monster. What's going on? Ye Feng was shocked. This powerful force seemed to have never been detected on a sub-dragon's body before. But now, it suddenly appeared. Could it be a special force of the third generation? Ye Feng released his perception and continued to permeate the other party, but it was fruitless. In terms of spiritual power, how could Ye Feng be Sea Monster's opponent? Chapter 146, Dragon Scales with Max Defense, continued to look for flaws. Brother Ye Feng, you have to be careful of Sea Monster's dragon scales. A familiar voice sounded in Ye Feng's mind from afar. Ye Feng turned around and saw that it was the water elemental guard, Yi, who was observing from the other side. It seemed that he had also noticed that Ye Feng's attacks were ineffective, so he had come to observe the situation here. They could still see what was happening on the battlefield, which meant that they were not out of the danger zone yet, but Ye Feng could not care about these things anymore. If he still could not find a way, not to mention the water elemental guards, he would also die here today. The opponent was a third-generation sub-dragon, an existence code-named Sea Monster. It was not an existence like the 8th or 7th generations of Ye Feng's opponent before. Dragon scales. Ye Feng was confused, and his puzzled voice was caught by Yi. Yi transmitted his voice again, it's like this. Above the 4th generation dragon seeds, there are 3rd and 2nd generation dragon seeds. It's already 2/3 of the realm, and all of them have stepped into the realm of true dragons. And dragon scales are one of the most obvious changes. A sub-dragon with true dragon scales will use a defensive ability that surpasses everything else. If it's a level suppression or bloodline suppression, all spell attacks will be ineffective. Brother Ye Feng, if you want to do something, then it's impossible to do it with just magic attacks. If it's possible, the damage that can be caused in close combat will be higher than magic damage. Of course, we still hope that you leave the scene as soon as possible. The opponent is too strong, we can't be their opponent. Back then, almost half of our 800 water elemental guards died at its hands. Yi said with an extremely sorrowful expression. The enemy that killed his teammates was right in front of him, but he did not have any ability to resist. This was the most difficult part for him. Not only Yi, but Ye Feng was also very uncomfortable. Most of his skills were related to magic power. After all, he had previously chosen the magic conductor route. If it was said that all of his attacks were ineffective against sea monster now, it was no different from a bolt of lightning striking Ye Feng. Is there really no other way? Ye Feng's expression was incomparably complicated as he looked at sea monster. The violent aura on his body was constantly churning. At this moment, sea monster's figure also started to move. The difference in level was not just a few dimensions. With Ye Feng's perceptive ability, it was impossible for him to predict sea monster's movements. Naturally, Ye Feng did not know what he was going to do, and his figure also followed suit. In short, under the circumstances where everything was unknown, if the enemy did not move, then he would not move. If the enemy moved, then he would move. If he stood in front of this sea monster, then he would only be a human target. Ye Feng's speed increased by a few times again. His body shuttled through the air like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was. Sea monster was still roaring, but it could not find any traces of Ye Feng, so it could not help but feel a little angry. Roar! Another huge roar sounded, and the seabed exploded again. A huge figure soared into the sky, leaving a black mark in the lake, and rushed toward Ye Feng at high speed. D***M it. Again. Ye Feng's face slightly changed. Just now, it was only a spell attack, but found that it didn't work, and now it started to attack physically. Ye Feng's movement technique was very fast, and his speed could be said to be top-notch. Sea monster rushed forward, and its claws suddenly fell, but Ye Feng dodged them all. After all, with his powerful perception ability, although he could not predict the outcome of his attacks, he could still roughly predict the opponent's attack behavior toward him. In addition to the buffs of all kinds of speed skills, especially the newly obtained riding the wind and breaking waves buffs, sea monster's claws could not keep up at all. It could only watch as Ye Feng continuously dodged. This was also the only point. Ye Feng was ahead of this D***MN sea monster. If his speed was still weaker than the other party, Ye Feng would have already been insta-killed from the start. He would not have waited until now and still be fighting with sea monster. Forget it, let's get rid of it first. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and the sea stone trident in his hand appeared once again. Swoosh! Ye Feng's figure turned into a white lightning bolt and charged toward sea monster. If he could not suppress sea monster with his spells, Ye Feng would rather be the first to strike first. The first person to attack would never be at a disadvantage. Roar! Sea monster seemed to be enraged as it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black fog that swept toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng hurriedly waved the trident and cut the black fog into two. Then, he continued to charge toward sea monster. Boom! 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 Ye Feng and sea monster continued to collide with each other, making muffled sounds of collision. Large pits appeared one after another. Soil flew in all directions, and sand and stones flew everywhere. After a series of violent explosions, the dust settled down and two figures were revealed. At this moment, Ye Feng's figure was in a slightly pathetic state. A trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth. However, sea monster was unharmed. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It looked as if it wanted to eat people. Its eyes were red, as if it was about to spit out blood. This scene was extremely frightening. D***MN it. I still can't kill it. Ye Feng was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this sea monster's defense was too high, and he couldn't get close at all. Roar! Sea monster let out a roar and charged at Ye Feng again, its speed extremely fast. Ye Feng waved his trident again and slashed at sea monster. This time, he didn't use any spells or skills, but chose to purely engage in hand-to-hand combat. This sea monster was very powerful. Although it was a third-generation sub-dragon, it had the strength of an early-stage second-generation sub-dragon. It was many levels higher than him. It was not something that he could contend against at the moment. Roar! Sea monster roared as it rushed over. Its body emitted a rich ocean aura. Ye Feng felt that even if he stood where he was, he would still be enveloped by that enormous ocean aura. Is this the power of the third generation? As expected, it's not an ordinary creature. Ye Feng thought in his heart, and his eyes revealed an extremely complicated expression. However, Ye Feng would not give up either. The trident in his hand continued to swing and continuously attack sea monster. At the same time, he also paid attention to its movements to see if there was anything unusual. Boom! 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 The third generation sub-dragon kept hitting Ye Feng's trident, causing a series of explosions. The ground kept shaking, as if the entire ground was trembling. Ye Feng's body was knocked back 5 to 6 steps, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. The strength of this sea monster is indeed worthy of the strength of the second generation sub-dragon. If it was not for my strong physique and the protection of the sea stone armor, if it was anyone else, they would have been smashed to pieces. Ye Feng thought to himself. Roar! Sea monster roared again and swung its huge tail at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly dodged and avoided the attack of sea monster. The huge tail of sea monster landed where Ye Feng was just now, creating a huge pit on the ground. This guy is really powerful. Ye Feng was secretly speechless. Although Ye Feng's body was strong enough, he did not dare to take the attack of sea monster's huge tail head-on. Sea monster's giant tail kept hitting the ground, causing the ground to sink in. It made a bang, bang, bang sound of explosions, as if the ground was about to be shattered. Chapter 147, Top-tier fighting style, exaggerated fighting style. I can't go on like this, or I'll die of exhaustion sooner or later. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. However, there was no way for him to escape now. If he ran away rashly, sea monster would definitely chase after him. At that time, he might even harm the water elemental guards, so he had to be very careful with every step he took. Roar! Sea monster let out a roar once again and pounced at Ye Feng again. Its huge tail ruthlessly struck the ground, shattering the hard rock layer, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Ye Feng frowned and moved quickly to avoid sea monster's attack. However, sea monster was too fast. After dodging a few times, Ye Feng's shoulder was still hit by sea monster, and his shoulder blade was almost broken. Humph! Ye Feng snorted and did not hesitate anymore. He took out the sea stone trident and stabbed it at sea monster. Roar! Sea monster roared and golden light burst out from its body. The powerful force pushed Ye Feng's sea stone trident away. Ye Feng was surprised that this golden light was so strong and dazzling. This was the power of a dragon seed. All dragons were like this. If they burned their dragon seeds and activated the supreme and domineering dragon power, they would definitely burst out with golden light. Moreover, the golden light in this sea monster's body was actually so strong. That must mean that this sea monster's body must contain a large amount of purity of the dragon seed. It was definitely not common for this power to erupt from other sub-dragons, but this was sea monster, a third-generation sub-dragon. Although Ye Feng had long been mentally prepared, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Boom! The sea stone trident collided with sea monster's huge claws, emitting a muffled sound. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. He did not expect sea monster's skin defense to be so strong. He had no way to cut off its claws. However, this was only temporary. As long as he could find the weakness to destroy its claws, he could completely defeat this sea monster. Roar! Sea monster let out a low roar. Its body shook and Ye Feng was sent flying, spitting out blood. However, this little injury was nothing to Ye Feng. He quickly adjusted his body condition and continued to fight with sea monster. This sea monster was really too difficult to deal with. However, all of this was nothing to Ye Feng. As long as he continued to use the sea stone trident, he could slowly wear down its vitality. Sea monster roared and attacked again. A golden pillar of light rose from the bottom of the sea and attacked Ye Feng. Humph! Small tricks! Ye Feng snorted and dodged the golden pillar of light in a flash. Bang! Another collision sound rang and Ye Feng was forced back again. Ye Feng knew that this light pillar had a limit. However, he was not in a hurry. He took out the sea stone trident again and rushed toward that light pillar. Rumble! The lake water churned again and the huge body of sea monster appeared in front of Ye Feng's eyes once again. Roar! Sea monster let out a furious roar and attacked again. Ye Feng dodged again, holding the sea stone trident in his hand, and rushed toward sea monster again and again. Sea monster shot out beams of golden light one after another, forcing Ye Feng to retreat step by step. However, all of this was in vain. Ye Feng continued to approach sea monster. On the far shore. Something seems to be happening. I can sense it too. What's going on? Is there any danger here? The people who were cultivating had already gotten used to seeing the lake boiling and thinking that there was a new explosion. When they heard the loud noise in the distance again, they were still frightened. One by one, they opened their eyes and looked into the distance, trying to figure out what was happening. However, with their strength, they could not step into the lake. They could only watch quietly from the shore. To them, this was a great danger and also a great opportunity. No one was willing to leave. When they saw Suifei and Li Yao, who were closer to the shore, they became even more convinced of their inner choice. After all, they were ranked 3rd and 12th on the list. They were both standing by the shore, unwilling to leave. What did this mean? It meant that there must be a great opportunity. They were all waiting for an opportunity to enter. At this moment, Ye Feng had already rushed to sea monster's side. His repeated attacks had beaten sea monster until it was covered in wounds and blood flowed down. It's finally working. Looks like I still have to use physical attacks to make this guy suffer. Ye Feng thought to himself. At this moment, he had already used up a large amount of strength, but he was still able to continue fighting with sea monster. Rumble! Sea monster's anger was once again stimulated. Its body suddenly shook and sent Ye Feng flying. Its huge claws clawed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng hurriedly dodged. His body swayed and once again landed on sea monster's back. He launched another attack on sea monster's back. Puchi! Sea monster was cut by Ye Feng's trident. A piece of flesh was torn off, revealing its white ribs. The pain caused it to let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, it let out an angry roar. It could not believe that Ye Feng had really injured it. Although this sea monster was a 3-generation sub-dragon, its combat strength was extremely strong, it had never met an opponent. There were very few opponents among its kind, let alone humans. The innate dragon race bloodline was stronger than humans. Although the sub-dragon was not a true dragon race, it was still a side issue. No matter what, the dragon seed and dragon genes in the body all existed, but the purity was not that high. However, Ye Feng's sea stone trident not only possessed the sharpness of the sea stone trident, it also possessed Ye Feng's terrifying strength. This was the change brought about by the sea stone trident. Ye Feng took this opportunity to charge at sea monster again. The sea stone trident in his hand waved repeatedly, and a terrifying aura shot out. Sea monster was beaten up by Ye Feng and was unable to attack Ye Feng for a moment. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly saw sea monster's body tremble. A tentacle quickly extended and stabbed toward sea monster's abdomen. Ye Feng immediately understood what was going on. This tentacle was sea monster's weakness. Perhaps it was a tentacle used to repair itself. As long as the tentacle was cut off, sea monster would be dead. Roar! Sea monster roared in pain. Its body struggled crazily, trying to get rid of Ye Feng's restraint. However, Ye Feng would not let this sea monster get what it wanted. His body swayed and rushed toward sea monster again. Streams of terrifying aura kept slashing out. Sea Monster's body was split open and blood kept spraying out. However, although the power of this attack was great, it was not enough to kill Sea Monster. This attack only gave Yefeng a chance to rest. Yefeng calmed himself down, stood up, and ran toward Sea Monster again. Sea Monster's attack came again. What surprised Yefeng was that Sea Monster could react immediately and charge over despite being heavily injured. This simply refreshed Yefeng's knowledge once again. He had heard that the dragon race was extremely powerful, but he had never heard that the dragon race did not care about their lives. This time, Yefeng did not dodge. Instead, he brandished the sea stone trident and launched a fierce attack at Sea Monster. For a time, Sea Monster was continuously injured. Ferocious wounds appeared on its body. Fresh blood dripped down, making it look exceptionally frightening. Not far away, seeing Yefeng and Sea Monster's battle, the water elemental guards' expressions froze. They looked extremely shocked. They did not expect Yefeng's combat strength to be so strong that even the third-generation Sea Monster could not harm him. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Chapter 148, The Fall of the Third Generation, The Test of the Water Elemental Guard. Yefeng kept waving the sea stone trident, beating Sea Monster back step by step. In the end, it was knocked flying and smashed into the big pit at the bottom of the lake. This time, Yefeng had the upper hand again. Ha ha ha, awesome! Yefeng laughed loudly. Then, Yefeng walked toward the cave and arrived in front of Sea Monster. Looking at the dying Sea Monster lying in the big pit, Yefeng finally let out a sigh of relief. The thunderous actions just now had almost killed him. And now, he had some advantage, which was why he could wound Sea Monster. Thanks to the sea stone trident in his hand, Yefeng basically had all his skills that were mainly magic attacks, and Sea Monster happened to be immune to magic attacks. If he did not have the sea stone trident, which was a cheat weapon, Yefeng would not have the confidence to fight against Sea Monster. Moreover, Sea Monster was so fierce that it almost revealed the true strength of the sub-dragons, which made Yefeng a little scared. Roar! Yefeng became more and more familiar with it, and his attacks became more and more sharp. The aura of the trident burst out, drawing beautiful trajectories in the air and continuously attacking Sea Monster. Sea Monster's defense was astonishing, but under Yefeng's trident attack, it could not withstand a single blow. In just a moment, Yefeng completely defeated Sea Monster. Boom! Finally, Sea Monster let out a sorrowful cry and fell to the ground with a bang. Yefeng looked at Sea Monster lying on the ground that had completely fallen. He laughed very happily, and his heart was incomparably happy. In this way, this Sea Monster was the most powerful creature that Yefeng had ever encountered, and it was one of the strongest. Yefeng stood on top of the huge pit. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. Although he had won this battle, his vitality was greatly damaged. At this moment, wisps of white light appeared around his body. All the functions of Yefeng's body were also recovering rapidly. Yefeng knew that this was because Water God's protection was effective. This water-type skill was mainly a passive skill. As long as one's body was injured, it would repair itself. When the battle stopped, it would use a large amount of spiritual energy to fully repair itself. This was also to not waste the host's spiritual energy in battle. And this Water God's protection was more of a spiritual ability. Under certain circumstances, it had a crucial role to play. However, because Sea Monster had caused too much damage to Yefeng, even with Water God's protection, it would not be able to complete the repair in a short amount of time. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have killed a third-generation sub-dragon. Obtained 22% purity of dragon seed. Obtained a significant increase in all attributes. Beginning to devour third-generation sub-dragon. Obtained a large amount of spiritual energy. Slime body size plus 3%. Number of slime sub-bodies plus 20. Congratulations, host! The increase in attributes is very large. Host strength plus 100, agility plus 20, vitality plus 200, spirit plus 300, resistance plus 200. Ye Feng listened to the system notification beside his ear and felt very excited. He had already obtained a large amount of improvement. He wondered if he could increase his cultivation level next. Ye Feng was a little eager to know. What skills would he obtain after reaching B grade? He was now at C and grade and the spiritual energy in his body was sufficient. If he used all of it to increase his cultivation level, it was not impossible. At most, he would use up all of his spiritual energy. But now, Ye Feng did not know if it was suitable for him to level up. After all, this kind of thing did not only depend on the conditions, but more often, it depended on whether there was a suitable opportunity. If he were to forcefully level up to B grade now, it was very likely that it would cause the various attributes in his body to be out of balance, or the effect of using skills would be greatly reduced. Because if he did not level up to a new realm, he would need to spend a lot of time to get used to it. Just like when you obtained a new weapon, you also had to spend a certain amount of time to get used to it. Moreover, you had to reach a certain level of comprehension before you could fully display the full strength of this weapon. It was the same for upgrading to a completely new realm. However, it was far from being as simple as he had imagined. All complex things had to be comprehended by the symbiote. At this moment, a white light flashed. Ye Feng felt that his eyes were a little dazzling. When the white light disappeared, he saw his own attributes. Ye Feng. Symbiote, Magic Slime. Body size, 73%. Subsidiary bodies, 140. Attributes, Strength 1170, Agility 890, Vitality 1210, Spirit 1260, Resistance 700. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Slime Storm, Perfect Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Spiderweb Punishment, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Spirit Exploding Shark. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Biting, Violent Surge, Turtle Shell Shield, Riding the Wind and Breaking Waves, Water God's Protection. Evolution Progress, 96%. Dragon Seed, 22%. Current level, C+. Looking at his attributes, Ye Feng felt that it was not time to advance his realm yet. On the contrary, there was one thing that made Ye Feng somewhat satisfied. It was a dragon seed with a purity of 22%. The water elemental guards in the distance also followed closely. Seeing sea monster that was continuously being devoured in the huge pit, their expressions became even more complicated. Brother Ye Feng is actually able to kill sea monster. His strength is already not something that we can guess. Yi said, a trace of admiration appearing in his eyes. Logically speaking, the water elemental guards had existed for thousands of years, and they had definitely seen quite a number of people. However, looking at Ye Feng now, it seemed that he was no longer the Ye Feng from before. There was an additional air between his brows. It's good that Senior is fine. Your recovery abilities are also far beyond my reach. Ye Feng replied modestly. Everyone knew that this victory was not easy to come by, so they did not say anything more. They all stayed tightly under the large pit, watching the rapidly disappearing sea monster remains. Brother Ye Feng, there's something we want to tell you. Yi suddenly turned around and looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng was puzzled. He looked at Yi and said, I don't know what it is. Senior, you can just say it. I asked you to go out to scout before, but it was actually a test for you. I never thought that you could actually kill the sub-dragons alone, Yi said with a smile, and then pointed at sea monster in the pit. I also never thought that you would be so powerful. You were actually able to kill a third-generation sub-dragon. Moreover, your physical fitness seems to be quite good, and the injuries you received can also heal quickly. A genius like you is simply hard to come by in 100 years. We can't even imagine why you would be trapped in a seal. Yi paused, looked at Yefeng's confused face, and continued, so we decided that you successfully passed our test. Yefeng was somewhat puzzled. Test? What test? He had never heard before that he was currently in some kind of test. Seeing that Yefeng still did not understand, Yi continued to explain, actually, from the beginning, we old geezers had doubts about you. We suspected that you did not have the strength to save our master, and it was very likely that you were going for some kind of treasure. However, during this period of time, not only have you saved us time and time again, but you also have such powerful strength. You are the person we need. From now on, we are willing to work for you. Chapter 149, The Secret at the Bottom of the Lake, the Aura of the Water Elemental Dragon King. What's going on? Yefeng did not know why. But he knew that this was one of the ways elves showed their loyalty. They were willing to be driven by their masters and would go through fire and water at any cost. This was the message that the elves conveyed to him. This was an ancient and magical ritual that Yefeng had only read about in books. Although Yefeng did not know what exactly happened, since it was already like this, he could only accept it. Yi looked at Yefeng and said, Brother Yefeng, since you are so powerful, perhaps we can set off to the deepest part of the lake and see what the situation is like in the cage that imprisoned our master. Their bodies were recovering rapidly. Although they were severely injured, their bodies were made up of pure water elements, so their recovery speed was extremely fast. Moreover, they were currently in a lake. The water element content was already higher than the outside world, so their recovery speed was naturally very fast. Yefeng nodded and picked up a few dragon scales on the ground. Then, he followed the steps of the water elemental guards and walked forward. The body of sea monster was also quickly devoured by Yefeng. Since this guy's defense is so strong, its scales must be very useful. Yefeng looked at the palm-sized scales and was a little surprised. Whether it was for medicinal purposes, developing some kind of medicine, or auctioning it off, its value was definitely top-notch. These were the scales taken from the body of a third-generation sub-dragon. Not to mention what they were going to make, even if they were to take them home to enjoy them, it was a rare piece of art. As they gradually went deeper, Yefeng and the group passed through the special tunnel at the station and bypassed many sub-dragons, directly arriving at a very dark place. Yefeng had just stabilized his footing when an invisible pressure came from the surroundings. What's going on? Yefeng was a little surprised. His perception told him that there were no enemies nearby. Seeing this, Yi immediately explained, Brother Yefeng, don't panic. This is just some kind of powerful force emitted by the enchantment. It's only used for passive defense. As I said before, this enchantment that seals master is one of the 10 great ancient sealing arts. It's very powerful. Not only does it have active and passive defense, but it can also swallow all things, even spiritual energy and elements, to maintain its own defensive power. This is also the reason why Master has never been able to break through this barrier. From ancient times until now, no one has been able to break through this barrier from the inside, and very few people have been able to break through from the outside. Since the birth of this barrier, basically, it has always been the person who released it personally. Otherwise, even an A-grade god would be powerless to do so. When Yefeng heard Yi's words, a thought appeared in his mind. If that was really the case, then the dragon seed contained in his body would be even more useful. Since they could not forcefully break through from the inside and the outside, then they had to try their best to imitate the power of the water elemental dragon king when it released this barrier back then. If the purity of the dragon seed was sufficient, it should be possible to undo it. This was also their only chance. After all, what was locked inside was the water-type human ceiling level existence. If he could not break through it, no matter how hard Ye Feng tried, it was basically impossible. Then we can only try, Ye Feng said. After all, his only goal now was to break this barrier. Then, the water elemental guards continued to bring Ye Feng deeper. The water temperature here was no longer constant. It directly dropped to -300 degrees Celsius. It was impossible for normal creatures to survive here, let alone get close to it. It's right in front, Yi said in a deep voice, pointing at a beam of faint light in front of him. It was an incomparably perfect arc. This was the barrier that imprisoned Walter. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This enchantment was no small matter. Even Ye Feng felt an unimaginably huge pressure. But Ye Feng did not want to give up so easily. This was a rare opportunity. How could he let it go? As Ye Feng walked forward, he carefully observed this flawless enchantment, trying to find a flaw in it. However, the cold air inside made Ye Feng's footsteps blocked again and again. Yi saw Ye Feng go forward and immediately stopped him. Brother Ye Feng, this is too dangerous. If your body can't withstand the cold here, you'll be dead for sure. Moreover, the barrier will trigger a passive defensive ability. A casual attack is enough to destroy the world. It's much stronger than the third generation. Hearing this, Ye Feng could only give up on the idea of going forward to observe. The outer part of this barrier was connected by hundreds of fine and solid iron chains. Strange words were carved on the iron chains, emitting a gentle light. Ye Feng did not recognize it, but Yi and the remaining 4 water elemental guards understood it. They were water elemental guards, and they were all water elemental elves. Their survival time could be traced back to the ancient times. They were naturally very proficient in this type of dragon language, so they could understand the words on it. After reading these dragon texts, Yi and the other 4 had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they did not dare to determine whether this was real or fake. What's wrong? Ye Feng asked curiously when he saw their expressions. He could have used his analysis ability originally, but because it belonged to a certain form of power, Ye Feng was also afraid of triggering some kind of passive defense mechanism of the barrier. Hence, he did not use his analysis ability. What's written here is different from what we saw before. It's mainly about strengthening the barrier's defense mechanism. You can understand that someone is in the dark, constantly strengthening the barrier's defense. The only explanation is that the barrier's power seems to be constantly being perfected. Hearing Yi's words, Ye Feng immediately frowned. Someone is secretly strengthening the barrier's power. Ye Feng immediately thought of the water elemental dragon king. Was it awake? This possibility was not non-existent. After all, Walter had already been sealed for over 100 years. This long period of time was enough for the water elemental dragon king to recover. Not to mention fully recovering, it could at least recover 2/3 of his power. That was an earth-shattering existence. The water elemental dragon king was the leader of the water elemental dragons and was one of the 10 great kings of the dragon race. This level of existence was definitely the highest among the dragon race. It was not an exaggeration to say that a sub-dragon was already so difficult to deal with. If a true dragon appeared, not to mention a battle, even a glance from one of them would cause Ye Feng to die on the spot. That's right, the water elemental dragon king might have come out. Yi's expression was very solemn as he looked at his companions. Do you remember when we were in the stronghold not long ago, and we felt that sudden change in the water element? It was a fluctuation far beyond our comprehension, and we had never felt such a violent fluctuation since we had followed our master. The crowd was silent, their faces grim like a man on their deathbed. It's okay. So what if the water elemental dragon king appeared? We don't need to face it. We just need to go around and harvest enough purity of the dragon seed. We can still open this barrier. Even if the water elemental dragon king finds us, we won't panic even if it comes after us. Not only is Walter, your master, sealed inside, but the water element human sealing exists. 100 years ago, he was accidentally sealed by the water elemental Dragon King. If we break the seal, Walter will definitely be able to repel the water elemental Dragon King. Ye Feng looked at the crowd and spoke seriously. They had only just begun the rescue plan, and they couldn't afford to be demoralized in the first place, because that would have a huge impact on the follow-up plan. Look, what's that? Chapter 150, Water-type Remnant Scroll, Madly Cultivating. Under the constant exploration of Ye Feng's perception sequence, he discovered a small hill not far away from the enchantment. There seemed to be a book made of paper. Although it was said to be a book, it was actually not. This book only had half of it, and it looked more like a remnant scroll. He did not expect that there would be such a remnant scroll in the depths of the lake. Although he did not know what was recorded in it, this environment was enough to accentuate the mysteriousness of this remnant scroll. Could this be a great opportunity in the lake? Some kind of ancient secret manual? The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He released the slime sub-body and planned to take it over and slowly analyze it. Yi looked over. He shook his head. This remnant scroll is probably some unimportant thing. After all, before we appeared here, there was nothing here. It was only slowly evolving and developing before this became a lake that you can see now. There's no harm in taking a look. It might be some kind of big treasure. Ye Feng had already used his perception to penetrate it and found a familiar feeling, but he could not remember it for a while. When the incomplete scroll was in Ye Feng's hands, everyone's eyes widened almost at the same time. This is Master's aura. Yi was the first to shout, and even the remaining 4 people were stunned. Looking at this incomplete scroll, their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. This is the second half of the water element secret manual. Ye Feng said in surprise, his face also full of surprise. Brother Ye Feng, in this way, you will have the entire water element secret manual. There are powerful skills recorded in it, and you will be able to use it. Yi exclaimed, and then said, Master's secret manual contains many powerful skills. If you can completely master them, then you will definitely become a water-type powerhouse. Unfortunately, it is. Ye Feng heard the sigh and looked over in confusion. What's a pity? Now that the water element secret manual is in my hands, isn't it a simple thing to learn? Could it be that there are some mysterious restrictions? Yi shook his head. With a bitter smile, he said, there are no mysterious restrictions. It's just that every time you learn a water-type skill, it's a huge challenge. Not to mention the time it takes to learn it, the least of which is a powerful innate ability. It's possible that you won't be able to master one of these skills in a few years. Now that rescuing Master is imminent and a battle may happen at any time, how could you have so much time to cultivate? Seeing Yi's worry, Ye Feng laughed out loud. If Senior Yi is worried about this, you can rest assured. My learning is quite good. I only need a day to completely master it. Hearing this, everyone revealed shocked expressions. They knew that Ye Feng was very strong, but if he said that, their first reaction would be that it was impossible. After all, their master was not a low-level existence. Walter was the water element human sealing with the highest level of combat power. In the entire Earth, there were only 4 super experts of the human race, and their master was one of them. How could anyone be able to comprehend his secret manual? And it only took 1 day? If that was really the case, then Ye Feng's potential was simply boundless. Ye Feng laughed. He knew that they did not believe him, so he directly found a relatively safe place. Next, this younger generation needs a period of time to finish comprehending this water element secret manual. Moreover, there's nothing to do now. While thinking of a countermeasure, I also have to trouble the seniors to protect this younger generation's cultivation. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and took out 2 incomplete scrolls in his hands, merging them into one. A faint light was emitted. Ye Feng closed his eyes and a gush of spiritual power immediately emanated from his body. When everyone saw that Ye Feng had entered a cultivation state, they surrounded him. After all, Ye Feng was not only their junior now, but also the subject that these water elemental guards swore to protect. This was also equivalent to their second master. If there was any danger, they would definitely charge forward at the first moment. 5 B-grade existences attacking together could release a considerable amount of power, enough to kill an existence below the 6th generation. When Yi and the others saw Ye Feng close his eyes and focus, they all retreated. Ye Feng cultivating at this time was the best time. If someone disturbed him, he would definitely suffer a backlash. They did not wish for such a situation to occur. Yi and the others retreated to the side. Looking at Ye Feng's condition, they began to think about what to do. Ye Feng's aura fused with the surrounding aura, forming a special energy fluctuation that slowly spread out. This fluctuation is actually perfectly compatible with the aura in my body. When Yi saw this scene, a trace of shock appeared on his face. He could feel that this aura was definitely purer than his own. Ye Feng's attainments in the water element were far beyond his comprehension. The other 3 also saw it and shock flashed across their faces. Brother Ye Feng is indeed extraordinary. Looks like we underestimated him. To be able to immerse himself in cultivation in such an environment, one has to know that this was a powerful barrier. At this moment, Brother Ye Feng is no different from lighting a fire next to a super bomb. If it is light, he would self-immolate, if it is heavy, he will perish. Yi kept glancing at Ye Feng in amazement. Although this kind of thing was extremely easy to go wrong and akin to playing with fire, and no one would do it, Ye Feng was extremely stable at this time. It was as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife, but nothing happened. While Ye Feng was comprehending the water element secret manual, the corners of his mouth kept rising. For him, it was not a problem at all to fully understand this secret manual, and he could even master it. With the support of the system and the analysis sequence, Ye Feng's cultivation speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng was already able to master the usage laws of the water element. Waves after waves of aura leaked out, and each wave was enough to shock the surrounding guards. Yi and the others did not dare to continue disturbing him. They could only watch silently, not daring to disturb Ye Feng. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water element ultimate skill, Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet. This skill is an offensive skill that accumulates power. It can cause even greater damage to dragon-type creatures. It is one of the skills that Walter has comprehended. After hearing the system's reminder, Ye Feng immediately opened his eyes. Golden light gradually appeared all over his body, and white light overflowed from his eyes. He looked like a god of war that had just appeared. Phew, I've finally completed my cultivation. Ye Feng let out a long breath and looked around. He was now able to control the water element, and his mastery of the water element had reached an extremely high level.